This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed.
Members, I have received notice from the Minister for Infrastructure that she wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by the parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this, but may do so by rising in their places, as well as notifying the Business Office or Speaker's table directly. I remind members please to be concise in asking their questions. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during the statement or the question period after. And I call the Minister for Infrastructure. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members may be aware of the recent Court of Appeal judgment relating to 2015 procurement competitions awarded by the former Department for Regional Development and a new legal challenge served on the Department for Infrastructure, which has prevented the award of the 2021 resurfacing contracts in 4 areas. The purpose of this statement is to update the Assembly on the impact of these legal challenges and the work in train to ensure that my department can progress new contracts for resurfacing of our road network in the areas affected at the earliest possible opportunity. Members will be aware that a challenge was lodged by Northstone NI Limited against the former Department for Regional Development's handling and determination of a tender process for road resurfacing contracts in 2015. The Court of Appeal found in April 2021 that there had been a manifest error in the Department's approach to the award of multiple term-type maintenance contracts across Northern Ireland. The judgment concluded that the Department's post-tender evaluation and scoring interaction with one of the tenderers, McQuillan's, and the resulting related contract award decisions were not in accordance with the governing EU legal rules and principles and were not permitted by the competition rules. As I stated on the floor of the House on the 26th of April 2021, the judgment is a cause for concern for me, not least because of the potential impact of its findings on current and future public procurement practice, and I have been considering the matter very carefully in order to understand the implications of the judgment for my department and future competitions. This consideration has included detailed discussions with my department's legal advisers. My Permanent Secretary has also highlighted the judgment to CPD colleagues in the Department of Finance and to other Permanent Secretaries to ensure our assessment took account of any risks for wider public sector procurement. A key consideration for the Department was whether parts of the judgment presented so many practical difficulties with accepted procurement practices that a further appeal to the Supreme Court may be required. On a fine balance, however, and after careful consideration, I have concluded that the Department should not appeal the Court of Appeal judgment. Having considered various advices from our senior counsel and related information from my own officials, I met with a senior solicitor from the Departmental Solicitor's Office and senior counsel last week to discuss the actions taken by officials at the time and since, the legal actions or the legal issues and complexities associated with this case, the difficulties that the judgment created for future competitions, and the courses of action available to my department to limit the risk of future successful legal challenges. By its very nature, the judicial process provides not only a detailed, independent investigation of all of the processes and documentation relating to this particular process, but a detailed and independent outcome from that scrutiny. The Northstone judgments, therefore, present for members and the public all of the salient facts in this particular case. It is essential to ensure that the Department and others learn from these judgments, and I have asked my officials for options so that I can consider how best to do this, with the purpose of designing revised procurement strategies and processes for my department that can help in reducing the risk of successful legal challenge when contracts are awarded. It is also essential that I understand how the situation arose and the action that has been taken since to address the problems from when they were first highlighted. I have therefore asked that an independent investigation is carried out and I am consulting with officials and our legal advisers on how best we do this. I am conscious of the need to be fully respectful of the court proceedings that have taken place and the judgments handed down, and not to do anything that would undermine those. It is important that we keep a focus on learning to ensure that this is never allowed to happen again. While it is my intention that the independent investigation will look internally within the Department of Infrastructure in relation to procurement, I will also be keen to work across government to ensure any learning is shared as widely as possible to help everyone involved in public procurement. The important thing to remember in all of this is that public procurement is not simply a process. It is through procurement that we award contracts that get public services delivered for the people we serve. It follows, therefore, that procurement has to be able to withstand the toughest scrutiny in a fast-moving and incredibly complex legal context. Otherwise, it can pose a risk to the delivery of these critical public services. This takes me to the second important matter on which I wish to provide an update. It relates to the impact of a new legal challenge that has prevented the award of resurfacing contracts in 4 of our council areas. Members will know the strength of my commitment to addressing the impact of previous underinvestment in the structural maintenance of our roads network, a commitment that I was fully expecting to translate in this new financial year into action. That is now at risk due to the legal challenges now in play. This is an incredibly frustrating situation in view of the budget that I had worked hard to secure for resurfacing across the road network, the improvement that this would have made to the condition of our road network, and the boost that this would have provided to the economy and our local communities. By way of background, Northern Ireland is governed by 12-term contracts for asphalt resurfacing work, generally 1 for each council district, but with 2 in the Fermanagh and Omagh council areas. A procurement competition was run to replace expired contracts in 4 areas: Newry, Morne Down, Mid-Ulster, Derry and Strabane and Omagh. After running a process designed in conjunction with the construction industry, letters providing notice of a decision to award 4 contracts were sent to tenderers in early March 2021. Writs of summons were subsequently issued on behalf of 3 of the unsuccessful tenderers in the 4 areas, thereby preventing the department from awarding any of the 4 contracts. Officials engaged closely with departmental legal advisers to consider options for addressing this. However, on the basis of very clear legal advice provided by senior counsel, the Roads and Rivers Centre of Procurement Expertise took the decision to discontinue the competition on the 4th of June 2021. This is a seriously concerning situation for me as Minister and for all road users, as at present there are no contracts for resurfacing in these areas. It means that badly needed capital investment will be delayed. However, I want to assure members that officials are rapidly developing a new interim procurement strategy for resurfacing contracts going forward, working closely with legal advisers and with procurement experts in the Department of Finance to endeavour to reduce the procurement risks in relation to this area of work and release new tender competitions to the market as quickly as possible. This is an absolute priority for me as Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is clear from the Appeal Court judgment on Northstone that the judges concluded that parts of the process employed in this procurement were not fully in accordance with the public contracts regulations in place at the time, not detailed in the competition rules set, and hence not transparent to other bidders. Since that time, officials advise that the procurement regulations have changed and the Department's procurement processes have been reviewed and updated significantly, such as an improved pre-market engagement, revised tender documentation and assessment processes, and enhanced preparation for members of the tender evaluation panel. It is important to keep in mind that whilst the focus is always on the legal challenges, the Department successfully delivers hundreds of diverse contracts for works, supplies and services across many functions. Annually, their status as a centre of procurement expertise is also subject to independent review and re-accreditation at regular intervals, and I am pleased to inform the Assembly that a review by the Civil Service's professional auditors completed just last month has provided assurance that the Centre of Procurement Expertise has in place established appropriate structures, robust management information systems and adequate policies, procedures and strategies, and that operational tendering, contract management and monitoring arrangements are appropriate to control procurement activity. However, whilst an overall assurance has been provided for the COPE as a whole, as I have set out, there are lessons to be learned, and I am determined that they are. Turning to our resurfacing contracts, there are limits to what more I can say on this matter, given it is subject to ongoing legal proceedings. But I felt it important to come to the floor of the House in person to give this update, given the importance of these issues to me, to all members and the people we represent. I want to reassure members that taking forward these pieces of work and fixing this is a priority for me, and I will ensure that members are kept updated. This situation brings into sharp and stark focus not only the complexity of the landscape in which public procurement takes place, but also the everyday impact on ordinary people living their lives when public contracts are delayed, an impact that is unacceptable. I can assure members that my department will continue to take all possible steps, working collaboratively with other procurement experts and with our legal advisers, to find new approaches that allow us to move forward as quickly as possible and to award contracts that can allow much-needed resurfacing work to take place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Infrastructure, Jonathan Buckley.
And can I thank the Minister for advance side of her statement and also put on record my willingness to work collaboratively with her in my role as Chair of the Committee. Could the Minister explain more about the independent investigation she intends to put in place and when we can expect a report? And further to that, can the Minister advise how these issues will impact upon budgeting for the year going forward and our contingencies being put in place?
First of all, I would like to congratulate Mr Buckley on his new appointment to Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, and I look forward to working with him. In respect of the independent investigation, as I've said, I'm consulting with officials and our legal advisers on how best we do this. For me, it is very important to understand what action was taken by officials at the time and since, and that we have a focus on learning to ensure that this is never allowed to happen again. I haven't as yet defined the terms of reference for this. I have asked for options to come forward. As soon as I have the terms of reference, I will have more clarity on the timeline, and very similar to my approach in respect of the DVA and the issues that arose there with lifts, my intention would be to keep the committee, of course, but also the House fully updated on issues as this situation progresses. That's why I was very keen to come to the floor of the Assembly in person to update members on this issue and to give that reassurance. In respect of the budgetary implications, officials are still working on that and working through the ramifications. But in terms of going forward, my intention would be that officials work at pace on a new interim procurement strategy, but that we also, at the same time, have an approach that enables us to be able to issue smaller contracts as well, so that we can get critical resurfacing work on the ground in the affected areas as quickly as possible.
Before I call Calla Boylan, can I remind members if they want to put their name down, or if they want to speak, they would need to put their name down. Calla Boylan.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And could I welcome the Minister's statement, and could also welcome the investigation. But, Minister, can you give assurances to the House that going forward the process will be open, transparent and fair, and also to ensure that we'll have a zero tolerance in terms of mismanagement of public spend and also these type of contracts? But my question to the Minister is, Minister, can you indicate how much has been spent in terms of legal disputes and legal fees up to this point?
I thank the member for his question. I can give the member assurance that as I deal with all matters, I will be dealing with this in an open and transparent manner, which is why I have come to the floor of the Assembly in person. As I say, the judgments have caused me very serious concern, and I want to be absolutely satisfied that all of the actions that should have been taken in terms of corrective measures were taken, and were taken at the earliest opportunity as soon as they were identified. And I will, of course, keep the House and the Committee, as I said to Mr Buckley, fully updated on that. In respect of your second question, I've actually, if you could just... Costs. Oh, sorry. So at this stage, the damages are still to be determined by the court, and the advice that I have from my officials is that that may take some time to complete.
Call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm sure the Minister will remain open and transparent as she was during the DVA lifts crisis, and unfortunately this has been a difficult year for everyone, but particularly, Minister, from you assumed this new portfolio, a number of things seem to have been waiting on the in tray. Can I ask the Minister, how did the process go so terribly wrong in the first instance?
The two court judgments provide significant detail on the complexities of this case. As I've said, I want to investigate further so lessons can be learned, including for future procurements. I intend to seek further information from an independent investigation of the actions taken by the Department at this time and since, and I will be discussing the approach further with my officials and legal advisers because I'm very keen that we get this independent investigation underway.
I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much, and thank the Minister for bringing this matter to our attention of the Assembly. I make a need a declaration of interest, Mr Speaker, because obviously I am the Chair of the Finance Committee, and the Finance Committee now, as the Minister for Finance, now chairs the Procurement Board. And there are questions indeed for both Ministers. Main question I have is, were you fully aware of this when you had your first day brief? And the other fundamental question is, bearing in mind that the procurement process was not in accordance with public contracts regulations, was not detailed in competition rules, was not transparent, why was the Department then trying to defend the indefensible? There seems to be a pattern within the Department of Infrastructure for taking on legal cases where it knows that it has no legal basis for continuing with it. There is something fundamentally broken that needs fixed, and needs fixed early. Could you answer those questions, please, Minister?
Thank the member for his question. This issue is not in my first day brief, and I want to assure the member that as soon as this issue is brought to my attention, I have given it all very careful consideration. I read at length and repeatedly read all of the information and advices that have been available, and that's why I'm in the floor of the Assembly today announcing the course of action that we are going to take. In terms of the decision to appeal the original Northstone judgment, I want to assure the House that the Department carefully considered the initial decision and gave considerable thought to how the application of the decision would affect the conduct of public business going forward. The legal advice obtained by the Department considered that the Department had a reasonable prospect of success, and that the judgment on appeal might assist the Department in its understanding of what was expected in future competitions.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the House today and for giving her statement in relation to this. This is a very serious matter, and it does warrant an independent investigation. It's so serious that the Court did rule that the Department engaged in a secret, bilateral and unrecorded process with one of the multiple bidders. In short, Macquillans were afforded special treatment in a clandestine and purely bilateral process, and in consequence the level playing field was distorted for other bidders. This is very serious. Can the Minister outline, she's got a 29% increase in her capital budget, what's she going to do to ensure that that road resurfacing can take place across Northern Ireland, and if it can't take place in the areas that are affected by this judgment, whether increased investment will occur in the other areas to ensure that investment gets on the ground and this judgment does not affect that?
I thank the member for his question, and I've said, after careful consideration of the judgment, after detailed considerations of advices and the information provided by officials, I'm very clear that there needs to be an external investigation into this. In respect of the impact going forward in terms of the budget, my approach to this is, I suppose, threefold. The first is accepting the judgment, and it is then through an external investigation, understanding what happened, what action was taken then, what action has been taken since, to address the problems as soon as they were highlighted. The second piece of work then is around revised procurement processes to mitigate the risk of further legal challenge. And then the third, and it's a key piece of the work for me, is ensuring that we work as quickly as possible so that we can get the capital investment delivered in terms of the resurfacing work that's required on our roads. And I just want to assure members that in respect of the approaches that we're taking, as I said, officials are working at pace to devise an interim procurement strategy for the asphalt resurfacing. For the timeline for that, for members, it's planned to have pre-market engagement during the summer to bring the first contracts to market in the autumn, with contracts to commence in early 2022. Now, this is a situation that I am not at all content with. But what I want to do is to make sure that while that process is taking its course, we are doing everything that we can in the meantime to ensure that we can get our roads resurfaced. So in addition to that piece of procurement work, the Department is planning to progress one-off contracts and bundles of contracts at pace for release and award later this year, so that we can get roads in the affected areas resurfaced as quickly as possible.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Mr Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for answers so far. Minister, can you confirm to me in that Ulster, obviously the rural west is getting hit once again with infrastructure and lack of investment? Obviously we appreciate the reasons why. Is there smaller contracts currently in place there that can be increased somewhat to try and get some of this money spent? Because obviously the road users and the engineers trying to get the roads repaired is going to see the outworkings of this in the winter time, whenever the winter comes again, and the lack of investment, we'll all see the negative effects.
Yeah, as the member correctly identifies, Mid-Ulster is one of the 4 affected areas. I want to assure the member that surface dressing, patching, gullies, work that will all continue. But as I say, in terms of trying to find a way forward, what I'm looking at is moving forward a larger number of tender opportunities, so that we would have a continuous pipeline of tenders. And so that's very much the focus, that while we're working on the new procurement strategy, that we are able to, as quickly as possible, initiate smaller contracts so that we can get the work on the ground in Mid-Ulster at the earliest opportunity.
Call Liz Kimmins.
I thank the Minister for her statement this morning. I mean, the fact that this has prevented the award of resurfacing contracts in Newry, Morningdown, Mid-Ulster, Derry, Strabane and Omagh is totally unacceptable. And I mean, I can best speak about my own constituency, where the roads are in a really dire state, particularly in the rural areas. And as you've outlined there, I suppose I was going to try and ask about a time frame. It is concerning that's going to be 2022 for a lot of these. And could I ask the Minister then, in the interim, will those areas that are already part of a huge backlog be prioritised in terms of interim repairs to try and improve the quality of the roads until a proper resurfacing can be done when the contracts are awarded?
Yeah, so I want to assure members that roads will continue to be inspected and repairs carried out in line with policy in all of the affected areas. And while the current timeline for having the interim procurement strategy for asphalt resurfacing is expected to commence early in 2022, as I've said, I've asked officials to be able to work simultaneously on delivering one-off contracts and bundles of contracts, so that we can try to get the resurfacing works carried out in those affected areas as quickly as possible. So the time frame for that would be later this year.
I call Emma Sheeran. You're next.
Margaret Kingoria, I thank the Minister for her statement, and I would put on record as well my thanks to the local division office. We have a lot of issues in South Derry with road surfaces, and it's something that is a massive bugbear for constituents. And it's concerning that the 6 contracts were allocated to a single company, which reportedly didn't have the necessary resources to undertake them at the time. Can the Minister provide clarity as to whether the Department knew that fact at the time of making the decision, and is your Department now taking the steps required to ensure that firms have the resources to do the job? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question, and she has highlighted an aspect of the judgment, and I have taken the decision not to appeal that judgment. So part of the reassurances that I'm seeking as the Minister provides a rationale for initiating the independent investigation. I want to be satisfied in terms of understanding what happened in this instance, what action was taken by officials at the time, and as I've said in response to other members' questions, importantly understanding what subsequent action was taken in terms of adopting learning and correcting problems from the very first moment that they have been highlighted. While the terms of reference have yet to be finalised for the independent investigation, for me it's very important that I have full understanding, that I am reassured as a Minister for Infrastructure, but also that members across this House are reassured and members of the public too.
I call Justin McNulty.
The Minister's statement is honest and frank, and our openness with the Assembly is welcome and appreciated. Minister, I drove from Casement Park into Silver Bridge last week into Newtown, meeting in Newtown and onto Armagh, and there's parts of the road that felt like I was travelling over the Himalayas. Now, Minister, you will know from the local papers, every week we have a list of Sinn Féin members attacking you, Sinn Féin councillors attacking you on roads issues, and then claiming the resurfacing works that were done, taking the people for fools. Minister, what can you do to tell me that these works are going to be undertaken through other procurement mechanisms to ensure the roads will be repaired, that people don't feel like they're driving over the Himalayas in parts of South Armagh?
I thank the member for his question. As I've said, I want to assure members and I am adamant that my department takes all possible steps to find new approaches that will allow us to move forward as quickly as possible and get resurfacing work on the ground in Mr McNulty's constituencies and other affected constituencies. Officials, as I've said, are currently working at pace to devise an interim procurement strategy for asphalt resurfacing, and as I've said, it's planned to have pre-market engagement during the summer to bring the first contracts to market in the autumn. And also, I've said to members that in the meantime, I want to make sure that we're doing what we can to get resurfacing works on the ground, and that's why, as a mitigation to any delay in the interim procurement strategy for asphalt resurfacing, it is planned to progress one-off contracts and bundles of contracts at pace for release and award this year.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the House in such an open and transparent manner. In his judgment, Justice Horner said officials had committed a, quote, manifest error. I am wondering if the Minister can inform the House of the potential implications for those officials, for the officials who, RHI style, did not take any minutes of a crucial meeting in September 2015, and indeed the implications for the Centre of Procurement Excellence, given the failure to perform such a basic function as minute-taking.
Thank the member for his question. As I've said, I'm very concerned by the judgment and the salient facts that have been outlined. That is why I am initiating an independent investigation, and it would not be appropriate for me to try to preempt the outcome of that investigation at this stage.
I call Sean Lynch.
Can call you going quick as aras and wretches. Sure, I thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, and I think it follows on from Mr Nesbitt's question, seems these contracts were given out without written records, and the same issue of written records came up during the DVA faults. So can the Minister indicate that this is no longer accepted practice within the department?
I thank the member for his question. As soon as I took up the post as the Minister for Infrastructure, the situation in respect of the DVA lifts arose. I became aware of it. In my response to that, I initiated two independent reviews. One was to establish exactly what happened and who knew what, who was responsible. The second piece of work was to ensure that we clearly had identified all of the actions that should have been taken to prevent that from happening again. Of course, I am very concerned at any situation where there is not a record of meetings held, and I have no doubt that it will feature as one of the issues examined as part of the independent investigation.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the House and giving us this update. This is a very serious matter. I share the Minister's concerns, particularly on how this happened, and I welcome her commitment to find a way through in the interim. Can she offer us some more detail and assurances on how road repairs are going to be progressed? I know she said something about this already, but it would be helpful to have a little more detail on how they will be progressed in the meantime.
I thank the member for his question. So again, just to reassure members that surface dressing, patching, gully small-scale intervention work will continue to be carried out in the affected areas. While the department's officials are working at pace on finding an interim solution in terms of the procurement contract, the very clear focus for me is making sure that officials are doing what they can to get resurfacing work on the ground in affected areas at the earliest opportunity. And that's why we are looking to plan one-off contracts, smaller bundles of contracts. All of these issues are being explored so that we can get those contracts out this year and get that critically important service delivered on the ground this year.
I call Roy Beggs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for coming to the House to update us on this issue. Insufficient resurfacing has been resulting in increasing levels of emergency pothole repairs, increasing numbers of compensation claims and general deterioration of the roads, resulting in additional costs as well. The difficulty stemmed from the 2015 initial tender process. So can the Minister advise what was the values of the tenders at that stage, and who exactly approved the contracts at that time, which minister was in place, and why on earth have we not learned from the mistakes at that time?
I thank the member for his question, and he is right to point out the historical element to this. First of all, around the state of our roads, which is a result of historic underinvestment, and the members were of the Barton report, and that it objectively identified the requirement of a £143 million per annum investment to maintain the current road network. The Northstone judgment applies, as the member rightly identifies, to the 2015 contract award process. Obviously, the judgment is there for all to see, and so there's a number of issues there that the member has highlighted that I've asked officials for in terms of timelines, but also this is part of the rationale again for me asking for the external investigation.
I call Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure the Minister is very concerned about this being a very deeply troubling issue, and I know that other members will have made reference to work that will need to be done that now isn't happening, and just maybe if I could get again from the Minister assurances for the people, especially in my area of South Down, the Newry Morning Down part, as to how works may take place going forward to help and assist them with the road network in the area.
I thank the member for his question, and I appreciate that this is an issue of utmost concern to members who want to see this critical service delivered in their area. I share in the ambition to improve the surface of our roads. That's why I made a significant bid. That's why I made a significant allocation in terms of my capital budget, because I wanted to translate that commitment into action. So it is hugely frustrating to now find myself in this situation, but as I've said, in trying to understand through an external investigation what happened and the actions that have been subsequently taken, officials are working at pace to devise an interim procurement strategy. I've set out the timeline for that, but I'm also giving reassurances to members that I've said to officials that we need to be doing everything possible to ensure that we are getting this resurfacing work on the ground at the earliest opportunity, and that's why we are planning to progress one-off contracts and bundles of contracts at pace so that we can get that much needed work on the ground this year.
I call Jim Allister.
The Court of Appeal judgment was quite a shocking indictment of the department, its relevant officials and its processes. The Minister is not prepared to tell us if any staff in consequence will be disciplined. Is she prepared to tell us if the department is still relying on the same legal advisers who told them they had a worthwhile appeal and wasted further public money? And is the department aware of further pending challenges apart from the one referred to in her statement?
I thank the member for his question. In respect of the issues of staff, I'm very clear that I am so concerned by this situation that I am instigating an external investigation. It would not be appropriate for me to preempt or pre-conclude what the findings of that investigation may be. In respect of pending challenges, I can reassure the member that I have asked officials exactly that question, and I'm waiting on information to come up so that I have a very clear understanding, if it is the case, that there may be further pending challenges affecting the department and the delivery of its services, and what they may be.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Mr. said we need to learn from the judgment, and that's true, obviously, and I can't help but agree with Mr. Nesbitt that the ethos of RHI ran across departments in this executive. The Court of Appeal ruled that the department engaged in, and I quote, an egregious breach of the principle of transparency, serious charges. How much is this an isolated case, or how much did this happen in the Minister's department or the previous department or across other executive departments? We spend at least £1 million a day on PPPs and PFI, so I'd be seriously concerned if a lot of that money or some of it is wasted on unsound practices, to put it lightly.
I thank the member for his question, and he references the scandal that was RHI. I want to reassure the member and all members that I take my role as a Minister for Infrastructure extremely seriously. I am there to represent the people of Northern Ireland, and I will not shy away from going to the difficult places. That's why I've asked for an independent investigation. I want to be reassured around these matters. I want members across this House to be reassured in respect of these matters. And at the same time, as I've said to members, it is an absolute priority for me that while that work takes place and takes place at pace, that we are also doing absolutely everything that we can to ensure that critical resurfacing work is taking place on the roads that need it in the affected areas.
Members, and that concludes questions on the statement. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two. Thank you.
Order, members. Will members resume their seat? The next item of business are motions to approve 3 statutory rules. Sorry? Oh, sorry. Apologies. We have received short notice from the Health Minister that he wishes to make a statement. I call the Minister for Health.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today on an issue that is the highest priority, I believe, for Government in Northern Ireland. On the 27th of May, our latest hospital waiting list figures were published for the quarter ending the 31st of March 21. These figures are nothing short of appalling. There are more than 330,000 patients waiting for their first consultant-led outpatient appointment, more than 110,000 people waiting for inpatient or day case treatment, and around 130,000 patients waiting for a diagnostic test. Our waiting times are the worst of any UK region, and it is simply not acceptable to me that the people of Northern Ireland should receive a lower standard of care than in other parts of the United Kingdom. The numbers waiting are shocking, but it is the experience of those patients waiting for care that is truly heartbreaking. Behind the statistics, there are real-life stories of people waiting far too long in pain and discomfort. There are people on waiting lists who are living in continuous pain. There are people whose condition makes them unable to carry out their jobs, resulting in loss of income. There are people whose overall physical health deteriorates severely and permanently because they have waited too long for a simple operation. There are people whose mental health suffers from the anxiety and uncertainty of a long wait for diagnosis or treatment. There are people getting into serious levels of debt due to their desperation for treatment. Waiting times are currently so long in Northern Ireland that our emergency departments and other urgent pathways have increasingly become the default entry point for patients requiring treatment, either due to patients waiting so long that their condition becomes urgent, or because emergency departments are seen as the only realistic way of accessing diagnosis and treatment. We have a health service that prides itself on being available to all, free at the point of access. But with the current scale of our waiting times, we are creating a two-tier system. A system whereby those who can afford to pay privately receive diagnosis and treatment, while those who cannot afford to pay languish on ever-ending waiting lists. It is abhorrent. There is little or no doubt that long waiting times will exacerbate and perpetuate existing health inequalities. I have said on many occasions that the pandemic has had an immense impact on our health service and will continue to do so for a long time to come. Even before taking into account the number of patients requiring hospitalisation and treatment during the pandemic, overall hospital capacity has been reduced by the necessity to introduce strict infection prevention and control measures. While everyone in our health service, be they doctors, nurses, other health professionals or managers, has done everything they can to ensure that any negative impact on patients has been kept to a minimum, waiting times have continued to grow to a level that will take years to address. Health service staff are working harder than ever, but the situation keeps getting worse. However, let's be clear that this has not just been caused by the pandemic. Prior to 2005, Northern Ireland's waiting lists were the longest in the UK. By 2009, the situation had broadly stabilised and remained relatively stable for a period of time before once again worsening steadily. The budget allocated to the Department of Health was simply wholly insufficient to keep waiting times at an acceptable level. Waiting times in Northern Ireland were already on the brink of crisis before COVID-19, and the pandemic has simply pushed them over the edge. 4 years ago, in 2017, the Department published an elective care plan setting out proposals for reform and transformation of elective care services. This has not been delivered. There has been a great deal of work carried out to improve how we provide elective care in Northern Ireland, and the evidence would suggest that this has helped to prevent an even worse situation. However, the necessary levels of investment did not follow. Additional funding has been uncertain, temporary and piecemeal. This is a major part of the problem we face. Demand for health services is growing every year, and it will continue to grow. Meanwhile, we have not increased the health budget to meet this demand. Our one-year budget cycle also contributes to the inefficiency within the system, as it does not allow us to plan services properly. Above all, we need a commitment to multi-year funding for the health service. Short-term, non-recurrent investment does not allow us to invest in our vital workforce. It does not allow us to invest in our infrastructure. It does not allow us to transform our services in a meaningful and sustainable way. It does not allow us to build capacity, either in the health service, and it limits our ability to get the best value for money from external providers. Short-term funding will only ever produce short-term solutions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this issue transcends politics. 5 ministers from 3 different political parties have held the health portfolio in this period, but it will require political will from all the parties in the executive to fix it. For the past year, rightly and unavoidably, our resources have been directed towards patients requiring urgent and emergency care. However, our focus must now be on tackling our shocking waiting lists. And I am pleased to be publishing this framework today, a roadmap for tackling the scourge of Northern Ireland's hospital waiting lists, because we owe it to the patients and our health and social care staff to push ahead with the painstaking process of rebuilding our health service. That must include a relentless drive to bring down waiting times. Tackling our waiting lists and stabilising our health and social care service is going to be challenging, and it will undoubtedly take time. However, we need to think big and think differently about how we provide our health and social care services now and in the future. The pandemic has shown what the HSE can do in a crisis. We need to learn from our experiences and take the same sort of imaginative and innovative approach to new ways of working. There is also no question that to do this right, we will require a commitment to major sustained investment for at least the next 5 years. It is in this context that today I published the Elective Care Framework. The framework sets out a 5-year plan with firm, time-bound proposals for how we will systematically tackle the backlog of patients waiting longer than ministerial standards, and how we will invest in and transform services to allow us to meet the population's demands in the future. Perhaps the most critical aspect of delivering sustainable reform in our elective care is our workforce. In fact, our health service is our workforce, and we owe it to the staff who deliver these services to provide them with the resources they need to care for patients. The framework is clear that to support the delivery of long-term improvements in waiting times, the system needs to be fully resourced in terms of having the right number of staff with the necessary skills and support. The framework contains a range of short or immediate term, medium term and long term actions. I'll highlight a number of points now from each of those sections. In terms of immediate actions, from next month I am introducing enhanced rates of pay for staff working in targeted shifts and delivering priority elective activity to fully maximise internal HSC capacity. Today, I'm announcing the establishment of a new cross-border healthcare scheme to allow patients to receive treatment in the Republic of Ireland's established private sector and then to seek reimbursement up to the cost of the equivalent treatment to the HSC in Northern Ireland. This scheme will be operating within weeks. Mega clinics for orthopaedic outpatients, for cataract assessments and for a range of pre-operative assessments will be developed and in place by September. While such clinics will entail some patients being asked to travel slightly further than they otherwise would have, they will improve the number of patients seen and, very importantly, the speed at which they are seen. For medium-term actions, there will be detailed proposals of a rapid diagnostic centre or centres for Northern Ireland by March. Similarly, there will be a redesign of endoscopy services, including the likely possibility of a new regional endoscopy centre to deliver high-volume scopes. And importantly, there will be a specific focus on reducing missed appointments, or the so-called DNAs. Whilst, of course, there will always be reasons why an appointment is missed or a procedure no longer suits, but for every slot that goes unfilled in a theatre or in a consultant, it is robbing someone else of the opportunity. So we need to be more agile and proactively identifying such slots, and that's why I'm introducing a new policy in which the trust booking teams will begin contacting all patients prior to surgery to ensure all slots are fully utilised. And for longer-term actions, there will be a clear movement towards a 7-day working week for our hospital theatres. We need to realise that such appalling waiting lists and such serious demands on theatres' operating times, as long as staff are properly supported, there should be no difference between a Monday morning and a Saturday afternoon. I can confirm that I have taken the policy decision that Northern Ireland will move to the new, much more transparent referral to treatment waiting time measurement, and that measures the waiting time process already in place across the rest of the United Kingdom. And digital innovations such as electronic prescribing in primary care will be rolled out in order to deliver maximum benefits to elective care services. Of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, there has been debate in the past around whether or not the HSC should routinely use independent sector providers to deliver HSC care. We are beyond the point at which this point is either helpful or relevant, because we are going to need all the additional capacity we can get in-house and in the independent sector for the foreseeable future. The theatre capacity available from local independent sector hospitals during the pandemic was vital in enabling many hundreds of urgent and time-critical patients to be treated. We have also used privately recruited teams of clinicians providing services for HSC patients using available HSC infrastructure, and that is known as insourcing. This approach is currently being used successfully to deliver endoscopy and cataract procedures at weekends. Going forward, where theatre capacity is not actively used and HSC activity cannot be delivered, for example, at evenings and weekends, I have asked the Health and Social Care Board by December of this year to make recommendations on medium-term contracts to lease theatres to independent providers to treat HSC patients. I have also asked the Health and Social Care Board to bring forward proposals for medium-term use of the independent sector providers to address backlogs where it is demonstrated that they can provide value for money and the same standard of service as the HSC, also by December of this year. And this is subject to early confirmation of multi-year funding. To increase HSC capacity, we will require an investment in our workforce and significant engagement with our staff. In order to increase the level of additional capacity that can be provided in-house, my department will support the health and social care sector staff to deliver greater levels of in-house elective care activity by increasing the use of existing bank and on-call arrangements, including, as I announced earlier, the introduction by July 21 of temporary enhanced rates of pay. It will take each of these components, parts to make inroads into the backlog of patients waiting for treatment. In July 2020, I established the first regional day procedure unit at Lagan Valley Hospital. This centre has continued to operate very effectively as a green site for day-case procedures across the region, as it has done throughout the pandemic. It has responded rapidly to changing regional priorities and is continuing to deliver regional access to day-case theatre lists. Building on the success of the Day Procedure Centre at Lagan Valley, the framework sets out how my department will establish a new elective care centre management team to oversee planning and expansion of regional elective care centres. The new team will make recommendations on the expansion of elective care centre programme, with the next phase to be announced in October 2021. In line with the recommendations in the Cancer Recovery Plan, the framework provides the development of one or more rapid diagnostic centres. The experience in Wales has shown that these can have a major impact on waiting times for diagnostic services. Endoscopies are a vital part of diagnosis and treatment, and currently we are spreading our endoscopy service too thin. We need to redesign and enlarge our service, so that's why the Health and Social Care Board is urgently reviewing wider endoscopy services. The vast majority of patients on waiting lists are outpatients. Transformation of our outpatient services is key to improving the productivity and sustainability of our elective services. The aim is to ensure that patients are seen by the right person with the right information at the right time in the right place. We will continue to develop opportunities to consolidate and transform our outpatient services to reduce waiting times and improve patients' experience. This will include the delivery of condensed clinics, or so-called mega clinics for outpatient assessments, and pre-operative assessment clinics by September of 2021. Mega clinics are a way of bringing multidisciplinary staff teams together to ensure much higher throughput and access to clinical assessment for key specialities such as orthopaedics and cataracts. They allow more patients to be seen, and they can short-circuit unnecessary delays in treatment. Sustainable reform of elective care is just not possible without the HSC workforce. To support the long-term delivery of long-term improvements and waiting times, it is clear that the system needs to be fully resourced in terms of having the right number of staff with the necessary skills and support. It is therefore vital that we look at the skills mix required to deliver services, and this involves designing the roles and responsibilities of a team around the needs of the patient to ensure staff have got the right skills at the right level to meet those needs. During the pandemic, certain parts of the HSE system, by necessity, radically changed the way they were staffed to ensure sufficient capacity was available to manage demand for essential services. There is much we can learn from this approach to ensure that we have the appropriate skills mix in the workforce to deliver both high-quality care and also value for money. We need to grow all aspects of our service. We need more nurses, more allied health professionals, more consultants, more GPs and more administrative staff. And we need them to be working together to provide the best service to the greatest number of patients possible. The framework includes a series of proposals to increase opportunities for skills mix and to ensure that everyone involved is using their individual skills as effectively as possible. I must stress, however, that the performance gains described in the framework will only be fully realised if the necessary recurrent funding is made available. It requires significant investment, more than £700 million over 5 years. I realise this is a big ask at a time when there are many demands on the public sector, but we should have no illusions that this is a crisis. There are currently almost 190,000 patients waiting more than a year for their first outpatient appointment. This is almost 5 times as many as when the 2017 Elective Care Plan was published. There is a growing gap between population need and the health service capacity to meet it. Without additional funding on this scale, there is no realistic possibility of reducing waiting times to acceptable levels. The framework sets out what it will take to tackle waiting lists. Above all, it is about creating better services for 2 groups of people: those who require treatment and those who deliver it. Investment and reform are now both required. Targeted investment to get many more people treated as quickly as possible. Reform to ensure the long-term problems of capacity and productivity are properly addressed. It is essential that we invest now to ensure the future of our health service. If we don't eradicate the gap between demand and capacity, then the backlogs in care will keep reoccurring. If the Northern Ireland Executive commits to and delivers this level of investment to the health and social care system, my clear commitment is that by March 2026, no one should wait more than 52 weeks for a first outpatient appointment and inpatient day case treatment, or 26 weeks for a diagnostic appointment, and that by March 2026 we will have eradicated the gap between demand and capacity for elective care. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I have said it before and I will say it again. I cannot do this alone. I need the support of this House and my executive colleagues. I view today as a staging post in the long struggle to turn our health service around. This crisis has been building up for years. We must put it right, however big the challenge, and we need to create sustainable long-term solutions. Fundamentally, we have to bring back hope and confidence. We must restore hope to all those languishing on waiting lists, and there is a very heavy responsibility on all our shoulders. We must live up to it and deliver better public services. I have said it before about waiting lists, but it bears repeating. I cannot think of a more important issue facing not just my department, but the whole Executive and Assembly. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend this statement to the Assembly.
I call the Chair of the Health Committee, Gilden.
And I want to thank the Minister for bringing the statement to the House. This is an area of huge importance to us all, and I welcome the statement and to thank the Minister for discussing the statement with me earlier today. I also want to take the first opportunity to extend my support to the Minister in relation to the disgraceful comments that were made over the weekend, and as a father of 2 young children myself, I fully appreciate and understand the impact that these things said have on the people they're intended for and also the people around them, and that is something that I think is unacceptable. So thank you for that. And Minister, In terms of the funding, and you have identified here the levels of funding and the scale of planning, what funding is currently available within the health budget for this framework? What discussions have been held with other executive colleagues? And crucially, given that you have outlined how we have arrived at this situation in relation to budgets over a number of years and austerity budgets, what discussions have there been with the British Government, or will there be, in relation to providing this additional funding? And what would the case, or what will happen if the funding is not made available? And secondly, Minister, if I could ask, in relation to the mega clinics, how many of those have been identified, and can you tell us any more about the criteria for where those are located and how you will support people to travel who may be challenged in terms of travelling to these larger centres?
And I thank the Chair of the Committee for his comments and the engagement that we had this morning in regards to this statement. I also thank him for his words of support and encouragement to myself and my family. While there was people appearing on stage last week, I was working on this, because I will not be distracted from the job of work that I have to do, and I think that is clear from the commitment that has been put in by my department officials, Health and Social Care Trust, and a number of Royal Colleges and different actors in bringing this proposal together. In regards to funding, when the member, the statement I have made this morning doesn't cover the entirety of what is available in the framework document itself. In the framework document at page 48, I very clearly lay out where that £700 million can be spent over the next 5 years, and the level of assessments and treatments that it can deliver as well. Currently, what I'm relying on to even start some of this work is in-year monitoring rounds, and I think the Chair of the Committee will be aware that when my finance officials made a presentation to the Committee the week before last, that the current bid that has now went in for June monitoring has increased significantly, has increased by £30 million in regards to the work that we intend to do in elective care. That was due to sequencing and this piece of work being put together. So I am reliant on in-year monitoring rounds to start what is much needed work for the reinvestment in our health service. The member's fully aware, and his party and many parties across this chamber have been alert and have supported my call for a multi-year budget for health. And that includes the Finance Minister himself, and I'm aware that he has had conversations with Rishi Sunak in regards for a multi-year finance budget. But what I need is commitment from my executive colleagues when we can meet to actually discuss the details of this proposal in regards to what available funding can be made available to me to deliver this, because until we get the certainty of that recurrent budget over 5 years, this is a framework, but with the funding we can actually deliver it and maintain it.
Can I remind members that a particular allowance is granted to Chair of Committee, so I would encourage members to have a brief preamble if they wish and then come to their question. I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for bringing this to the House today. It is a stark statement and it addresses the very worrying challenges facing our health sector, and I agree entirely that this is the most important universal issue facing this Assembly in the days ahead. The Minister outlined some very encouraging words regarding workforce and indeed rates of pay and conditions for staff. Will the Minister perhaps elaborate on when that detail will be made available to those particular nursing staff that could avail of this enhanced rate?
I thank the member for the point where we have ongoing and we have started conversations with our trade union sector and also the trusts who are the employment authority as how this can be developed and what rates can be settled on and supported. It's something we actually saw through COVID where we were able to step outside agenda for change conditions and terms because of the specific need, the specific targeting of our workforce, and it involves also that support of not just our nursing staff but also the support on ancillary staff as well, what we're actually seeing in England and other areas as well. That additional support also has to be put into our administrative staff as well, because this is about a holistic approach as to how we tackle this as well. So that work is ongoing, those conversations are being had, but I have announced that will be in place and delivered by the end of July, which will allow us to make the next steps into the rest of the framework.
I call Cara Hunter.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Minister's statement today. It has been very informative. And just to reiterate both mine and my party's support for yourself following the comments last week, which I think were deeply unhelpful, disgraceful, and no public representative should have to endure that. So just to reiterate our support. Minister, my question refers to waiting lists, and we know about the pain, the uncertainty and the stress felt by both patients and their families. Given we've seen the recent statistics revealed and how horrific that they are, can I ask for an update on any conversations your department is having for psychological support for patients and families throughout this trying time? Thank you.
I think the member will be aware also of the work that is ongoing in regards to our mental health action plan. I hope to be able to actually publish it during the summer, which will also have psychological supports for the entirety of Northern Ireland, rather than just specifically for those on waiting lists. But there is, and the member rightly identifies, the additional mental health strains and stresses that being on a waiting list actually produces and has on people who are on that waiting list, but also the additional stresses on their families as well. So I hope that there is some level of reassurance in what has been announced today, that there is a direction of travel, not just from within my department, but across the entirety of the health and social care workforce, that this is a target and this is a desire that we all want to be part of the solution of, and that's what I'm asking for, is the support of the executive, my executive colleagues, but also the entirety of this House in delivering that as well.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his timely statement this morning and the many new and some even novel and unexpected proposals within it. It does indeed offer hope to those on waiting lists. Especially welcome the commitment to fully utilise any and all HSC capacity, and that of course includes our physical infrastructure wherever that may be. Is he confident that he will have the public support as well as clinical buy-in that if people are asked to travel slightly further but for more timely treatment or diagnosis, that they will do so? Thank you.
And again, I thank the member, and I've often said in this House, and we've seen that change, I think, not just in people willing to travel over the past 15 months, but also now for our clinicians and our surgeons and consultants willing to travel to any part of Northern Ireland where there is available capacity in theatres, which is at the premium at this minute in time. And I think we have the support of the people of Northern Ireland in making these changes. They will be challenging, and in regards to, there was the comment that the Chair raised, and I apologise for not answering that. In regards for those who do have to travel, we'll work with the Department of Communities in regards to rural transport, where that should need to be provided. There are already a number of offerings there, but again, currently restricted because of COVID regulations, so there is still a bit of additional work to do. But it is about getting people to a centre where they will be seen and will be treated. Sometimes we think Northern Ireland is a very big place, but I would rather have people travel than wait. And I think that's what this framework is about, that we can get people seen by the right people in the right time and in the right place. If that includes additional travel, I think people are now willing to do that. But I do have a job of work in convincing that some politicians that not every hospital has to deliver every service. And that's the step in the realisation that we have to maturely take and all take collectively.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement today. And I would like to associate myself with the condemnation of that outrageous behaviour last Thursday night. Two quick questions. Minister, you talk about the framework for allowing patients to seek and pay for routinely commissioned treatment in the private sector in Ireland and have the cost reimbursed. Have you thought about a similar scheme for the independent sector here in Northern Ireland? And the second issue is more a concern I have around the rapid diagnostic centres. I know they work well in Wales, but there are some rarer conditions where it's very difficult to diagnose. How are you going to deal with that? Thank you.
And again, I thank the member for that. In regards to the cross-border framework, it's building on what was already there in the past, which allows someone to travel to another outside provider outside Northern Ireland and actually seek that service and reclaim the level of reimbursement that will be available for our own in-house procedure. So it means they will have to travel, they will have to pay up front, they may end up paying more than it will actually be reimbursed. So it's not a full reimbursement centre that they have. It's a re-establishment of the cross-border directive that we have, rather than actually supplementing or private sector here in Northern Ireland. In regards to those specialities, an individual will always be identified by either GP or consultant. When we go to those rapid or large-scale diagnostic centres, they will be skilled, trained professionals who will be working in them, so they will have the skills, the knowledge and the ability to pick up on those rare conditions as well. So it is about getting as many people actually to that point of diagnosis and the investigation procedures that are necessary that may actually identify more of the rare conditions that may go unnoticed or unmissed should they actually spend more time on a waiting list rather than being seen quicker.
I call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Mr Deputy Chair, could I ask the Health Minister if one of these clinics, which was proposed a few years ago, could be located at the outpatient centre at Scroggy Road Centre? I was always of the opinion that such a facility located in Limavady would drastically reduce our outpatient and A&E facilities at our two local hospitals.
And I thank the member for his question. As I've said previously in this House, I need every square foot of my health real estate that we currently have, and we'll look at the entirety of that service when we do look about where we locate some of the regional delivery of procedures as well. But the member's point is well made.
I call Sinead Ennis.
Deputy Speaker, and as someone with a parent who is currently on a waiting list, I know how important it is to tackle this crisis. It's not just a political priority for me, it's also a personal priority. I thank the Minister for her statement. Can I ask the Minister, of the 700 million that you've identified as being needed to reduce elective care waiting lists, how much do you envisage of that going to the private sector, and how much will be used to retain staff and to recruit new staff? Thank you.
I thank the member for her statement, and as she said, from the personal point of having someone on the waiting list, the unfortunate thing with many hundreds of thousands of people in Northern Ireland on that exact same position, and that's why this work is critical and why the funding is necessary as well. When the member gets the opportunity to see the actual framework as it's set out itself, on page 48 we have broken down over the 5 years where that money will be spent in regards to actually tackling waiting lists and number of assessments and number of treatments. I haven't the detailed breakdown in front of me how much will go into the independent sector, but it's about getting people seen as quickly as possible. Also in the framework itself is a breakdown of funding that is necessary in regards to building up our current in-house capacity, and that's about workforce. That's about filling the unmet, the gaps that we already have in our nursing workforce or GPs or consultants. I think at the last workforce survey report that I saw, we had 1,400 nursing vacancies across Northern Ireland. That's because they're not there. It's not because we're not recruiting them. It's because we have to wait for that skills gap to be maintained and those people who currently are training actually come out the other side as well. In the framework as well, there's also a 5-year programme that's set out in regards to what we need to spend also in regards about filling that capacity gap of delivery by increasing our workforce. That's estimated to be in the region of £121.5 million over that 5-year period. That allows for training but also recruitment as well. What that means is that £121.5 million will be recurrent, because once we train those people and put them in place, we need to retain them. And it was after that 5-year period, when we have put the investment into getting our waiting lists down to that acceptable level, we need the workforce then to be able to maintain that level.
I call Orlia Flynn.
And I thank the Minister for bringing this important statement to the House today, and I sincerely hope that you do get all the support and investment that you need to deliver on this, because I think we all understand the importance of it and what people are living through at the moment. But Minister, just in the statement there seems to be some practical solutions that appear to be missing from it, albeit with all of the different initiatives that you've spoke about. And I'm just wondering, is there any plans that you are looking at to put in place that would allow GPs to carry out some simpler procedures? And I'm just thinking, as an example, like the carpal tunnel surgery, so some of those more simple procedures that might just help with those waiting lists, if that's being looked at.
And I thank the member for her point as well. Again, when I made the statement, I highlighted 3 topics out of each of the immediate, medium and long-term plans. When she gets a chance to look at the work or the the framework, she will see there is a target also of using our primary care as well. And it is an initiative that has been used in the past, one that has worked for us, and one that we actually intend developing. And just to put things into perspective, GP services were able to provide vasectomies for over 1,000 men in Northern Ireland over the past period of time. That was the equivalent of 130 theatre slots. So that would enable us to utilise those theatre slots for other urgent and emergency procedures as well. So the utilisation of not just our GP practices but also community pharmacy is something that is also looked at in the workforce or the recovery plan framework as well.
I call Colin McGrath.
Much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the statement made today. And whilst the remarks last week should not have been made against the Minister, I know he is thick-skinned, but I think you could take courage in the fact that everybody knows exactly whose behaviour was dangerous of late, and it certainly wasn't your behaviour. Can I ask, Minister, people and staff do get a little bit uneasy whenever they hear about the private sector coming onto National Health Service property and using, for example, the theatres. And whilst there definitely is a place for the private sector to assist and help, what assurances could the Minister give today that priority will always be given to health service usage and that there will be monitoring in place to make sure that the private sector isn't given any advantage in that?
And again, I thank the member, and it's something that I'm particularly conscious of as regard to what is actually called in-house provision. But what it can put into perspective as well, and what has come out over this piece of work that we have did, we have in-house provision where a private provider is supplying cataract surgery in a certain location. They're doing 12 a day. Our own National Health Service providers are doing 7 a day, using the same location, using the same procedures, doing the same operations. So there has to be the challenge function there as well about how we increase the capacity of our in-house provision, and we're looking at that as well through how we can look to develop a tariff-based model for our in-house for the National Health Service, that if they actually can provide and deliver more procedures, that they will be adequately reimbursed. So that should be the incentive for our trusts to try to outperform the in-house providers or the independent sector as well. But I think we shouldn't be under any illusion that I need to utilise the independent sector in this 5-year targeted plan to get back on top of our waiting lists, also while we retain, train and enhance the current skill set that we have within our health service. And that's why the framework, when the member does get a chance to look at it, also sets out that 5-year target plan for investment in staff, which I say builds up after the 5th year to £121.5 million. So that's the investment that we see necessary, is in our own staff, that allows then the health service to stay on top of the health service waiting lists.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his statement. I think the House fully welcomes your statement, Minister, especially the suite of immediate and longer-term actions which you've detailed. The ambition, however, will take a concerted effort to see it converted into delivery, and the driving force will naturally come first and foremost from yourself as Minister. So are you concerned about the current political instability at the top of the Executive and the danger that it could end in a place which detracts from the delivery of this plan? And I'm getting a feeling of déjà vu, because remember in 2016 when Bingo was announced, 3 months later the Assembly was brought into an abeyance.
I thank the member for his point, and it is a concern. Because I think when we saw this place not functioning for a number of years, when all budgets were flatlined, no ministers were making decisions, or there was no strategy or drive or change in direction as to what had gone before, we got what had went before, which was the increase in numbers of people on our waiting lists. This is current. I have heard every political party, majority of politicians across this place saying about how health is priority. I've letters from nearly every member in this Assembly in regards to a constituent that has been waiting too long, and what can I do about it, or how can I help? This is how they help. This is how the members of this House address what is more than a political crisis in Northern Ireland. This is a health crisis. This is something that affects every one of our constituents, whether they vote or not, whether they're eligible to vote, or what age, creed, colour, religion, sexual orientation they may be. This is something that we have to come together to finally resolve and get on top of in Northern Ireland, irrespective of party politics.
I call Karen McKillen.
Good last can call August going with his flesh and ara soft and righteous. So thank you, Deputy Chair, and I want to thank the Minister for his statement. And I too share concerns around the lack of implementation of the NDNA, particularly given the multi-annual budgets that the Minister has been on the record. And it's clear that you need multi-annual budgets in order to tackle growing waiting lists. So, Minister, given the fact that your own record is saying we have over 3,000 or almost 3,000 nursing vacancies, so what discussions have you had with your trade union colleagues and staff side representatives in terms of redeploying staff where they're needed most, as well as looking at perhaps travel and accommodation for people to ensure that these waiting lists are tackled and our staff are supported within health and social care? Thank you.
No, I thank the member for her point, and she will be aware that one of the things that did come out of New Decade, New Approach, was additional 300 training places for nurses over 3 years, and thankfully we've actually got the money to deliver that as well. Our nursing vacancy is 1,400 at the moment, so it will take those that cohort to come out the other end fully trained, but also to retaining the staff that we have in place to meet that gap. And until we meet that gap, it becomes the challenge as to how we actually deliver that. But I think that's why I made the first point in regards to the short-term action or the immediate action, is how we actually look about reimbursing our current and our own in-house staff to meet the demand or the gaps that we have within the workforce. We saw it work during COVID, where members of our staff were given additional supports to do additional duties and take on additional responsibilities. This is at the same level as COVID was. So we should be working and supporting our staff the same way that we did through COVID as well. We have engaged with our trade union side. Trade union side have been discussing with us over the past number of months about how they want to be part of the solution. For us to get there in 5 years and to remain on top of our waiting lists, I need to be working with our trade union side. I am working with our trade union side because they are part of our solution, they're part of our healthcare family, and that's why I have regular engagement with them.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I'm not asking you about carers today, Minister, I'll leave that for later, but I will ask you, you've talked there about staff. The other important people in this mix, of course, are our patients across Northern Ireland. I'm just wondering how you will communicate with those patients, because much of their stress comes from the not knowing when they're going to be treated. And how does this fit in with the rebuild of trusts and those waiting on small but crucial waiting lists, such as the access to IVF, or on the larger lists that have now developed because of people not being able to get access to treatment, such as the pain clinics?
And I thank the member for her question in regards to those two subjects as well, in regards to IVF and pain clinics. Today's announcement is regards elective care and how we start to address that. But one of the targets that we have set, or one of the initiatives that has developed, is about that communication with patients, so that they make sure and they're aware of when their appointments are going to be, when they can be seen as well. Because that letter in the post is no longer, in my opinion, enough, because so many other people are using so many other means of communication, and that's why we're specifically looking at this. Should it be a text message service? Should it be a telephone call to remind people that they have an appointment coming up? It's actually something we saw coming out of COVID in regards to COVID vaccine appointments, where people were sent that remember to come in, your vaccine's due. And it's just an expansion of what we already know works, but also in regards to what we have seen work already within our system, where we had consultants, where we had clinics who this was normal practice for, but where we had also clinics and consultants that this wasn't normal practice for. So it's making that standardised approach across the entirety of our service, so that people know when they're due a procedure, when they're due an operation, where they have to come in for a pre-op as well. But as you say, also with that wider piece of communication across the entirety of people who are seeking support and additional treatments from the health service.
I call Liz Kimmins.
And I thank the Minister for this statement, and really appreciate his efforts in tackling what is a very, very challenging issue, and just to echo the comments of other members in the chamber, to share my support in relation to the reckless comments from people that should have known better. Minister, the statement has a lot of detail in it, and I particularly welcome the update in relation to the cross-border scheme, albeit it is a partial replacement. I know it's only for 12 months, but as you'll know, it's something I've been lobbying on, and it is a welcome update. Minister, as of March this year, there were 4,300 red flag cancer surgeries on the list. What progress has been made since March in relation to these, and how will the framework impact on progress in tackling those on the waiting list going forward? Thank you.
And I thank the member again for her comments. In regards to cancer-specific surgeries, as I said in the statement, that makes up to 26% of our operations are in regards to cancer patients. In regards to the red flag that have been identified, the majority of those will now have either been seen, treated, or have received a date for their treatment. We set up a regional programme board to look at those, so it's one of the things that we actually saw when those red flags were being brought forward. They were being offered surgery anywhere in Northern Ireland where we had theatre capacity, and we had all our trusts actually providing theatre capacity for urgent and red flag procedures on a regional basis. I can get the member the exact breakdown of where they are now, but the majority of those cases will now have been seen, treated, or been given a date for treatment.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's statement to the Assembly. As he knows, we've been vocal in supporting him in his determination to get waiting lists down, and agree with him that it is the #1 priority facing us here as we move out of COVID, and acknowledge that he's right to hold us to account in terms of all of us being MLAs. Can I ask the Minister, in relation to the 700 million over the next 5 years that the statement outlines, will he be seeking, and is he seeking, prior support in writing from the whole executive in advance of the Chancellor's expected multi-year UK-wide spending review later this year? Will he be seeking that in conjunction with the Finance Minister?
And I thank the member, and I think he knows me well enough not just to put things like that in writing, but also to verbalise it as well. So it's been made in this House. I'll make the case at the executive meeting when it next meets, in regards to when I will also present this framework to the executive as well, in regards to the understanding of what the financial ask actually means. And I'm welcome of the party's colleague. I think the Minister of Infrastructure has already indicated publicly that she would be willing to sacrifice part of her budget to support the health budget and the work in health as well.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Minister, I'd like to thank you for your statement today, and I think it's good news in relation to the lengthy waiting lists that we've had to endure over the past number of years. In relation, Minister, to enhancing rates of pay for workers for priority areas, do you expect that might include the full range of staff working in those areas, such as administrative staff as well as clinical staff?
And again, I thank the member for her support and her question. In regards to workforce, I've always considered our health and social care workforce to be one body, one unit and one family. So when it comes to those additional support measures, it should be equally applied across all resources that are needed to get on top of these waiting lists in that specific and targeted fashion that we intend to do.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you. I express solidarity with the member in facing the bile of our Member of Parliament in North Antrim. The Minister says that the most important issue facing us is the one he has addressed this morning. Unfortunately, half of the government of which he is a part disagrees. They think that foisting Irish language registration upon Northern Ireland by whatever means is much more important. Isn't that a huge credibility problem when it comes to this executive? And in that vein, I don't read a word in this statement about increasing the number of beds in our health service. And we know that under devolution, almost 2,000 beds and all the accompanying staff have been removed from our health service. And then we're surprised we're where we are. Does the Minister have a plan to build back in our health service? And whatever happened to the 2017 elective programme?
I thank the member, maybe in reverse order. In regards to the 2017 programme, this place fell within 2 weeks, and the additional monies that were needed never materialised because there was a recurrent budget based on the year that went before. And again, that is my concern. Should the same trajectory happen in regards to this place falling or not functioning now that this piece of work has been announced? Because I can set policy, I can set direction, but unless there's someone there to maintain the finance and actually work on the finances that we need to actually deliver this and agree that procedure, again, it becomes a failed opportunity. It becomes a loss to the people of Northern Ireland. It becomes another blight on the people of Northern Ireland, where they're forced to wait longer in regards to waiting lists being tackled and the services that they actually need. When I say the Executive's focus is on this, that's what I am led to believe. When I was last at the Executive, they all made it very clear at the last 2 Executive meetings about the work that needed to be done in regards to tackling waiting lists. So as the member knows, I've taken them at their word. I've produced this framework. I've put in the financial ask that is necessary to deliver it as well. And then the point that the member makes in regards to increasing our workforce, we need to get a chance to read the framework in its entirety. We'll note about the increase of workforce and workforce capacity when I have the people to man the beds, supply the beds, and make sure the patients that are in those beds are maintained and looked after. That is the natural increase that we've seen. We've seen some, I think, horrific decisions made in the past 10 years in regards to workforce planning and number of beds that have been removed for our health service. And now we are paying the price for those decisions of the underinvestment in our health and social care system.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, thank the Minister for his statement. These are shocking figures, and the 2-tier health service the Minister referred to is appalling. I would be concerned that a proportion of the £700 million he is asking for may go towards funding and keeping the 2-tier system going. I also think we have to challenge and refute that idea that our only 2 options are to rationalise or to cut other departments. What consideration has he or his new party leader give to pressing for a COVID wealth tax to fund the NHS and our public services? This isn't a crazy left-wing idea. The IMF are backing it. So will he commit to raising this in the Executive as a way to fund our NHS, to tackle waiting lists, and also to fund the rest of our public services? Thank you.
And I thank the member, and I think he knows me well enough to have those conversations with my party leader in regards to what we've been talking about. In regards to a COVID wealth tax, one thing this place does not have is tax-raising powers. To that degree, it's a Westminster devolved issue. The funding that I need for the health service is one that I will seek from our Executive, and as I think as members already indicated as well, if that has to be developed into an ask from Westminster as how they rebuild their health service, that reciprocal Barnett consequential should come to Northern Ireland as well. I think it should be earmarked and ring-fenced for health as well, so that any future Barnett consequential should not be solely sucked into the middle of an Executive, but should actually be applied to the health service over the 5-year programme that I've actually set out, because it can be demonstrated where that money will be spent, where that money should be spent, and if it's a Barnett consequential coming from Westminster from health, it should be supplied to health.
I call Justin McNulty.
Minister, I applaud your dignity and your composure in light of the reckless and dangerous comments and actions of Mr Paisley. I also welcome the detail of the statement. I welcome the thrust of the statement, Minister, and there are thousands of people who are literally waiting in pain on waiting lists and who are dying on waiting lists. They don't need warm words, they need the detail of when their operations will take place, when their diagnosis will take place, Minister. It is positive that you mentioned the cross-border healthcare scheme, and that's been reintroduced or it's introduced. How many people, Minister, do you expect to benefit from that scheme over the next year?
We haven't a detailed number of that or a detailed assessment for it in regards, because it has been dormant for a number of months. We also haven't an indication yet as what capacity is available in the independent sector in the Republic of Ireland, because that need will also be utilised elsewhere, and that's where we are seeing also challenges about using other providers in other jurisdictions. We are not alone in this at this minute in time in regards to waiting lists actually increasing. We're seeing it across all the health services, across all these islands, because of the pressures that the pandemic has actually placed on our health services, when services, diagnostics and other procedures had to be ceased while we treated COVID patients as well. And in regards to the member's comments, in regards to the Member of Parliament for Northampton, I thank him for those statements, but myself and Mr Alistair, I think, are well averse of some of those statements in the past.
I call Andy Allen.
Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement and the actions contained therein. I'm sure the Minister will welcome the broad support across this chamber for the actions that he has outlined. The Minister has previously highlighted, and again he's reinforced that today in his statement, the importance of multi-year budgeting. But would the Minister also agree that by setting out a strategy which has cross-party support within the Executive and spans across more than one Assembly term, that the actions that he has outlined as being essential to our NHS are more deliverable?
No, I thank the member for his comments, and I think that's why we've deliberately set this out. It's okay in the past, saying about the unmet financial demand and how much we need multi-year budgets. The idea of this framework actually sets that out, not just in regards to what the ask is, but also to the number of procedures or treatments that financial support can give in each of those 5 years that we are targeting. So it is focused, and as I've said before in this place, this is about a 5-year plan to tackle waiting lists. And when I look around many members in this House, there's many of them could be standing in this place after the next election. Who knows, Jim, where things could go. And that's what I think, and when I asked for member support and executive party support in regards to this as a 5-year plan, that this is the commitment, non-party politic, for the good of the people of Northern Ireland, that we need to put this building block in place and start delivering on it.
And that is the end of questions to the Minister on his statement. We'll just take a brief pause at this time. Order, members. The next item of business are motions to approve 3 statutory rules, all of which relate to health protection regulations. There will be a single debate on all 3 motions. I will ask the clerk to read the first motion and then call the Minister to move it. The Minister will then commence the debate on all of the motions as listed on the order paper. When all those who wish to speak have done so, I will put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record, and I will call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on that motion, and this process will be repeated for the remaining statutory rule. If that's clear, we'll proceed. Clerk, please read the first motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 Amendment Number 4 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
And I call the Minister to formally move the first motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there will be no time limit on this debate, and I now call the Minister to open the debate on all of the motions.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today I should be bringing forward 3 statutory rules before the House. It's been a while, and I want to thank Junior Ministers, or former Junior Minister Lyons and Junior Minister Kearney for performing this duty in the past on behalf of the Executive. The first is SR 2021 number 130, Amendment number 4 of the Health Protection Coronavirus Restriction Regulation Northern Ireland 2021. The second is SR 2021 number 131, Amendment number 2 to the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Covering Regulations Northern Ireland 2020. And finally, the third set of regulations is SR 2021 number 141, which is Amendment number 5 to the Health Protection Coronavirus Restriction Regulations Northern Ireland 2021. Mr Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I will focus my remarks in today's debate on the key changes made by these amendments. The first SR before us today is Amendment number 4, SR 2021 number 130, which was made on the 20th of May. This SR made a number of relaxations to the restrictions, regulations that were due to come into effect on the 20th and the 24th of May. From the 20th of May, it added an exemption for the lawful industrial action to the outdoor gatherings that were not subject to an upper number limit. It made provision for the Irish Cup final at Mournview Park on Friday the 21st of May to be used as a logistical and operational learning event with up to 1,000 spectators in attendance. And in terms of hospitality, from the 24th of May, the amendment permitted unlicensed and licensed premises to reopen indoors subject to certain conditions. A table limit of 6 people from up to 6 households, or a maximum of 10 people from 1 household, not including children aged 12 and under. These numbers will apply both indoors and out, but exceptions are made for events to celebrate weddings and civil partnerships. Social distancing was reduced to 1 metre in relevant hospitality venues, otherwise 2 metres social distancing remains in place. I am pleased that this SR also provided a number of important relaxations for families and friends, which allowed indoor visits between 2 households up to a maximum of 6 people, not including children. Where a household has more than 6 members, an increased limit of 10 people applies. The existing limit of 10 people from 2 households in a bubble to gather indoors remains, and those in a bubble may now gather outdoors in private gardens with up to 15 persons from no more than 3 households, ensuring consistency in this regard. The restriction on overnight stays was removed, which I am pleased to say allowed tourist accommodation to reopen for groups of up to 6 people from 2 households, or groups of up to 10, and reflect their arrangements for indoor visits. Other relaxations that were introduced by this SR were indoor gatherings are permitted subject to a risk assessment where numbers exceeded 15. Outdoor gatherings are subject to a limit of 500, with a number of exceptions, and a risk assessment where numbers exceeded 30. Restrictions on band practice and rehearsals were removed. Indoor sport, except competitive sport, may resume subject to mitigations, and all other outdoor sport may resume. From outdoor sport, like outdoor gatherings, there is a limit of 500 spectators and a risk assessment where numbers exceeded 30. Libraries may reopen subject to mitigations, and those responsible for indoor attractions, indoor sport facilities, indoor swimming pools and tourist accommodation must comply with visitor and attendee information requirements.
Just before he leaves indoor gatherings, what currently is the regulation pertaining to indoor gatherings where public officials meet? Is there a requirement to wear face masks?
I would say to the member there is no distinction between a meeting of public officials or public representatives when they do meet, and I know the member has a written question in regards to that with me currently at the minute in regards to where current regulations sit. The second SR we are debating today is SR 2021 number 131, the Health Protection Amendment number 2 regulations. This is the second amendment this year to the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Covering Regulation. The regulations were made at 4 p.m. on the 21st of May and came into operation on the 24th of May. This regulation gave effect to the measures agreed by the Executive on the 13th of May. As indoor leisure, entertainment, hospitality and non-essential retail settings are again open to the public, a precautionary approach is being taken, requiring the use of face covering in enclosed public areas of premises to which the public have or are permitted access. I can reassure members that this restriction can be further relaxed as necessary at some point in the future if the rate of infection remains low and if there is no evidence of increased transmission in these settings. If I may, Mr.
In light of the Minister's last response to me and what he has now just said, could he explain to the House how we have all seen pictorial presentations of an indoor meeting of the British Irish Council last weekend with unmasked individuals participating indoors?
I'm unaware of the photographs that the member refers, but I can assure in any of the meetings that I was at when we were seated, socially distanced, according to these regulations, that's where we actually were, and that's how the event was actually delivered according to coronavirus regulations. If the minister, or sorry, if the member has further pictorial evidence, I'm sure he will share it, not just with this House, but I'm sure with the media as well. But I can reassure members that these restrictions, as I've stated, can be further relaxed as necessary at some point in the future if the rate of infection remains low and if there is no evidence of increased transmission in these settings. If I may, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank members of the Health Committee for their helpful contribution to the finalising of this amendment. And following discussions between my officials and the Executive Office, the amendment now reflects the Committee's view that a face covering should be required in all indoor settings. The regulations retain the principle that a face covering is required in a relevant place. The definition of a relevant place has been expanded from shops, shopping centres and churches to include all indoor spaces to which the public have access. The exemption for businesses in settings that controlled access by ticketing or appointment systems was removed as it was incompatible with the principle that people should use a face covering in all indoor spaces to which the public have access. Members should note that the existing exceptions and reasonable excuses not to wear face coverings were retained. Moving to the third and final SR before us today, SR 2021 number 141, Health Protection Coronavirus Regulations, Amendment number 5. This SR is the fifth amendment to these regulations and was made on the 28th of May at 1:30 p.m. This amendment provided a further relaxation under Regulation 11 to enable the full resumption of indoor competitive sport from the 31st of May on the basis that relevant risk assessments are implemented. And I am grateful to my executive colleagues for ratifying these decisions at our meeting on the 27th of May. This SLR also made a number of technical changes which commenced at the time they were made on the 28th of May. Those included the removal of Regulation 11.3a, which permitted the Irish Cup final at Mourneview Park Football Stadium to be used on the 21st of May with up to 1,000 spectators in attendance, as this test event has now taken place. I will refrain from making any comment on the result. It inserts a definition of a shop to provide further clarification to businesses. This is the same definition previously used in the face covering regulations. It provides clarification that up to 500 persons per gathering may attend an outdoor sporting event rather than 500 people in total per outdoor sporting event. It inserts an exemption under Regulation 5 to enable venues used for marriages or several partnership ceremonies, such as hotels, to permit a couple or persons who move within the premises to view the venue facilities as permitted under Regulation 9. This was already permitted but was omitted in error when indoor hospitality was permitted to reopen. Under Regulation 17, the requirement in relation to social distancing, Amendment number 4 divided the definition of a relevant place so that the requirements were applicable to either a relevant place or a relevant hospitality venue. A drafting error in the regulation, however, had not included a relevant hospitality venue to parts of the regulation, and a technical correction was made. Mr Deputy Speaker, as Health Minister, I have the ultimate responsibility for protecting the health of our most vulnerable people and our vital health services. And it is my firm belief that the overall and the restrictions and requirements imposed by these regulations continue to be proportionate to what the regulations seek to achieve, which is a public health response to the COVID-19 infectious disease threat. COVID-19, Mr Deputy Speaker, is dangerous. The COVID-19 Cross-Departmental Working Group led by TEO, continues to meet weekly and manage the process for bringing forward relaxation proposals to the Executive. I welcome the collaborative working of the various executive departments involved in developing these proposals for changes into regulation. My department continues to provide health advice on the proposals brought to the Executive. Indeed, this new approach and continued engagement with stakeholders has helped to ensure a reasonable balance of easements as we attempt to return society to a form of normality. Members, the success of this approach can be demonstrated by the considerable number of proposals across various sectors that have contributed to the amendments brought forward today. Our vaccination programme remains a primary line of defence, and I am pleased to report that demand remains very strong. As always, vaccine supplies continues to be the limiting factor in the rollout of the programme, and I hope members will agree with me that these 3 sets of amended regulations bring a welcome set of relaxations for our families and for our businesses, and recognise that as we approach the summer period, we can all have the opportunity to enjoy the benefits of better weather, while always remaining cautious for any signs of increased transmission of COVID-19. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
I call Colin Gildenew, Chair of the Health Committee.
First of all, I'd like to make a few remarks as Health Committee Chair and then a few very brief remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson for Health. Mr Deputy Speaker, first of all, I would like to welcome that we now have over 1.1 million people in the North vaccinated with their first dose and over 750,000 people fully vaccinated. The vaccination programme has been a great success and has provided for the gradual easing of restrictions that we are considering here today and in the future. Thank you. Okay. So, with the ongoing transmission of the Delta variant of COVID-19, it is more important than ever to ensure that we get our population vaccinated. And I would encourage all of those people who are eligible for first vaccine or who have appointments for their second vaccine to go and get that vaccine. The vaccination programme is the road to recovery and will provide not only protection for you and your family, but will also allow for the easing of restrictions and the recovery of our health systems and the economy, along with the other public health measures of find, test, trace, isolate and support. It was welcome that last week we had the first day where there was no COVID patients in intensive care, but at the same time we heard that hospitals were running at over 100% capacity. These were pressures that were non-COVID related, and it is therefore important that we ensure we take all actions we can to protect our health service and not put additional pressure on our staff. It is also, I think, members, hugely important to point out that we are currently, in relation to the NISRA statistics of COVID deaths, almost at 3,000 deaths here in our community as a result of COVID-19, and that is indeed has been dangerous and remains dangerous for so many people, and those are each and every one of them an individual tragedy. We also, as a committee, welcome the introduction of these rules and the continued easing of restrictions, which includes easing the restrictions in relation to hospitality, indoor and outdoor gatherings, sporting events and libraries fully reopening. However, again, I would outline that this is a process, and I would urge everyone to follow the guidance and regulations and not to push or bend the rules at this time, especially with the increase in transmission of the Delta variant which we are currently seeing. It's important that we follow the rules and guidance as they are eased, as this will ultimately allow us to move more quickly to the point where COVID has less of an impact on our lives. The committee was briefed on these regulations at its meeting on the 3rd of June. The briefing session from the Department on the regulations gave members the opportunity to discuss these regulations in more detail, and a number of issues were raised. Members asked how the Department deals with new emergent variants of COVID. We also asked questions in relation to live music in hospitality venues, and members sought clarity in relation to the levels of fines and who had the power to rescind fixed penalty notices that were issued by the PSNI. Members also sought further information in relation to the Irish Cup final, as you have mentioned, Minister, and its use as a test event, and what learning was taken or has arisen from that event. The committee will welcome sight of the report on that event when it is available. Each time I speak on these regulations, I raise the issue of the limited opportunity for the committee to consider these rules. We understand the timeframes. However, the role of the committee is to scrutinise legislation, and the process leaves the committee unable to effectively undertake that role. We would therefore welcome a timeframe for when the Department will revert to normal processes in relation to the health protection and travel rules. The committee agreed to recommend that these health protection regulations be approved by the Assembly. So I would just like to make a few brief remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson, Deputy Speaker. Whilst I welcome the progress that we have made so far in fighting the pandemic, I continue to urge caution as the Delta variant still poses considerable risk across our communities. As the restrictions ease, the risks inevitably increase. We all have a role to play in how we move forward so that we can reopen safely and resume as normal life as is possible in the current circumstances. That responsibility is, in my view, twofold. To prevent the spread of any variant that comes along, we must all individually adhere to the public health messaging. We must wash our hands, safely, socially distance and wear masks where needed. The Department of Health must ensure that a find, test, trace, isolate and support strategy is so well established that it can be triggered effortlessly where and when there is another outbreak. And in that context, I do welcome the focused operation that was put in Kilkeel, and I think that's a very welcome step. I think that's the type of quick, reactive and locally focused campaign that will yield benefit along with all the other measures. Finally, once again, I want to welcome the gallant efforts of our health and social care workers who have brought us through these unprecedented times. Your efforts must be rewarded through fair pay and good work conditions, and that all staff are working in a health and social care system where they are properly supported and where they are being properly rewarded and recognised.
I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of these regulations. It's regrettable that our travel industry remains so badly affected by the pandemic, and we must continue all we can to protect our constituents from countries where COVID is still prevalent and where incoming from such nations add to that risk. Moving forward, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do think we need to look at how the whole communication of green lists and so on is made. We need to ensure the public has clarity on what travel is allowed, the implications of travel and the impact that this has on cost and quarantine. We must also look at support for our travel industry. It's an industry which has been decimated by COVID restrictions, and as such we need to assess the ongoing impact and provide support. Many travel agents, indeed many of whom are self-employed, are in dire straits with no end in sight of travel restrictions, and I urge the Executive to continue to provide this much-needed support. Likewise, for our airports, such as the International in my own constituency, we must keep that channel of communication open and meet their ongoing needs. Connectivity is vital to our economic recovery, and as we have seen this week, that connectivity is fragile, and we cannot afford to lose that. Mr Deputy Speaker, these SRs also indicate a significant step forward in the resumption of normal activity. The reopening of our local hospitality, accommodation, leisure and other sectors is a vital step forward, and I commend my colleague Dan Dodds for her work on ensuring this has happened. It is also worth reinforcing the very important wearing of face masks, and I must say, while compliance is still very high, I have noticed some slippage in the wearing of masks, so I would urge the public to remain committed to the hands, face and space message. I would also like to ask the Minister to outline what will happen in terms of easements and restrictions come Thursday. The public desperately are needing to move on, and they should not be penalised by the refusal to nominate to the roles of First Minister, Deputy First Minister by the party opposite. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I want to commend the Health Minister for his ongoing work in this pandemic, in keeping us safe. And I must put on record that Robin Swan is not dangerous. I trust, as we continue to remain vigilant to the new variant, that we can at the same time work towards recovery, and that would include for me a full resumption and also transformation of our incredible health service. Thank you.
call Cara Hunter.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity today to speak in this debate on health protection regulations. The amendments before us today, especially number 4 and number 5, will be a significant step on the road out of lockdown. Whilst the rise in case numbers in recent days and concerns around the Delta variant is alarming, I am hopeful that in continuing to take the usual precautions of hands, face and space, we will be able to avoid a tightening of restrictions or hopefully any kind of a return to lockdown. The successful rollout of the vaccination programme continues to give us hope of better days ahead, and I would like again to take this opportunity to pay tribute to all those involved in the programme who have contributed to vaccinating the vulnerable here in Northern Ireland. Of course, we must continue to take precautions such as mask wearing, as mentioned in Amendment number 2. These are sensible precautions to help try and prevent the spread of the virus, while still allowing us to go about our daily lives as much and as safely as possible. I draw my eyes to Amendment 4, which includes all outdoor sport may resume and removing restrictions on indoor sporting events subject to risk assessment in certain cases. And I struggled to articulate just how positive I think that this is. Sport for many acts as a tool to combat stress. Many have had their lives turned upside down this year, and I am delighted to see the inclusion of this. The closure of gyms to the public, the lack of team sports and team engagements was incredibly hard for many, including myself. For many, our sports clubs are like family and play a huge role in our everyday lives. They act as a safe space for young men and women, for all of us to open up, to build confidence and engage in community outreach. I am delighted this hugely important aspect of our society has resumed. With the fear of the new strain, looking forward, we must remember how crucial fitness and team sports are for our overall well-being, how they contribute to feeling supported, fulfilled and frankly alive. We have to make sure, regardless of what happens in the coming weeks, we keep their doors open and the pitches open. Mr Deputy Speaker, after many months of successive periods of lockdown and closures, perhaps more than any of us, it has been our local business owners who have breathed the greatest sigh of relief at being able to open their doors again after the past few weeks and months. I cannot imagine the stress that the last year and a bit has had for them, but I know from meeting with my own constituents in East Derry that it has been extremely difficult and a very worrying time. I know the Executive's COVID support packages came as great support and relief to many and helped to sustain them through what has been a very difficult time. I would continue to urge the Executive to look and find ways which we can continue to support our local businesses as we move forward. Like our businesses, I believe that the impact of the pandemic and lockdown will continue to be felt by us all and right across society in many ways. I think in particular of our young people, the elderly and the vulnerable, those who have had to shield and many living in rural areas who have been impacted by isolation arguably the most. I believe, as do many right across this House, that we have yet to see the full impact of the pandemic on people's mental health, or indeed the full ramification of this on our health service. I continue to urge the Executive and the Minister of Health to work to ensure that the correct and sufficient services are in place to deal with this. Mr Deputy Speaker, I am sure I am not alone in wanting to ensure that we have learnt lessons from the pandemic and want to shape a better world as a result, including the terms of what our public services will offer and how they will work moving forward. The way in which the NHS and our health service has adapted to deal with the pandemic was truly amazing. And I believe that now we need to turn this energy and this spirit towards addressing the waiting times crisis. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, this has been a tumultuous and difficult 15 months to say the least, and whilst the rise in infection rates in recent days with the Delta variant is concerning, I remain hopeful that we remain on the path to a world post-pandemic and that all the hard work and indeed sacrifices have not been in vain. Thank you.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm certainly pleased that the vast majority of the public are continuing to comply with the precautions that these regulations seek to encourage. However, the recent local outbreak of the Delta variant in Kilkeel should be a timely warning to those who are keen to relax regulations with more urgency than medical and scientific advice would advise. I would also like to take this opportunity to commend the Department's response to the outbreak in Kilkeel. It has certainly been textbook. Most people, in relation to face masks, most people have adapted to wearing these, and we may never be able to fully quantify the contribution this has made to stopping the uncontrolled spread of the virus with the resulting untimely deaths. The return to normality, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will be slow and will be, quite rightly, guided by advice, scientific advice and medical advice, and that is exactly how it should be. No other considerations should come into play. I commend those who continue to comply with advice, and along with them, I look forward to a full return to normal life. In terms of these SRs before us today, the Ulster Unionist Party, I fully support them. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the regulations. As ever, we do so somewhat after the event, and I hope some leeway will be provided for some general points about emerging issues of late. The regulations being debated essentially refer to the reopening of indoor hospitality and the restart of sport. These are both of particular interest to me, and no doubt many people in this chamber and beyond, as they have provided a significant boost given the struggles over the past few months. The reopening of hospitality, I know, has been particularly challenging. The restrictions which continue to exist, notably 1 metre distancing, continue to be backed by the scientific guidance, and I suspect they will remain in place for some time. In this context, it can be difficult for business owners to make ends meet, given limited capacity and given the difficulties in recruiting staff. I would continue to urge the Executive, not least the incoming ministers, to consider what support may be available to hospitality to help it through the coming months when indoor capacity and overseas tourism will continue to be restricted. For many, however, it will in fact be the resumption of leisure activities or the availability of local facilities which provide not just vital services but also opportunities for physical activity and social contact, which are so vital to physical and mental well-being. It is essential that we now do all we can not to risk these gains. Our general well-being must take priority, and we must now ensure that the virus is managed in such ways that it still enables us to enjoy physical activity and social contact with friends, colleagues and teammates. It is also welcome that we are able to use the Irish Cup final as a trial for events with larger attendances, as this too is a means of restoring that social contact and congregations which are so important to so many people. This does mean, however, that we need to continue to behave cautiously. The tidying up of the regulations around face coverings is one example of this, finally moving us to a position in which, in my view, we should have been since last summer, requiring the wearing of face coverings in all indoor public locations. I would repeat my view, particularly with Amendment 6 relating to buffets and carveries now in place, that all regulations should also apply to service stations, for which surely no exemption is now necessary. We need to recognise, particularly with new apparent more transmissible variants arriving and potentially still more to emerge, that this is an aerosol-driven virus, and we still need to do all we can to protect ourselves and each other, particularly indoors, while the vaccination programme is ongoing. Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope you allow me a moment's leeway for a topic around the regulations now being raised with me more than others, and that's namely the requirement of proof of vaccine for travel to the EU or to the United States in case of family or medical emergencies. Residents in Northern Ireland are now at a clear disadvantage, as they can neither access the EU system open to Irish passport holders resident in the Republic, nor the NHS app extension open to residents in the rest of the UK. This issue has been known about for months, and really is past time that there was a clear resolution. With regard to the future, it is essential that the Executive meeting takes place this week to reassess the situation in light of what we now know about the Delta variant's presence in Northern Ireland and its impact on vaccination. While I would not, for now, advocate significant changes to restrictions, I do think some changes around events such as weddings held in domestic settings would tidy things up and earn further public support for the existing restrictions by making them demonstrably fairer. In closing, this is time for leadership, not standoff. Thank you.
call Justin McNulty.
I rise to support the regulations. I do so understanding that COVID-19 is dangerous, especially this new Delta variant. And we must proceed with caution, diligence and from a place of responsibility, especially those of us in elected representative positions. 1.1 million people vaccinated, 750,000 people with their complete double vaccination is phenomenal. Huge credit must go to the staff, healthcare workers and volunteers assisting with the programme of vaccination. I've only had my first vaccination myself, but witnessing the spirit of positivity, the spirit of care, the spirit of teamwork was a joy to behold, and massive credit to all the people involved in deploying the vaccinations. Sadly, 3,000 people have passed on with COVID-19, and my thoughts and my prayers do go out to the families who are still dealing with the grief of their loss. I welcome the resumption of gyms and team sports, as alluded to by my colleague, Ms Hunter. I think young people have been most adversely impacted by this pandemic, and for them to get that release has been hugely important for them emotionally, physically and mentally. Businesses reopening, especially in the hospitality sector, has been a joy. It's been a huge release for us all to be able to visit those places. For the staff, their positivity, their warmth of their welcomes, their engagement everywhere I've gone has been incredible. I just loved walking back into the Shelbourne to get my cream donut, fresh cream donut. It's been a joy, and the warmth of the welcome there has been phenomenal. Some questions still do remain in terms of weddings. People still want to know what are the regs in terms of weddings, risk assessment and all, how many people can attend, can they have their boogie, can they have their dance. They want to know. Nightclubs, young people want to be able to get back at the nightclubs, gigs and festivals. Young people are very keen to get back and get that release that they haven't had for so long. I am curious to know what is the impact of Boris Johnson's decision to delay lifting final restrictions. What are the implications on travel? If a First Minister and Deputy First Minister are not appointed, what's the impact on attending events like the Ulster Championship, which is scheduled to commence with a big double D ding-dong battle scheduled for Sunday week in Park Esler and Newry Down in Donegal? I'm just curious to know what's the impact if we don't appoint First Ministers here. It's been a huge release for me personally to be able to go and shout for my team at the weekend, Armagh, a great victory against Roscommon. I know people are just dying to get out to cheer on their team, and that release is so important for people, and they want to shout on Armagh, Antrim, Down, Donegal or whoever. So I'd like to know what are the potential implications of not having First Ministers appointed here.
I call Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to support the amendments before us, and it is, after all, the business of legislators to legislate. So I do so with an appeal again for the clarity that we need to see within the regulations that are presented. I have no issue with amendment number 5 of the restrictions, and I have no issue with amendment number 2 regarding the face coverings, but I would like to focus my attention on amendment number 4 of the restrictions. And in paragraph 15 of the amendment, which amends Regulation 9, subsection 3, in detailing that a person may not organise, operate or participate in an outdoor gathering which consists of more than 500 people. Mr Deputy Speaker, in addressing that point, the question which many people were left wondering when the initial restrictions were introduced last year was what actually defines a gathering. We saw in May of last year the Black Lives Matter protests across the world and here in the north. They were at outdoor locations where people had gathered in small bubbles. With hindsight, we can agree, I hope, that these protests did not breach the coronavirus restrictions. However, at 11 p.m. on the day before the protest took place, a new amendment was introduced which allowed for enforcement powers to take place, though it still did not define what a gathering was. And it was not until the 23rd of July that our restrictions introduced clarity as to gatherings had exemptions, but these were for cultural, entertainment, recreational, outdoor sports, social, community, educational, work, legal, religious or political purposes. And I would ask members of the Assembly, which of these criteria does a protest fit into? Because we have a fundamental right to protest, and some would argue that we actually have a moral duty at times to protest, and it is natural to raise one's voice against injustice. Yes, of course.
Thank the member for giving way. You'll note, obviously, the PPS have dropped plans for prosecutions for the protests. Would you agree with me that the Executive and the Minister here needs to do all he can to ensure those fines are dropped and people are reimbursed for the disgraceful fines that were issued on that day?
Thank you. I absolutely. I mean, if it's defined now that those people should not have received those fines, and the way that they gathered was actually, on hindsight, was legal, then they should be reimbursed for that. If nothing else, to prove to them that what they did was right and that they didn't breach any of the regulations as they thought. Mr Deputy Speaker, right through last year, I did stand in this chamber consistently calling on the Executive to ensure that they provided members of this House and members of the public with clarity on the restrictions. However, the Amendment 4, which we are asked to ratify today, still does not provide that much-needed clarity on whether protests are legally protected or not. There is still no clarity on whether small, socially distant groups of protesters are considered separate gatherings. And while we now allow gatherings of up to 500 people, this requires an approved and applied risk assessment. However, for organisations or just concerned individuals who are not familiar with this process, I would ask what is the Executive doing to provide them with support or assistance. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, we know that Prime Minister Johnson is coming apart at the seams and that the public in England are beginning to see through, like the rest of us, his buffoonery and are losing patience with him. And you can only play the fool for so long before people just have enough and realise you're not playing. This is going to have implications for the Prime Minister as he attempts to ask the public to do their bit to combat the Delta variant. Here in the North, we too are in a precarious position. As we enter the summer months, there is a need for an Executive, provided that, which will be required, for the DUP and Sinn Féin to wise up and appoint the new First Ministers to ensure that the public are advised and supported on what exactly the restrictions are. Yet somehow, for reasons we may never know, given we presently do not have a First and Deputy First Minister, the Executive Office has just handed back £1 million to the Department of Finance that was previously allocated for communication. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, what possible reason could the Executive Office have for handing this money back? It certainly wasn't because of their communication strategy being so effective and efficient that they didn't need the extra million. And I would ask and make an appeal to the Health Minister, and whilst I appreciate the confines that he's working within, I want to continue to offer my support to the work that he's doing. But I think that we do need to get clarity from the Executive Office as to why they have handed that money back when so many people in our communities are confused about the regulations and don't fully understand them. The public have made so many sacrifices over the last year, and I think that we have to do all that we can to support them. I believe that there is an obligation on the new First and Deputy First Minister and potentially the Justice Minister to issue an apology to the Black Lives Matter protests, and as mentioned by my friend, that there is a need for refunds as well. But we need to get that clarity on whether protests are legally protected by the regulations, which I support today. Thank you very much.
I call Jerry Carl.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I welcome the changes, obviously. I want to speak briefly to the issue of the industrial action and the amendment, the changes today. The fact that almost over a year into the pandemic, the issue of industrial action is only being addressed now shows how little the issue is taken in regards to this House, and issues of labour and workers' rights are considered here, and issues that ultimately unite people. And obviously only yesterday it was the bereavement pay legislation that was progressed. And we have a rake of issues agreed in the NDNA and elsewhere and demanded elsewhere, but that's going to be the only issue around workers' rights being enhanced or protected is going to progress through this mandate, which is a real shame. And I think the fact that people who were on the Hovis strike were targeted, in my view, isn't just an oversight or an omission, but illustrates how inaccurate that slogan about being all in it together really was. Because throughout the crisis of COVID, when people stood up against the status quo, we heard obviously Black Lives Matter, but other cases they faced the full might of the law and fines when others didn't, including some MPs and others. The Hovis strike really fitted in with that, and I visited the strike many times, and it was an important and brave strike, and fair play to the workers for taking a stand. But the ironic thing is that these workers were inside during the whole pandemic, working as frontline and essential workers, providing bread and pancakes and so on and so forth. And as far as I know, there was no police visits whilst they were working inside, at risk of the virus spreading. There was no, as far as I know, health and safety visits whilst they were inside, and despite issues being raised around COVID and COVID spreading. Once they gathered outdoors, though, the police targeted them. They approached them. They were aggressive, and fines were, if not issued, then they were threatened with being issued, and that's a real disgraceful approach. Even though they were spread out, they were outdoors, they wore masks and so on and so forth. So I just want to illustrate that, and that was the situation they were faced. Just finally, I want to ask the Minister if there's no Health Minister in place who makes the changes to coronavirus regulations. He may not know. I've submitted written question to his department today, so maybe get back to me on that. But is it the Permanent Secretary, is it the British Government who makes the decisions? And I'm sure other people will be wondering. He doesn't know. I appreciate his honesty, but I'd be very, very concerned that as much as I would challenge him on some issues and disagree on some, be very concerned that an unelected person makes decisions, or worse, Boris Johnson. So thank you.
I now call on the Health Minister, Robin Swan, to conclude and wind up the debate on all three motions.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome today's debate on the three amendments which have been debated today. Amendments SR 2021, number 130, 131 and number 141. And I want to thank the members for their contributions and for their words of support. I now turn to some of the points for members made during the debate. The Chair and a number of other members asked in regards to fixed penalty notices and who has the power to rescind those. Throughout the pandemic, police and enforcement officers have sought to engage, explain and encourage people to apply with the restrictions and not to move straight to enforcement action. The PSNI can rescind if they are not at the stage paid or registered with the court as a fine, and that will, I hope, answer a number of questions that members have asked. In regards to other comments from the Chair, and again I thank him for his support for our health service workers throughout this pandemic, and again his strong words of support and encouragement as from others in regards to the vaccine programme. I think we have seen now with the Delta variant becoming prominent elsewhere that it's actually the double dose of the vaccine that provides the double protection. It provides the protection for those who have been vaccinated and also family, friends and work colleagues as well. In regards to, and it has been raised by the Chair and also Mr McNulty, in regards to music and live music, those proposals came to the Executive on Thursday. They were delayed until this Thursday, until we saw a better I suppose forecasting of where the Delta variant may take us in Northern Ireland before those further relaxations were agreed. And I think it falls into Mr Carroll's question, if there's none in the Executive on Thursday, to agree those further relaxations, they won't be made at that point, but the Executive will be in place still at that point, and the regulations, as far as I'm aware, stand at that point as they are, even if unamended.
Clarity, and it's a new and moving situation. So, if there's no, for dog's sake, Health Minister in place for the next period, nobody can amend the regulations. Is that true, or what's the update on that?
Well, I don't have the exact legal readout like himself. We have asked for it as to where they will stand and who will have ultimate authority. But if we have no Health Minister in place, no Executive in place to make those decisions, then we will be looking to legal recourse as to who is the competent body and who can actually make those changes. So we are in uncharted waters in regards to that. That will also have an implication, and I think it was something that Pam Cameron raised in regards to international travel as to what countries will be in Northern Ireland's red lists or even green lists if there's no executive to agree recommendations that come forward from myself and my department as Health Minister as well. So it is a challenge and trying time as we see what happens over the next few days in regards to that. Moving on then to the chair of the committee when he spoke as Sinn Féin's health spokesperson. In regards to what we saw in Kilkeel was phenomenal. In regards to community support, 2,000 people, over 2,000 people come forward for that testing, and I await, and I'll share with the committee the outworkings of what was the first community targeted testing that we've actually deployed here in Northern Ireland. And I want to thank the people of Kilkeel, but also the elected representatives in the area for their support in delivering that as well. In regards to comments from Pam Cameron in regards to the determination, and I think the pragmatic approach taken by Diane Dodds as the former Economy Minister was to be commended. She supported the work of her department thoroughly due her time in the executive, and I think thankful for the way that she engaged with the health department but also the executive. And at this point, can I thank Mrs Cameron for her work as Vice Chair of the Health Committee, always there to challenge but also to support when it was necessary, and I thank her for that as well, and I thank her for the work that she has done as well outside the Health Committee in regards to health issues and the number of APGs and the private members bill that she is bringing forward as well. But I know she may have left that post, but the interest will still be there. In regards to contributions from Cara Hunter and Justin McNulty in regards to sports, the executive has always taken the balanced approach in regards to society needs and health needs and economic needs as the balanced approach, and that's why those amendments to regulations were brought forward, and I'm glad that Mr McNulty was able to bring about the balance between the access to the gym but also to cream donuts as well. So there is an equality that is demonstrated there in the easements that have been made. Mr McGrath brought into, I suppose, part debate in regards to past regulations that have been debated and how they can be managed in regards to the comments made to the Chair's comments about how those fixed penalties can be rescinded if they haven't made it to court yet. That would be something that can be pursued through the PSNI. In regards to Mr Carroll's contributions in regards to industrial action, it was an oversight. It wasn't deliberate in any shape or form. And when it did come forward, that would have been the first industrial action that had actually taken place in Northern Ireland since COVID came about, and that's why I asked for the picket and the industrial action to be included as a reason for the exemptions under the regulations, so that could take place unrestricted. I hope that I've answered as many members of the members' queries and questions as possible. Mr Deputy Speaker, on closing this debate, I would remind members that the choices we make now will be crucial in ensuring that the virus doesn't begin to spread again. COVID-19 restrictions are being eased. We can meet more people and go to more places. We can cautiously start to return to a more normal way of life. So by making safer choices, following public health advice and complying with the regulations, we can all do our part to help lower the spread of COVID-19. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
Members, the question is the Health Protection Coronavirus Restriction Regulations NI 2021, Amendment number 4, Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the second motion on the Health Protection Regulation, which has already been debated, and ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 Amendment number 5 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
I would ask the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Moved.
The question is that Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations NI 2021 Amendment number 5 Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the third motion in the health protection regulations, which has already been debated. And again, I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment Number 2 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Moved.
The question is that Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment Number 2 Regulations to NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Business Committee is arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I therefore propose, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The first item of business when we return will be questions to the Minister of Infrastructure. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Okay, members, the sitting is resumed. It's time for questions to the Minister for Infrastructure, and I call Emma Sheeran.
Question 1, please. The Driver and Vehicle Agency driving test booking service opened for all customers on the 10th of May and provides everyone with a valid theory test pass certificate with equal opportunity to book a driving test regardless of their past test history or previous priorities. The DVA has made additional test slots available between now and the end of August, and bookings for September and October have also been released to accommodate more learners. Since the reopening of services in late April up to the 31st of May, the DVA has conducted over 6,700 driving tests, of which 5,500 were Category B private car driving tests. This is 35% over and above the normal monthly average. As of the 1st of June, there were approximately 13,500 Category B tests booked in the system, with around 2,000 slots that remain available to book across the network of test centres. The DVA has taken a range of measures to maximise the availability of test slots, including the recruitment of additional examiners and the planned provision of new temporary test centres. Temporary test centres at Cookstown and Omagh are expected to open for appointments later this month. The DVA also continues to offer driving tests on a Saturday and at certain centres on Sundays where it is suitable to do so without compromising the integrity of the test. Overtime will also be used to rota off-shift dual-role driving examiners to provide further capacity. The waiting time to get a test date will vary depending on the chosen centre, and while there is limited availability between now and the end of August, additional slots will become available as new driving examiners continue to be appointed over the coming months when tests are cancelled and as more centres are able to offer tests on a Sunday. Due to the constantly changing position and the regular addition of new slots, the advice to customers is to keep checking the booking system for availability. If slots are not initially available at a customer's preferred test centre, they may wish to consider booking a test at another centre. I remain committed to minimising disruption and ensuring DVA's plan for the restoration of services is in hand. However, all driving test services across these islands are experiencing high demand with longer than usual waiting times, and we would ask customers for their continued patience.
Emma Sheeran, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. This is one of the issues since the beginning of the pandemic that I have received most correspondence about, and obviously as a representative of a rural area in Mid-Ulster with a lot of young people who have borne the brunt of the restrictions, there's a lot of frustration. They sort of depend on having a driving test to be able to get to work, to study, for socialising obviously as well. I noted there you made reference to increased capacity at Cookstown becoming available at the end of this month, and you referred to limited availability between now and the end of August. I had a parent contact me at the end of May, the 29th of May, whose son had passed his theory test that day, went on to book his driving test, and the next practical test that he could get was for October, which is obviously over 4 months of a waiting time. I wonder if there's a difference in the waiting averages across the north, and if there's an imbalance there. Obviously Cookstown serves a wide area, and I'm conscious of that, but I'm just concerned with the number of young people that are here.
And I thank the member for her question, and I appreciate the frustration among learner drivers, particularly younger learner drivers, and that's why I took steps early on to extend the validity of the theory test pass certificate. As I outlined in my answer, we have put in a number of measures to increase capacity. That's through the recruitment of additional examiners, overtime, Saturdays and Sunday slots, and also the provision of additional test centres. What I would say is that I would encourage customers to continue to check availability, because additional slots are becoming available. And to reassure the member, as I said, since we opened up the driving test facility to all customers, we have conducted over 6,000 odd tests, and that is 35% up on our monthly average pre-COVID. So to reassure you, we're taking all the steps that we can, but please encourage your constituents to continue to check availability online, because slots will continue to become available.
Just before I invite Pat Cadney, could I just remind members, could they quickly move to their questions? Pat Cadney.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, I was wondering if you could update the House on the new test centres in order to help capacity.
The DVA has identified 4 additional departmental buildings in Belfast, Coleraine, Cookstown and Omagh, which can be used as temporary driving test centres if they are needed in the local area, and there is sufficient driving examiner capacity. Arrangements are being finalised in this regard, and the DVA anticipates that those temporary test centres at Cookstown and Omagh will open for appointments later this month.
Call Trevor Clark.
Speaker, and can I thank the member for actually asking this question, because I agree this has been a main concern for many people, particularly young drivers, but also within your department, the responsibility for taxis. What impact is the backlog having on the taxi industry, given that they are having difficulties getting people to come into the industry as well?
I thank the member for his question, and of course we opened up the driving test facilities to taxi drivers as well, so that test is available to new-time taxi drivers. I have been made aware of, over many years now, a decline in the number of taxi drivers that are working within the industry, and I have no doubt that that has been compounded by COVID. I'm also of the view that many taxi drivers will not be paying for their licences until they're very clear in the easement of restrictions and how that is going to impact on them as well. In addition to that, very recently my officials met with representatives of the taxi industry to hear their concerns, and I'm very committed to working in partnership with them. I was pleased during the pandemic to be able to provide regulatory support to taxi drivers and also financial support as well, and of course we will continue to work with the industry as we reopen our economy here as a result of the pandemic.
I call Roy Beggs.
Mr Speaker, I welcome news that there's been an increase in capacity of 35%, Minister, but given the level of the current backlog and that new students will be completing their theory tests, what has been the estimation before we will have got caught up? How long will it take before a more normal waiting time will be there for someone applying for a test?
I thank the member for his question, and I'm aware that my DVA officials are actually attending the committee. I think it is this week, and so they will be able to go into the detail of this issue with him with other members. I think it's very difficult to estimate precisely the volume, because we don't know when people pass their theory test when they will actually be going for their practical driving test. But what I can assure the member, through the recruitment of additional examiners, additional test centres, the overtime, rota, Saturdays and Sundays, we are doing everything that we can to maximise our capacity to minimise the disruption to our customers. But of course it is a public-facing service, and unlike all public-facing services, as we emerge from this pandemic, there will be a longer waiting time than pre-COVID.
I call Jerry Kelly.
Question 2, please.
I recognise that there are many unadopted alleyways in North Belfast and indeed across other areas. However, given the ongoing budget constraints facing my department, the main focus is on inspecting and maintaining the public road network that is currently adopted. I fully appreciate that antisocial behaviour occurs in some privately owned alleyways, which causes significant problems for the residents and businesses that live and work next to them. Although my department has no plans, given the resource constraints, to assume maintenance responsibilities for alleyways that do not contribute to the transport network, I have offered capital funding to councils to support local communities in taking greater ownership of their alleyways through a Greening of Alleyways programme. This funding, which is the first of its kind to come forward from my department, can be used for both unadopted and adopted alleyways.
Supplementary, Jerry Kelly.
Thank the Minister for her answer up tonight. And while I understand there's always difficulties around budgets, she will be very aware of in North Belfast a number of these, and she's pointed out herself in her answer, a number of these problems. You don't get access for residents. And the problem is, I'm concerned that there isn't even a list of what these unadopted alleyways are. And I don't think that would be a huge budgetary problem to deal with. And once we were flying blind, once we get that, so I'm asking the Minister, will she bring some sort of list forward? And then I understand there's always problems with budget. How we deal with this problem, because she will know in North Belfast that this is a huge problem.
I thank the member for his question, and I am aware that this is an issue in North Belfast. I very recently, actually, in my capacity, had a walk around with the Waterworks residents as well, and this was a particular issue that we discussed. So I'm very mindful of the impact in North Belfast, but right across the north. I suppose the difficulty to date, and this is a difficulty that hasn't been resolved by any of my predecessors, is the fact that the department doesn't currently have responsibility for unadopted alleyways, so therefore it doesn't have officers recording this information. But what I'm very keen to do is try to provide some solution in the here and now, which is why we have created the Greening Alleyways programme. And I would encourage MLAs to ask their residents and their communities who are keen to have the Greening of Alleyways programme to contact their local councils, so that we may be able to try to work together in partnership to transform these places.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just on that subject, Minister, I welcome the fact that the Greening Alleyways scheme has been set up by the department. She said that local constituents should contact their local authorities in order to make that happen. Is she confident that all local authorities are aware of this scheme and are actively promoting it to residents? Because I know there are lots of constituents of mine in South Belfast who would be keen to lobby Belfast City Council in order to support this scheme.
Yeah, I thank the member for his question. I actually became aware of the Green and Alleyway programme, or pilot project actually, in North Belfast through the work of the Ardoyne Association, and they transformed a number of entries in Ardoyne, concrete, horrible spaces where people didn't feel safe, into just green oasis. So I became really inspired by that. And then when I took up the post as Minister, I had the pleasure of meeting residents up in Rossmore in the South Belfast area, and again seeing what communities did when they came together to transform their alleyways. And that's why I was very keen as Minister for Infrastructure to try to support their efforts, because they actually deliver multiple benefits. They transform a space, they green a space, which in many of our inner city neighbourhoods in particular we don't have. They also improve community safety. I'm mindful that the one in South Belfast was actually in response to burglaries in the area, and they also tackle social isolation. They brought communities together and built social cohesion. So as I've said, I have set up the fund. My officials are working with a number of councils to help them shape their proposals, and I expect to receive applications for funding in the near future. And I would encourage communities who want to be involved in this type of project to contact their councils in the first instance, so that we can work together to deliver this.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
On Friday morning, I was doing a walk around in the Holy Lands with some residents, and they were reporting that in the weekend before they'd found a young couple, and they were injecting each other into the toes with heroin. Very, very harrowing. So we're here talking about unadopted alleyways. There are a lot of alleyways where this very serious antisocial behaviour is taking place, and one of the solutions is designing that out and with the incorporation of the alley gates. And I know councils have a restricted budget around this, but I'm just wondering, is your department putting in any money to support the rollout of alley gates? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question. As she rightly points out, alley gating schemes come through the councils. I think there's a role for the PCSPs and perhaps the Department of Justice as well, and I'm keen to come in to see where the Green and Alleyways programme can assist with that. In respect of the issues in the Holy Lands, and there are a number of issues affecting residents and people who live in the Holy Lands, the Minister for Communities has actually set up an executive subgroup to deal with some of the issues in the Holy Lands, and I'm pleased to say that I'm part of that, and we're actually due to meet very shortly.
Well, Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And following on from the last question in relation to alley gates, and I want to support that. Minister, whilst you're referring to the council's responsibility, has your department not responsibility given that you have adopted? Whilst this may be a bit unadopted, many of the areas that we're talking about is actually adopted areas that needs the alley gates, so there is a responsibility within your department. So what's your department specifically doing about those areas with antisocial behaviour?
Yeah, I thank the member for his question, and I'm not shying away from the department's responsibilities in this area. A number of my officials right across Northern Ireland attend multi-agency meetings. They attend meetings organised by local representatives of all political parties. They attend meetings with community representatives as well as part of a multi-agency response. I think the challenges that we're facing and our communities are facing in today's society come from a number of different strands. Ms Bradley talked about drug taking, for example, which is, yes, a PSNI issue. There's also issues around dumping, which would be the council, and then there's issues that fall to my department as well. So I think that we best address these problems when we work together, and certainly I'm keen that my officials play their part in doing that.
And I call Jim Allister.
I continue to engage with the Union Connectivity Review, which is aimed at improving transport links across these islands. I understand that Sir Peter Hendy, the Chair of the review, plans to publish the final recommendations of the review before the end of the summer, and I look forward to further engagement before this occurs. I regularly attend DFT meetings with my counterparts in the devolved administrations in Scotland and Wales, and we look at ways to improve transport links across these islands. In addition, I am working with my counterpart on the island, Minister Ryan, on the All-Island Strategic Rail Review, which will allow us to consider our network across this island to view how we can improve it for everyone. We have a shared ambition for rail and commitment to tackling the climate emergency, and I am keen that we use this opportunity to consider how we can improve our rail network across the island of Ireland. This review will examine how we can connect our rail network to our international gateways through our ports and airports that will help improve connectivity across these islands. In the past 2 years, my department has also provided support to our seaports and airports to ensure connectivity was maintained during the pandemic and post-Brexit.
Supplementary.
The question was about what progress has been made. I didn't hear much progress. I heard a lot of talk about talk, but no action, and indeed the fact that half the answer was devoted to answering a different question about connections on the island of Ireland. The question's about inter-UK connections, and I didn't hear mentioned the key connection, the A75. Is the Minister still so grossly disinterested in that she doesn't even mention it?
I thank the member for his question. Of course, he will have to put questions about the progress of the UK connectivity review to Sir Peter Hendy, who is the chair of it. I think the question is, why has there not been more progress made, and why hasn't there been a greater level of engagement and respect for ministers with devolved authorities across these islands? But of course I will continue to engage, as I always do, across the islands. I believe that our challenges are best overcome when we do so. In respect of the A75, I recognise the importance to the local economy of our strategic links with Great Britain, and as the Minister for Infrastructure, part of my role is to provide support for our local businesses through the infrastructure priorities that I set in Northern Ireland and linkages beyond. It is my intention in the coming months to engage with the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure and Connectivity in Scotland to discuss issues of mutual interest. My officials are in contact with their counterparts in Transport Scotland and have noted the recent report, South West Scotland Transport Study Initial Appraisal, Case for Change, which has identified the need for improvements on the A75 and A77. And I am very clear that my officials will continue to work with their colleagues in Scotland as we transform and improve our infrastructure for everyone.
Speaker, at the risk of annoying you, could I refer very briefly back to the MOT question, because my car went through a test and retest in Newton Ards in recent days, and I have to say the professionalism and friendliness and willingness to help of the staff of the Jubilee Road needs to be recorded as exemplary. My question in terms of connectivity is with regard to Belfast City Airport, and to ask the Minister what she and her colleague, the Minister for the Economy, can do to help the City Airport survive this latest challenge with the collapse of Stobart Air.
Mr Speaker, I thank the member for his very kind words and his feedback to officials. I know that will mean a lot to them because they have been working under a very high pressurised environment. Whilst my department is not directly responsible for air connectivity, I remain committed to working alongside my executive colleagues, the Finance and Economy Ministers, given our different responsibilities for airports, and to consider cases for support from the Executive for the aviation sector. And I have no doubt that we will have a discussion on the matter that the member has raised.
Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and it's clear to anybody who's listening properly that the Minister is working east-west as well as north-south, and I just wonder, in terms of the assistance you've got from London in relation to crucial projects, could the Minister give us some indication of how much or how little actual fulfilling of promises and soundbites that the British Government has made in this matter?
The member raises a very important point, and we have all heard the promises of turbocharging infrastructure from the British Government, but unfortunately the slogans and the soundbites have not been backed up with action. And the member will know that this is a source of huge frustration for me, and that I have written to, spoken and met with the British Government on a number of occasions to press for the long-promised support that the British Government has given to the people of Northern Ireland. It is long past time that the British Government lived up to its commitments in New Decade, New Approach. In fact, it's long past time that all of us, as parties who signed up to this agreement, honoured the commitments that we have made in that agreement, and importantly to the people of Northern Ireland.
Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. There is a need to engage with our, our Scottish counterparts in relation to the A75 and A77. That's of crucial importance. In relation to the issue at hand here, there have been a lot of statements that came from the UK Government, often on a Sunday, and when there's obviously a political crisis they want to distract from, about commitments to UK Northern Ireland transport. Has one single penny been committed to the Minister in terms of delivering that infrastructure that is required from the UK Government? One single penny committed?
I thank the member for his question. There has been funding provided for part purchase of the low and zero emission buses, which was part of the New Decade New Approach. But as the member will know, there are a number of critical infrastructure projects that are at the heart of New Decade New Approach, and there has been no funding provided for any of these projects, despite multiple representations from myself as a Minister for Infrastructure, and also despite the multiple promises that continue to be made and that continue to be failed to be honoured.
Liz Kimmins.
The Minister for her answers thus far. Kesha Akahar, question 4, please.
The Damolly Retail Park is a private development with an access onto the public road network at the A27 Armagh Road. The Department therefore has no remit in relation to the existing traffic management arrangements for vehicles either within or exiting the Damolly Retail Park onto the Armagh Road. Officials would, however, be content to discuss any proposals brought forward by the retail park owners that might help alleviate any problems that may exist.
Liz Kimmins, supplementary.
I'm going to thank the Minister for her answer, and I am aware that it is a private development and have had engagements with both DFI officials and the developer or the private owner on this. There is a willingness to deliver that. I suppose the question I'm asking, Minister, is that the Armagh Road itself is particularly busy, and I would be asking the Department to consider any additional remedial measures they could put in place to alleviate this in the meantime, because we do need something done urgently, and I am conscious of the fact that planning permission would need to be obtained for the developer to do that.
I thank the member for her question. I'm not aware if she's had a very recent site meeting with my officials in respect to that. If she hasn't had a very recent one, I'm happy to offer that up. If she has had a very recent site meeting, what I am alternatively happy to do is to go back to officials to raise this matter with them and then to provide you with an update in writing.
And I call Justin McNulty.
Yes, Damolly Retail Park's major issue in terms of the traffic, it's a victim of its own success. I'm not sure what the previous member expects you to do, ban cars from using the roads. But there is another issue there, Minister. Car enthusiasts, or petrol heads as they're fondly referred to, often meet there on a Sunday, a quiet Sunday, and local residents in Lisdrum or Fairlawns or Larchmont are tortured by this. And whilst we all appreciate and respect people's right to celebrate the beauty of their engines, is there anything to be done to control the noise levels at that retail development?
This is a problem not just in the member's constituency, but I'm also very mindful in areas like Portrush that it's a persistent problem as well, and it can have a very negative impact on local communities. While largely this would fall to the PSNI, what I am content to do is to raise this matter with my officials to see is there something that we could do working in partnership with the PSNI and the local community to try to address the issue.
And I call Pat Sheehan.
Question 5.
Since my announcement in October recommending planning approval for the redevelopment of Casement Park, my officials continue to make considerable progress towards issuing the final planning decision. Departmental officials have been working at pace to progress the required planning agreement, which must be in place before the final planning decision can issue. Anyone who cares about this important project will want it to be processed properly, and that is exactly what my department is doing, and at pace. The Departmental Solicitor's Office and the GIA's legal team remain in regular contact in respect of the details of the planning agreement, and both parties are keen to reach agreement as soon as possible. I look forward to the final planning decision issuing for this project, as I am the view that the project will give a real boost to sport across our island, the local economy, and finally give the GAA its home in Ulster.
Pat Sheehan, supplementary.
The Minister be aware of the importance of the Casement Park development and how long it has taken to get to this stage. And while I acknowledge and fully support the need for a rigorous planning process, I mean, this application, we're still waiting on this application despite it being given the go-ahead next year. So can the Minister give a commitment that she will ensure this is dealt with as soon as possible so that there's much needed investment delivered into the heart of West Belfast and that the GAA community get the ground they've been waiting on for many, many years now?
I thank the member for his question, and he's right. The GAA has waited far, far, far too long in having its home in Ulster, and so I remain committed to ensuring that my officials progress this application properly and at pace. In fact, I'm very mindful that your party colleague and constituency colleague Paul Maskey recently met with my officials and thanked them for their hard work on this application. The application is currently with Belfast City Council for a period of consultation. I'm sure Belfast City Council will return that to us in the quickest possible timeframe, and of course my officials then will continue to progress it as quickly as possible, and of course in line with all of the statutory requirements.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, championship season beckons, and it would be a terrible shame to think that there are so many Antrim players who are riding the high in the crest of wave in terms of success. They're just recently promoted, will not get the opportunity to play on the hallowed turf of Casement Park. Minister, it's fantastic that we eventually have a minister who's passionate about the delivery of Casement Park. Can you tell me, once the statutory processes are complete, how much has the Communities Minister provided in terms of funding for Casement Park?
I thank the member for his question, and I know this is an issue that is close to his heart. And of course, planning remains a matter for my department. And the question, though, of the funding, that is a matter for the department for communities. And so the member may wish to raise that with the Communities Minister.
And I call John O'Dowd.
Can I call you Case over question number 6?
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer questions 6 and 7 together. I recognise that there has been historical underinvestment in the maintenance of our road network for a significant number of years, and that many rural roads are in need of repairs. In response, I allocated £12 million of my 2020-21 capital budget to a roads recovery fund, of which £10 million was specifically directed towards rural roads. Following the success of last year's fund, I am setting up an enhanced fund in 2021-22, and therefore I have allocated £17 million of my capital budget to a roads recovery fund, of which £15 million is specifically directed towards rural roads. Rural roads will therefore benefit from a 50% increase in funding in this initiative, reflecting my commitment to continue this important work to improve connectivity and to benefit rural communities.
John O'Dowd, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for his answer. And rural dwellers will welcome any additional funding for rural roads, given the state that some of them are in. Given our statement this morning, will our investment be impacted by their statement this morning, and will rural dwellers have to wait longer now for their rural roads to be repaired?
I thank the member for his question, and it's a very important question, and members will be aware of the important statement that I made to the House this morning. I'm advised that the legal challenges that are not expected to impact on my enhanced road recovery fund for £17 million this financial year, or the £15 million of that fund that's going to be targeted specifically at our rural roads.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
And undoubtedly this is an issue in which all members that represent some form of rural constituency will face. The condition of many of our rural roads is substandard at best, and the additional funding is welcomed and indeed needed. Could the Minister outline timescales of delivery? Quite often when we do see schemes like this where additional money is coming forward for rural roads, it's right at the end of a financial year and we face all of those pressures, whereas we could perhaps put that into a more sequenced type rollout to ensure that we get as best a cover as possible, and how will they be prioritised?
I thank the member for his question. So I was very keen that we gave as much certainty as possible. So that's why I've increased the rural roads budget by 50% at the start of the financial year. In terms of the prioritisation of works, we submit reports to every council which details all of the roads that will be subject to improvement, and that is then put into the public domain. So I would encourage the member to have a look, and that will then list all of the roads that will be addressed.
And that ends the period for list of questions, members, and we now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will be aware of many large infrastructure projects currently underway or intending to be within the planning system. So can I ask the Minister how her department currently ensures that these projects are climate-proofed, and do they?
I thank the member for her question, and at her very kind invitation I attended the APG on climate change as well to discuss the important role that the planning system has to play. And at that meeting we discussed the fact that sustainability is at the heart of the strategic plan and policy statements that my department undertakes, and we work very closely with the councils. And the member will also know that we're engaging in a review of the Planning Act as well. So there's a number of strands of work that we are engaged in. We are also working closely with councils in respect of environmental governance and work streams there. So I think it's very important that we embed climate action in everything that we do, and in the approach that we all take as ministers at a senior level, but also at local government and as citizens as well.
Rachel Wood, supplementary.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for her answer and also for her time attending the All-Party Group on Climate Action. It was very much appreciated. It does seem, though, that we are all we are a bit behind with not adequately climate-proofing the now, let alone the future, to meet our climate needs without sort of redoing how we're doing planning. So can I ask the Minister what she is doing to improve the statutory duties in place that will ensure large infrastructure projects are properly climate-proofed, to prevent a scenario where we're locking ourselves in to future emissions that could have been avoided?
Yeah, the member again raises a very important point, and as the Minister for Infrastructure I've been very clear that climate action is a priority for me. That was one of the reasons why I took the short, sharp external review into the York Street Interchange project, for example, to ensure that we were future-proofing that, and we were very conscious of the climate crisis. It's also one of the reasons why I believe that we need to have an independent infrastructure commission here in Northern Ireland to ensure that we bring in the experts, that we have that open engagement with the public, and that we build infrastructure that is inclusive, that it is sustainable, and that we have a long-term vision that aligns with the ambitions that we should have as a society around tackling the climate emergency. So trying to come at this from a number of fronts, and have been doing extensive engagement with executive colleagues on the need for an independent infrastructure commission, and I really hope that we can get to a point where we have the consensus to move this vitally important piece of work on.
I call Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, could I ask if you could possibly give us an update on the success of the 20-mile-per-hour zones around our schools?
Yes, so in the past financial year, I committed to providing 20 miles per hour zones outside 103 schools. A number of those are functional. The rest will be fully operational later on this year. I'm very committed to rolling this out to many more schools in the new financial year, and officials are currently working up details. So my ambition would be to at least meet the total number of schools that we were able to do in the last financial year, because I think it's a really good scheme. It creates a safer environment for children to be able to walk and cycle to school, and it also helps to get the message out there about responsible, safe driving. So for all of those reasons, remain committed to it, and look forward to rolling it out to many more schools in the new financial year.
Supplementary, Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Then, just to add on to that, then, has the Minister looked any further at rolling this out further within residential areas? You and I represent an area where there is possibly, for many, not a lot of green space, and children are out playing in their streets and their roads. And then also, I know in our Newton Abbey side of North Belfast, we've got Fedegan and Merville, both have 20 mile an hour, but it's guidance only. So is there any way that any of the guidance only are going to be legislated for?
I thank the member for her question, and this is an issue that I have looked at. The department carried out 2 pilot studies into the issues of 20 miles per hour in residential areas. The findings of that study strongly indicate that for them to be effective, the 20 miles per hour signage needs to be accompanied by traffic calming measures, so the speed bumps that we would know in our areas. So I suppose what I'm trying to weigh up is trying to make sure that we can have effective schemes in place, and so we will continue to kind of analyse the findings of that study to see what would be the best way of taking this forward. But I'm very much focused in putting our energies into rolling out the 20 miles per hour in our schools as a matter of priority.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, could I ask the Minister for an update on the Narrow Water Bridge project?
The member has been a tireless campaigner for this project, and I know that the Narrow Water Bridge is one that she's very passionate about. I am pleased to update the member that alongside my engagement with local stakeholders, I've also met with local councils, and I am continuing to work with the Irish Government. The member will know that this project is a new decade, new approach commitment, and it is vital that all of us work hard to see it delivered. I am pleased that there is political will, north and south, to get Narrow Water Bridge delivered. This is an exciting, iconic, transformative project for the people of South Down and beyond, and it is critical that the positive partnership working continues, and I can assure the member of my commitment to do just that.
Sinead Bradley, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her reply. The Minister, I know, is aware of how Narrow Water Bridge is critical stimulus, economic stimulus to the South Down region, but particularly in a post-COVID environment. And I'd be eager to know, is it the intention, or does the Minister know if it is the intention that the project will be discussed at the North-South Ministerial Council meeting? And also, has she any concerns, like I have, that any delay in the appointment of the First and Deputy First Minister might hinder projects such as this?
I mean, I've said it a number of times in this House. Not only is it a requirement under the Good Friday Agreement, but we really will only overcome our challenges when we work in partnership, north, south, east, west, and also within the executive. I think it's deeply concerning that at this point in time we don't have our joint First Ministers, so our executive can't meet, even though we were due to discuss really important issues and take important decisions on Thursday, not least in respect of the pandemic. I also think it's very concerning that we are sitting now not clear on whether we will have a North-South Ministerial Council meeting on Friday, and I had hoped that we would have been able to discuss the Narrow Water Bridge at that particular meeting, and a number of us have been highlighting concerns over many weeks about the absence of the North-South institutions and the impact that that would have. So I sincerely hope that we move back from this point of crisis. I don't think people want crisis politics. What they want is their politicians working together, honouring their commitments, delivering on NDNA, tackling the waiting list, tackling the housing crisis and tackling the climate crisis.
I call Colin Gildernew.
And it's been touched upon already, Minister, and thank you for your answers, but can you update us in relation to the work you're doing on planning policy and how it relates to the impact on countryside?
Thank the member for his question. So we're taking a number of steps in respect of the planning system at present. We're doing a lot of work with the local councils around environmental governance. We have a cross-departmental planning forum, which is very much focused on improving consultee response times. We have a new planning portal as well, and we're also looking at planning policy. Members will know that I've announced a review of renewable energy planning policy, and officials are also giving consideration to PPS 21, which has a particular impact in the countryside, so that piece of work is ongoing as well. On top of all of that, I'm very committed to doing what I can to tackle regional imbalance, and so within that I have to pay, and I will be paying particular attention to our rural communities, as demonstrated by the increase in funding for the Rural and Roads Fund in particular.
Colin Gildernew, supplementary.
Leishanera, and thank you for that. And I welcome your reference to PPS 21. It is obviously particularly crucial. Are you planning to take forward any changes in relation to that, and in particular in relation to the limit of only one dwelling house within 10 years? Because clearly there's a need for rural communities to be able to get planning permission to stay in their local community.
I thank the member for his question, and again, this is about sustainable development balanced along the needs to have sustainable rural communities. So I have asked officials to do a piece of work for my consideration and how we might take that forward. There's also the opportunities through the local development plans as well. So we have, I think, a number of opportunities here to help enhance rural living, and I'm determined that my officials can play their part in that.
Cont'd.
It was a pleasure to cycle alongside the Minister recently at Blurris in my constituency, Lagan Valley. I welcome an announcement today of 20 million for the Blue and the Green Fund. Can she advise how much of this will go on active travel projects across Northern Ireland?
Yes, it was a pleasure to meet with you on the Blurris and watch you vigorously cycle past in your Lycra Pat, a scene I will never forget.
You don't need to share that, Minister.
That's everyone scarred for life. So yes, the member's correct. I have announced the £20 million Blue Green Fund for this financial year, and at the heart of this fund will be an £11 million pot for active travel project across Northern Ireland to get schemes on the ground to ensure that active travel is a safer and more attractive option for people getting around. I have wanted to see these changes realised since taking up the post as Minister, but with the added challenges of COVID, the truth is not enough has been done, and we now need to change that. And that is why I am investing and focusing my team on delivery, getting projects on the ground and making sure active travel becomes an option for many more families across the north. So this year I'm pleased to say that I'm investing more in the active travel agenda than I did last year, or indeed by anyone in previous years.
Supplementary, Cont'd.
I thank the Minister for her answers, and I welcome her investment to get delivery on the ground. I'd like to take forward more green projects locally, Minister, especially in active travel. Can she or her walking and cycling champion meet with me to explore options for delivery in Lagan Valley?
I would be delighted to meet with the member, or if he prefers, if he wishes to meet with the walking and cycling champion, so that we can discuss his ambitions for active travel in Lagan Valley. I'm happy to meet with him and to work with him in partnership.
Flynn.
Can I ask the Minister if she has any update around the traffic calming measures at the McDonald's restaurant on the McKinstry Road?
I know this is an issue that the member cares very deeply about and has made a number of representations to me and my officials. The Department has commissioned its partner consultants to carry out a feasibility study to consider potential improvements to pedestrian facilities at the McKinstry Road roundabout following the opening of the McDonald's restaurant and drive-through. The feasibility study is taking a two-stage approach. The first stage is a high-level overview of possible improvements, with the second stage focusing in more detail on preferred options. While a draft Stage 1 report has been received by officials, the consultants are still working on more detailed options as part of Phase 2. At present, it is expected that the consultants will report back on progress at the end of this month, at which point the Department can consider the best way forward.
Supplementary, or Flynn.
Gormiagat to the Minister for that answer. I suppose it's just to say there was another car accident on that road a number of days ago, so it's obviously still a major worry, and there's another hotspot in the area right beside a primary school that we're worried about, Our Lady Queen of Peace. So I know that the Minister's schedule is, I'm sure, extremely busy, but would love to get the opportunity to get you out just on site to show you around some of those areas to see how we can progress, if that's okay.
Yeah, and I was very sorry to hear about the latest accident there. There clearly is an issue on this road, and so I would be more than happy, once we get the report back at the end of this month, I'd be more than happy to meet with the member on site.
Members, time is up. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two.
Thank you, members. We move on now to questions to the Assembly Commission. Before we begin, I wish to clarify for the record of the House that Mr Keith Buchanan's appointment as Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for Finance does not take effect until 3:30 p.m. this afternoon, which means that Mr Buchanan remains a member of the Commission until that point in accordance with Standing Order 79.6. I'm sure members appreciate Mr Buchanan's courtesy to the Assembly to ensure that he was able to answer questions on behalf of the Commission today. Can I also advise members that questions number 5, 11 and 13 have been withdrawn? I call Mr Trevor Clark.
Question number 1.
With your permission, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I'll group questions 1, 7, 12 together, so I need an extra minute if that's okay. Thank the members for their questions. Members will appreciate that the primary functions of the Assembly are to hold the Executive to account, to make laws and to represent the interests of the people of Northern Ireland. This has been the key consideration for the Assembly Commission's decision in limiting access to Parliament buildings to permanent pass holders during the coronavirus pandemic. This decision was taken in order to ensure the health and safety of our staff, members and other building users, and to minimise the risk of infection so that the vital work of the Assembly was not disrupted. The Assembly Commission reaffirmed that decision on a number of occasions, most recently on the 12th of May, and committed to undertaking a further review before the end of June. That further review has now taken place, taking cognizance of the significant easing of public health restrictions and guidance in recent weeks, which has allowed a welcome degree of family, societal and economic normalisation. Given that the Assembly goes into a summer recess on the 10th of July, the Assembly Commission considers that it is appropriate that the current limitations on access to Parliament buildings are removed at that point, and that events, tours, public dining and visitors to Parliament buildings should resume on the 14th of July after the public holidays. The Speaker wrote to all the members yesterday to set out the Assembly Commission's decision. This date of the 14th of July will allow time for staff to make the necessary preparations for the return of visitors to Parliament buildings, whilst ensuring the health and safety of all building users and that of the public, and minimising the risk of infection so that the vital work of the Assembly is not disrupted in advance of recess. While members may have a range of questions on the outworking of future changes to public health regulations and guidance in respect of events, tours, public dining and visitors to Parliament buildings, these are matters for Executive Ministers rather than for the Assembly Commission. Therefore, it will be unhelpful for me to speculate on what further decisions the Executive will take and how this might impact on the Commission's decision.
Mr Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the member for his answer. And notwithstanding what he said in his answer in relation to the things they have to take into account, but should the Commission also take into account the pace in which the changes, albeit they've been slow by the Executive, have allowed for other places to open and get back to business? Indeed, even in the canteen in this place, we're sitting almost 3 metres apart at single tables, where you can eat out in a restaurant now quite freely at weekends or at any night during the week. So, for me, I'm wondering why the Commission is working at such a slow pace, even compared to the Executive in terms of their regulations.
Thank the member for his answer. And obviously, I'd rather have a slow pace than a risky pace. So, just with respect to your point on the Blue Flex restaurant, given the proximity of the summer recess and the continued emphasis on reducing the risk of infection, the existing 2-metre social distancing in the Blue Flex canteen will continue to apply until summer recess, and then reduced to 1 metre, with effect from the 14th of July, or the social distancing requirements in force at the relevant time. However, to reiterate, the Assembly Commission will continue to apply decisions of the Executive in line with public health regulations and guidance to protect the health and safety of staff, members and other building users.
Ms Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for his answers so far. And I welcome that date of the 14th of July for some easements within Parliament building for a general public. Can I just ask then, in respect of events, I know certainly I chair the all-party group in homelessness, and we would like to get an event in the diary. Is that now going to be open for members to start to book the lawn gallery and things like that for events?
Thank the member for your question. Yes, that's correct. The 22nd of June is obviously the date that members can approach the events department and get those dates booked in. With regard to events and tours, the Assembly Commission will continue to adopt a risk-based approach to delivery of events and tours in Parliament buildings, and will move forward cautiously based on any public health regulations and guidance in place at the time of reopening. in particular the practical considerations in relation to the provision of events and tours, whilst observing any social distancing or other requirements, will need to be considered in detail to ensure that they can be provided safely, and if this is not the case, then they would not be offered at that time.
Mr. Pat Catney.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. I would like to ask, how will the Assembly Commission ensure the safety of staff, members, building users and the general public in light of where we are and the risks that are still there with the pandemic? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. The Assembly Commission will basically do that in risk assessment, as they've always did. And the director for that area risk assess on a regular basis, feeds that into the Commission, and we make the decision based on his or her recommendation. So it's purely down to risk assessment.
Moving on, Mr. Andrew Muir.
Principal Deputy Speaker.
Mr. John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And before answering the question, can I thank Keith for his contribution to the Commission over this last year or so. Despite a small number of disagreements, we have always worked together on the Commission in a courteous and professional manner. In relation to the member's question, can I thank the member for his question? As MLAs, I think all of us know that the first few weeks of Assembly life can be daunting for newly elected members. The Assembly Commission therefore understands the importance of providing these members with an appropriate induction programme. Indeed, the Assembly Commission has implemented an induction programme for new MLAs at the outset of the new mandates since 2016. In advance of the next Assembly election, the Assembly Commission's Clerking and Member Support Office is expanding the previous induction programme. This member induction and development framework will include a programme of activities that will be available to all members from the start of the next mandate. The induction aspect of the programme will expand on work carried out at the beginning of the previous mandates, including providing members with an induction handbook. This will contain key information and contacts so that all new MLAs can access all the services they require within Parliament buildings to enable them to settle in as quickly as possible. This is only one aspect of the wider welcome orientation programme that Assembly Commission officials are currently developing to assist both newly elected and returning MLAs with practical arrangements during the first few days and weeks following their election. The Assembly Commission recognises that the induction requirements are multifaceted, and to that end, Commission officials will continue to provide support to new members on the role and responsibilities of an MLA. This includes sessions with Business Office and the procedures of the Assembly and standing orders, with the Bill Office on the legislative process, and with committee clerks on the role of statutory and standing committees. They will also continue to be focused on continuing professional development to support all MLAs in their roles as legislators as public representatives.
Mr. Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank Mr. O'Dowd for his response. As one of a number of co-opted MLAs, I think it would be useful going forward in terms of focusing on legislation. One of the key findings in relation to the RHI inquiry was the ability of MLAs to be able to properly scrutinise legislation. So whether the Commission would consider, as part of this programme, to speak to some of the MLAs who have came on board since the last election and take on board any lessons learned in terms of improving the ability to brief MLAs and the ability to scrutinise legislation and all the different stages that occur as part of that?
Well, I think that's an important comment that the member has made, and the Assembly Commission Clerk is here taking notes, and I'm sure they'll be more than happy to engage with yourself on your experiences and see how we fit that into any induction programme moving forward.
Ms. Sinead Ennis.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, can I ask the member what consideration has the Commission given to the introduction of more family-friendly measures in the Assembly, both for members and staff, and including childcare provision?
Thank you. Those matters, particularly in terms of childminding and family-friendly working times and environment, are under consideration. The COVID pandemic puts a number of those measures on hold, but it is an area which the Commission has looked at and will continue to want to make progress on in regards to ensuring that our procedures and practices allow for the full involvement of all within the Assembly and its structures.
I call Ms. Emma Sheeran.
My get Privilege Concordia. Cash over 3, let a whole question 3, please.
I call Mrs. Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. The issue of the display and artefacts is one that has been raised by parties on all sides of the House at different times over the years, but on which it has been difficult to achieve political agreement. At the Commission meeting on the 17th of February, a paper was considered which proposed a significant and strategic project to take a different approach to looking at the display of artefacts within the building. The Commission has agreed a set of principles and a framework to underpin the project, which involves officials working with Dr Eamon Phoenix to develop a narrative of the key events and figures connected to Parliament buildings and the institutions it housed, which should be reflected in the building. This will seek to ensure that all parts of our community are represented, but will also take account of the visitor experience and how displayed items are used to inform and educate visitors on our history. The Commission will then be in a better place to determine which of its artefacts can be used to illustrate that narrative and all parts of our community, but also to consider gaps which will then allow items to be identified and brought into the building to fill them. Officials have been conducting some of the initial scoping work and will be engaging further with Dr Phoenix this month once activities around this month's centenaries have passed. Officials intend to complete a first phase to come to the Commission with initial proposals by the end of September. This is an ambitious project, and I think it's significant that all Commission members have endorsed it.
Ms. Sheeran.
I thank the member for her answer. Would you agree that Parliament buildings should be reflective of all people that are represented within this institution, and that currently there's a massive imbalance that should be addressed?
Thank the member again for the supplementary. And indeed, I would agree that there's a number of communities, not least women, that are underrepresented around the House, given that we're 51% of the population. But the issue of symbolism and the display of artefacts within Parliament buildings has been raised with the Commission a number of times since 1998, both by those who feel the symbolism in the building does not reflect all parts of the community and by those who have asked for all of the Commission artefacts which are currently in storage to be permanently displayed. However, the Commission has regretfully been unable to find a way forward for a number of reasons, including the lack of suggestions of alternative items, the inability to identify available items and difficulty in achieving political agreement. The approach recently agreed is a deliberate attempt by the Commission to try and change the conversation on these issues in order to try and move forward. I think it is much more likely to lead to progress which ensures that all sections of the community are reflected in an agreed way.
Mr Jim Allister.
Could I suggest that this Commission, this year, that under it we've seen overt oppression of any non-Republican expression. We saw the scandalous refusal of a centenary stone. We've seen the refusal to deploy the artefacts that range over many decades in an exhibition, which are stored away at public cost and never allowed to see the light of day. And we've seen the refusal to even light the building in memory of innocent victims of terrorism. Why is it that this Commission does nothing that doesn't fit with the Sinn Féin agenda?
Mrs Kelly.
I was wondering when the member was going to come to the question rather than a retrospective of his own analysis of the work of the Commission. I would have to say that my experience over the past year in working with the Commission has been very productive, and I want to thank Mr Buchanan for his work on the Commission. I think we've made a lot of changes over the last number of months, particularly in view of the pandemic and some of the decisions that the Commission has been dealing with. But also, we also have to deal with the reality that this Assembly contains a diverse range of political opinions and perspectives. And while the building was undoubtedly influenced by its early history, it should also reflect more recent developments, including the current Assembly. And this approach will mean that all of those items currently in storage will be considered for how they might add value to illustrating our history for visitors. However, I would say to the member that not every artefact owned by the Commission is necessarily directly relevant to this building and may actually be more relevant to other organisations.
Ms Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for bringing this important question forward. I welcome the Commission's work on this matter, and can I just ask how long you think this work will take? Thank you.
I thank the member for her supplementary, and the Commission has not agreed a precise timeframe at this point, but recognises that there is a need to balance the significant amount of work involved with the need to deliver results at an early stage. It is therefore likely that the project may be delivered in stages, with initial proposals being presented to the Commission by the end of September. However, the Commission will be receiving regular updates and is mindful of the wishes of members to make progress in this area.
Mr Alan Chambers.
Question number 4, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
To be answered by Mr Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for his question, and I'd like to put on record my thanks to Mr Buchanan for his work on the Commission. And I'll miss calling him the boy from Pomeroy, but I'll see you in the alleyways, I'm sure. The Assembly Commission has a statutory obligation under Section 40 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 to provide the Assembly or ensure that the Assembly is provided with the property, staff and services required for the Assembly's purposes. But the provision of services to individual members is not a function of the Commission under the 1998 Act. And as such, the Commission has no role in opening, operating, maintaining or closing down a constituency office beyond administering the allowances that the Assembly has made available for those purposes. Similarly, all responsibilities relating to a constituency office fall to the member, including all aspects of health and safety for a member's employee who work in that office and for the health and safety of the public who might visit that office. The Commission can and does provide advice to members on a range of issues. That include a note to members that was issued in June 2020 that provided signposting advice to members when they were deciding whether to reopen their offices at that stage last year. That advice still stands, and the Commission is willing to reissue it now, but the interpretation of the current regulations and guidance as they relate to any decision to reopen a constituency office with or without an appointment rests solely with each member.
Thank you. So impressed was Mr Chambers by that answer, he doesn't wish to ask a supplementary, so that's grand. Dead on. Mr Colin Gildernew.
Can the Commission give us an update on the measures that will be in place to protect public visitors here to Parliament buildings?
I thank the member for his supplementary question. I think it's a really good question. I think most of it was probably covered earlier by my colleague, Mr Buchanan, with regard to the assessment that the Commission has taken with regard to risk in terms of ensuring that we act appropriately within the regulations and the guidance that is given by the Department of Health and the Executive. There has been some critique today as to the speed with which the Commission is operating, but I think the statement made by the member earlier, which says it's better to be safe than sorry, I think we're certainly acting in accordance with the regulations and the guidance that's given by the PHA on this matter, and that will continue to be the case.
Thank you. Mr Alex Easton has withdrawn his question. Mr Patsy McGlone isn't in his place. Ms Paula Bradley's question has been answered. Mr Pat Catney isn't in his place. Ms Sinead Ennis.
Good. Question 9, please.
To be answered by Mrs Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. The Assembly Commission has a strong commitment to sustainable development, including reductions to its carbon footprint. As such, the Commission first received accreditation to the environmental standard ISO 14001 in 2004 in September 2011. This was successfully maintained when the standard was replaced by 1400-2015 in 2017 and has been retained each year since. The Commission's Sustainable Development Office works closely with the Department of Finance's Energy Management Unit to ensure that appropriate measures are in place to reduce our carbon footprint where possible. For example, the Commission receives its electricity via Department of Finance contract, with all of the electricity being 100% renewable. In addition, since the Commission started formally measuring its usage in 08-09, there has been an 83% reduction in paper usage, a 34% reduction in electricity usage and a 15% reduction in gas usage. The Commission also participates in the Business in the Community's annual environmental benchmarking survey. Last year, the Commission attained a Platinum Award, the highest level available, and was named as a Responsible Business Champion in the Environmental Leadership category. To encourage building users to avail of sustainable travel, there are 4 electric vehicle charging points situated in the upper car park of Parliament buildings. The Commission also has a Cycle to Work scheme that is available to all members and staff. And one of the very few bright spots arising from the COVID-19 pandemic and the implementation of measures to facilitate remote working for both members and staff in Parliament buildings has been a reduction in travel to and from Parliament buildings. As well as a reduction in the use of fossil fuels to travel, there has been some reduction in utility usage in the building.
Ms. Ennis.
Thank you, and I thank the member for that very comprehensive answer. She referenced the electric vehicle charge points, and I'm wondering, has the Commission given any consideration to extending the electric vehicle charge points across the estate?
I thank the member for a supplementary. I think it's a very valid one, and it is something the Commission is hoping to meet again, I think, by the end of this month. And of course, we have particular targets to meet in relation to our carbon footprint across the region. So it is something I will bring to the attention of the Commission and come back to the member. But I do think there's a very valid point to make, since we hope that there will be hybrid and increased electric vehicles on the road in the near future.
Mr. Cathal Boylan. Question number 10. Thank you. Mr. Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank the member for his question. The member will be aware that the Assembly Commission only has responsibility for Parliament buildings and the area immediately surrounding the building. And beyond that, the management of the Stormont Estate falls within the remit of the Department of Finance, and specifically their Estates Management Unit. Since its inception in 2015, the Commission has worked in partnership with the Estates Management Unit to attain and retain the business in the community's business and biodiversity charter for the Stormont Estate. Within the Commission's limited remit, an apiary has been installed at the west side of Parliament buildings. There are currently 3 beehives and trained beekeepers from Building Services working closely with these bees, the providers, to maintain and look after these beehives. Although it has been a challenging year, it is hoped that this resource can again be used as a way to educate staff and visitors, including school groups, about the importance of bees in terms of biodiversity. Within the Stormont Estate, the Estates Management Unit has provided a woodland environment with minimal intrusion to protect and expand the habitat for plant and animal life. The Commission, through the Events Office and the Education Officers, promotes the nature trails throughout the estate and encourages visitors and school groups to make use of the grounds when they visit Parliament buildings, and I'm sure the Commission would encourage members to do that also. In this regard, the Sustainable Development Office is a partner of the Eco Schools groups, which helps to raise awareness of wildlife in the estate when meeting with school groups. The Commission's Sustainable Development Office continues to liaise closely with the Estate Management Unit in order to promote wildlife around Parliament buildings.
Mr. Boylan. I can't call could I thank the member for his answers? Just in relation to that, does the Commission, in any of the programmes that it has brought forward, engage with environmental organisations to ensure best practice in any of those programmes?
Thank the member for his supplementary question. It's a very good question, and there is a partnership approach, but in terms of the detail of that, I will ensure that is answered through a written answer, if that is okay, in terms of the exact detail. Thank you.
Mr. Jim Allister.
If it doesn't offend the Sinn Féin controllers of the Commission, could I suggest that in the interest of the bees, there might be the planting of a rose bed to mark the centenary of Northern Ireland, and then the bees could feed on the nectar which would be produced? What could possibly be wrong with that?
I thank the member for his statement. I do take exception to anybody think or mistaking my meekness for weakness. And the Commission is not Sinn Féin led. I can assure you of that. Controlled, well, it's not. Don't mistake my meekness for weakness. But with regard to your suggestion, I'm sure it will be taken on board, and we will discuss it in the next Commission meeting. Thank you.
Given the history that's in it, I hope there's no references to bee specials. Anyway, can I ask members and advise the House just to take their ease for a few moments? We've exhausted all the questions on the list. Thank you. Mr. Catney.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I wanted to do an apology just for being late there, but I was outside. I wasn't sure there was a place inside. and I don't like opening the door and checking and moving in, but I just can't move as quick as I used to.
That's grand, no problem. Members, just take their ease and then we'll start the debate on the motion on carers shortly. Thank you, members. The next item on the order paper is a motion from the Committee for Health. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly acknowledges the invaluable role unpaid carers have within society, further acknowledges that Carers Week was from 7th to 13th of June 2021, notes that many unpaid carers are unseen and unsupported by public services, further notes that unpaid carers are a diverse group with varying needs, recognises that the COVID-19 restrictions, including the withdrawal of respite and daycare services, have had a detrimental impact on carers and those they care for, further recognises the efforts to provide carers with a COVID-19 recognition grant, calls on the Minister of Health to urgently rebuild respite services, daycare services and to deliver the carers COVID-19 recognition grant, and further calls on the Minister to begin immediately work on a carers register that will include all carers in receipt of a carers allowance, attendance allowance, as well as other carers who are excluded from financial help due to the maximum income threshold, and to work with the wider executive to make carers more visible and valued by public services.
Thank you. I call the Chairperson of the Health Committee, Mr Colm Gildernew, to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call Mr Colm Gildernew.
Gormy Agat, Prior Last John Corlia, and I'm very pleased to be bringing this motion today on behalf of the Health Committee to the Assembly, and I hope that it will be very much a motion on which there will be a broad degree of support given the interest at hand. I also want to just very briefly also thank outgoing Deputy Chair of the Committee, Pam Cameron, for her contribution to this motion, but also more fully in terms of her contribution to the Health Committee in what has been an unprecedented and a very challenging time. And I want to thank her for her contribution, for her commitment, her knowledge, expertise, and also her assistance and support to me. Mr Deputy Speaker, last week was Carers Week, and the theme of the week was making caring visible and valued. And at today's debate, we would like to support those that have played such an important role over many years, especially over the last 15 months of the pandemic, in providing support and care to a family member or friend who has a disability, illness, a mental health condition, or who needs that bit of extra help as they grow older. While we rightly seek to highlight the commitment of our professional health and social care workers during the COVID pandemic, in the same manner, we want now today to highlight the real commitment and work of our carers, who have went above and beyond what would be expected and in many circumstances are providing care 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They have put others before themselves. They have put family and friends first, and I want to thank each and every one of you for that. The role that carers play in our health and social care system are invaluable. The help and support that they provide not only supports the family member or friend, but also plays a significant role in the delivery of our health service. The work of carers frees up staffing and resourcing to other areas of the system. A recent study at the end of November 2020 outlined that over the course of the pandemic, at that time, 8 months into the pandemic, the value of care provided was 4.8 billion, or the equivalent of 19 million per day. Previous research by Carers NI found that 85% of carers here in the North have been taking on more care since the start of the pandemic, and in November 73% said that they were exhausted and worn out. There is no doubt that over the last 7 months since November, that figure has increased, and we have many carers that need recognition, that need help and support through these difficult times. A publication by Carers NI last week outlined that a third of people caring for unpaid for family members or friends feel unable to manage their caring role, and 79% of carers have not had any breaks from their caring role during the pandemic. After a difficult and challenging year during which carers have provided many more hours of care for loved ones during the pandemic, during which they have coped with reduced support from health and social care services, unpaid carers are seriously concerned about the support they will have to help them care in the future. Less than 10% are confident that the support they receive with caring will continue following the pandemic. We need to do all we can to provide the support and help that our carers need to enable them to carry out their caring role. Claire Ann McGee, head of Carers NI, last week said, "Carers are exhausted, having cared around the clock for more than a year, and do not know how they can continue without a break. Without the right support, the stress of the last year could lead to far more carers breaking down." And that, members, is a hugely worrying message. Furthermore, 72% of carers here responding to the Carers Week survey reported poor mental health, while 67% said their physical health had also deteriorated during the pandemic. There is no doubt that these are hugely worrying statistics, and that there is a need for the Department to address these issues before things get worse than they already are. One of the key ways the Department can help carers is to consider how it can restore and improve respite services for carers. A wide-ranging survey has shown that pre-pandemic carers received an average 38 hours of support every month. This is support from services and family and friends. Since the pandemic, they are now reporting receiving an average of 13 hours per month, mainly from family and friends. This has a huge impact on the health and well-being of our carers. They're reporting that they're exhausted, that they're worn out, that they are stretched beyond breaking point. Before the pandemic, there were problems with carers accessing breaks, with 44% of carers saying they did not get the breaks they needed. The pandemic has only exacerbated this issue, and the problem with respite services remaining vastly reduced or closed needs to be addressed urgently. Although we understand the difficulties of keeping services open during the pandemic, we now must focus on reopening these respite services that our carers need, and I would call on the Department to prioritise this area over the coming months and provide some much-needed respite for our carers. And I now, Prior Lascan Corley, would like to say a few words as Sinn Féin health spokesperson. So I suppose one of the things I want to do is just we talk about carers as a large group, but there are many carers, and there are many different needs, and different carers are, potentially the nurse who has had to give up her full-time contract and take banking shifts because her son has autism and she's struggling to get an assessment or to get services. It's also the teacher who is reducing hours because his mother is being discharged from hospital, but there is no care in the community package in place identified, and he has to take time off work. And it's also, and I think this is one of the most worrying ones, it's the young kid in school who's sent to the principal because he has lifted his phone and he's too embarrassed to tell anyone that his mum is struggling because of the care and responsibility she has at home, and that he's helping to look after his little brother or whoever it may be. So there's a range of carers, and that tells us we need to have a range of supports in place. We also have sandwich carers, a rather strange term, I feel, but it captures in some way the fact that some people are looking after younger people and also parents, and they're trying to juggle both of those. I also want to declare my own interest as a social worker previously, and just to reflect on one case that I dealt with during the course of towards the end of my career before I became an MLA, where I went out to visit a lady in my constituency who was 87 years old, looking after her 91-year-old husband who had had multiple strokes. She was providing that care 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, struggling with her own increasing age and health conditions. The purpose of my visit was in response to a request from her that she needed more help. When I went out to her, she asked me could she get 1 hour of a sit in a week. And I thought that was bad enough, but I asked her what that was for, and she said she needed that hour to get her own appointments done, to get to the chemist to collect things, and if possible, she might be able an odd time to get her hair done. And I felt actually ashamed, I have to say, going out to that lady. And I had to go back in and fight the case to get her that 1 hour, which I eventually did. But because there was a substantial package of care, this was being... Now, we're letting that woman down, and it's not fair, it's not sustainable, and it's not something that any of us can stand over, and we have to look at what we're going to do about this. There are several issues around that all. First of all, the issue of who the carers are. We don't have the right information, and carers are too reluctant very often to identify themselves, but they need support, and they need to be identified, put on the register, and the minimal supports that are there are got out to them, because often they just see it as part of their life. And the problem is that if they don't recognise themselves as carers, they don't reach out for the help, they then get into a situation where they can no longer cope. The impact of COVID on the daycare and respite services has been phenomenal, and it is the single most important issue I think that carers raise with me around the lack of that. Why are other services back in place, yet we still don't see the full restoration within health and social care settings of those supports? So I think that's an important issue that we need to return to. I also think it's important that we see progress on the carers' COVID payment. It's deeply disappointing, and I think that is only in some ways a token, but it would be something that would provide some recognition to carers that they were being recognised in that sense. I don't think the financial element of it would actually compensate in any way, but it has to be considered. But members, the bottom line is this: we have to give carers a break, because if we don't, we are going to be dealing with broken carers, and if we're dealing with broken carers, we're going to be dealing with broken care arrangements, and that's going to put further pressure on an already overstretched system. So we need to recognise the work they have done. We need to improve the supports. We need to work together. The Department of Health clearly has a central role, but we need to work across all departments and the entire executive to provide the support that carers so badly need and so richly deserve. And we need to recognise the fact that the health and social care system does not work without the input that carers are putting in every day of the week, often every hour of the day.
Agus na siadam sir Cara Hunter hon cancha I now call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am very glad today to have the opportunity to speak on this motion, this very important issue, that is the critical role the carers play in our society. And today I speak in my role as my party's health spokesperson and as a member of the Health Committee. As the motion notes, last week from the 7th to the 13th of June marked Carers Week. This was an opportunity for us to acknowledge the great and indeed inspiring work of all our carers here, both paid and unpaid. The theme of this year's awareness campaign was Make Caring Visible and Valued, and I think this was a particularly fitting and appropriate theme for 2021, given the role which carers have played in the pandemic over the last 15 months. They truly are the best of us. Whilst I believe that the pandemic has given us all a much better understanding and appreciation for what our carers do, I think that there is much work to be done, and I hope that last week has gone even a little way in helping society to recognise the hard work and dedication of our carers, including young carers who often feel overlooked and forgotten. Northern Ireland has over 220,000 carers, 4% of which are young people under the age of 18. Out of these 4% are those who choose to make dinner for their family instead of going out with their friends and supporting their loved ones while sacrificing many aspects of their youth, a selflessness few of us will ever understand. Nearly 7,000 young people in the North provide up to 19 hours of unpaid care per week, while 960 provide up to 49 hours a week unpaid. These are startling statistics. A question which I think we all must ask ourselves is who cares for our carers? And I believe that that is our job, Mr Deputy Speaker. Perhaps the Minister can give us an update today on the Support for Carers fund here today and if his department have considered increasing carers' support. A survey carried out to mark Carers Week last week found that nearly 3/4 of carers in the North said that their mental health had suffered as a result of their caring responsibilities, and nearly 70% said that their physical health had been impacted. This is deeply, deeply alarming. Similarly concerning is a statistic in a report by the National Autistic Society called Left Stranded, that as a result of the pandemic, 1 in 5 family members responding to the survey had to reduce work hours due to caring responsibilities, and often this has a disproportionate impact on women. As the motion notes, sadly, many of our carers go unseen and unsupported. They go about their work every day without complaint or any expectation of reward. Their work is often very demanding, both in a physical sense, but I am sure also emotionally extremely difficult. Another important point which the motion makes, and one I think we can all too easily forget, is that unpaid carers are a diverse group with varying needs. Carers come from all age groups in society, as previously mentioned. Many are children and young people caring for a parent, working parents caring for a sick or disabled child or an elderly parent, or an older person caring, as the Chair had mentioned, for a husband or wife. In all of these circumstances and more, people must try and juggle their caring responsibilities with everyday demands, whether that be doing schoolwork, going out to work, caring for other children, or indeed, in the case of an elderly person, trying to simply meet one's own caring needs as well. This brings me to my next point that I would like to touch on, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it is one which the motion mentions very well, and that is around the issue of respite services. Whilst I recognise that difficult decisions have had to be made about the closure of these services in the early days of the pandemic, I believe, alongside the Chair, we must urgently now reinstate and rebuild these services. I really think that now is the time for us and the Department of Health to take action for our carers, especially as it is very important to note as life expectancy continues to increase and people live longer, the demand for carers is projected to increase substantially in the coming decades. Let's make being a carer an exciting career pathway. Let's give our carers an outlet. Let's prioritise their care. Let's prioritise well-being in society. Let's do that today by starting with our carers. With a new and innovative kind of thinking, similar to the kind of spirit and energy we've seen in the early days of adapting to the COVID-19 crisis, I believe together in the Assembly and the Executive we can help improve the lives of all our carers here. Thank you.
And I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Over 200,000 people across Northern Ireland currently have some form of caring role. Without the work of these informal carers, the formal care system here would be totally unsustainable. They really are the backbone of what is good in our society. And the role has already been brought into sharp focus during the pandemic. Many already provided unending love and care in some very challenging circumstances. But in the context of a global pandemic, which saw such concern about clinical vulnerabilities and the necessity of many services to be stood down, those same pressures were greatly exacerbated. I was especially glad that the important role of carers was recognised when it was announced that they would form part of Priority Group 6 of the vaccination programme. That saw carers, regardless of age, been vaccinated from 4 months ago. This was a very important point, not only from a clinical perspective, but also psychologically, as it was a clear illustration and marking of the vital caring role that they performed. I was also glad that earlier this year the Minister was able to announce a new £4.4 million scheme to support unpaid carers, and I think he was right to allow the fund to remain agile for what it could be used towards, rather than too prescriptive. Of course, the Minister is also on record as saying that he wants to see further support beyond the immediate support funds being offered to our carers. There is no doubt that the pandemic has compounded the pressures felt by carers, so I would support a further payment. However, the Health Minister has been very clear that whilst that is also his position, the power to do so doesn't rest with him alone. So it's important that all those speaking today, but especially those from executive parties, realise this needs to be a cross-executive priority. But this will take take more than simply goodwill and agreeable words. We need other ministers to proactively come on board to help drive this through. The role of respite and day care centres has already been raised, and I do agree that they provide an almost invaluable service to carers and families. Whilst I am aware that many have reopened, capacity has had to be reduced due to the necessity of protecting service users and staff. I know trusts have taken steps to maximise capacity wherever it does exist, but I would be grateful if the Minister could say what he sees the next period as looking like, especially as we continue with the incredibly successful vaccination programme. In the meantime, I expect that the trusts, the Health and Social Care Board, as well as the Department of Health itself, will continue to provide whatever practical support to carers that they can. They are a valuable, caring and respected part of society. I know that the Minister does not take their unstinting goodwill for granted. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
And I call Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the motion, and before I start I'd like to thank those constituents who responded to a Facebook post I put up about a week ago asking for them to feed into today's debate, and I will quote them but anonymously, but it's been very valuable, those direct experiences that they shared with me. The motion follows Carers Week, which took place last week, during which I and others made the key point mentioned in the motion that many carers are unseen and unsupported by public services. Indeed, many do not even really think of themselves as carers, as has been highlighted already this afternoon, but rather as people simply doing their duty for loved ones. So perhaps, Mr Deputy Speaker, the first thing we could do is give carers the recognition they deserve. Of around 310,000 carers in Northern Ireland, close to a third joined the ranks of carers only during the pandemic. But whether or not they become a carer during the pandemic, the key point is that, as I said last week, they have gone above and beyond in protecting, nurturing and supporting loved ones. I have to say that I know what it's like, including in my own household, as my husband's care for his elderly mother, is to be on call all day, every day, as a carer during the pandemic. The call that there has been a fall just as you're sitting down to a family picnic on an early afternoon, the call that there's an medical emergency at 3 a.m, the call that there's a bereavement at 6 a.m. I know just from my own experience of the past year that this is what life is like for an unpaid carer, constantly on duty, never getting a night's sleep, as Carers Week org put it. It is small wonder then that in Carers NI document, carers are worn out, 74% are exhausted, 71% are anxious and 65% are isolated. One parent referred understandably to a lonely, vicious cycle. Almost 3/4 of carers say that they get no breaks at all. Some do not even make an attempt to. Even if those who do, those breaks are taken up catching on physical exercise, but on housework or meeting their own medical needs. The impact of mental health of people potentially in young adulthood facing up to the enormity of constant caring for the rest of their life has not yet fully been researched, but it is difficult to conceive for those who have never been in that position. It is for this reason, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Alliance Party prioritised the reopening of respite and day centres. Carers must see the light at the end of the tunnel in their own interests as well as those that they care for. Day centres are a lifeline. Respite centres are vital. If we do not ensure that they can operate, the exhaustion and burnout experienced by carers will not only be exacerbated until they simply can no longer take it. Also, there can be no postcode lottery in this regard. Day and respite centres are not an optional extra, but an essential frontline support. I would also put on record my concern that day centres appear still to be closing for staff training, given attendance is still low. I would have hoped a way could be found for this not to be a necessity. Carers often do not like to raise another aspect of their role, which is nevertheless an absolute priority in practice. The personal cost comes in terms of strain on health and relationships, but also on finance. There is often indirect. The toll on health can itself have long-term financial consequences on the ability to work and earn. Then there can be the most obvious limitations to earning opportunities, given the time commitment and emotional toll of caring. And then there can be the direct financial hit in terms of, for example, mileage covering medical visits or buying groceries and so on. During the pandemic itself, other costs have arisen, such as having to take taxis when public transport was not available, or having to buy PPE for people coming in to care in their homes. People leaving or not being able to access carers, having to sacrifice opportunities and then incurring extra costs should not be unseen in the words of the motion. A carers register would be a good first step towards vital recognition and support. This could assess who's getting carers allowance and other grants, who should be, and what other support can be made available to those who fall through the cracks. Most of all, it may provide a way to ensure that carers access what they so demonstrably need: adequate respite, assistance with their own physical and mental well-being, and financial support. One constituent put the requirement neatly by saying, "I do this with love and determination, but also with extreme exhaustion and non-existent value. Both as a person and in monetary terms, I am far from alone in this." Literally
I would
hundreds
ask the member to draw remarks to a close, please.
I will, thank you. Literally hundreds of thousands of people in Northern Ireland have gone 16 months caring without a break, and it's time that we provided them with the support they needed. Thank you.
Agus na siadam Sir Carol Nicolan hon cancha.
Good last Concolia, and I also support the motion. Had an about take a phone call, but I think even just in terms of what other MLS spoke about in terms of Carers Week, while it is really important, we set aside certain days. So we've got World Health Days, we've got World Health Awareness Days, we've also got weeks. But certainly, you know, given the week the carers had just passed, and certainly coming out of the pandemic as an example, it was really important. There was absolutely total cross-community support for this motion, as there is in this House, about looking after carers. I think the issue is, for a lot of people, they're at different stages of their lives, but what is completely universal is a sense that you want to do your best. And a lot of us, some of us, do better than others. So, for example, even in my own family at the minute, looking after our mother, you know, a lot of us we're all working, we're all trying to juggle, but it always falls to one of the siblings, and you can see the pressure on them, and as a family member you feel guilty about that. But I do think Paul mentioned it, and indeed others did, see the whole notion of a carers register. I think that's really, really important. I think that'll be really beneficial. So, for example, during when COVID started last year, and a lot of us were out delivering food parcels and looking after people, there was a local register. So who was caring for somebody, who their carer was, by getting the food to them, getting fuel to them, getting the prescriptions to them as well. Pharmacists know who the carers are, because more often than not they're given out, when they're not given out, they get the blister packs delivered. And indeed, the local shopkeeper will know who carers are. Our GPs and our GP surgeries know who carers are, because when it came to vaccinations, and the Minister will remember, there was concern around some of them getting vaccinated. They all know who they are. So I think it would be good if Health and Social Care could wrap itself around and making sure that that register is certainly more formalised and more updated. One of the other issues I want to talk about, and I've seen it a lot in my own constituency, and I'm actually working with 3 young people who are carers for their elderly grandparents, and their grandparents reared them. So they're looking after their grandparents. They're also trying to finish their education and training, and some of them are trying to keep down part-time jobs as well. And you wouldn't hear them saying a bad word about it. You know, they think they're giving something back, as we all do. But they too, you know, for young people, felt really isolated. They felt anxious during the pandemic, and I could also see maybe a wee bit of depression setting in with some of them because of the way in which things happened. And their own network was probably their friends on social media. So when their friends are talking about, you know, doing different things, they're responsible. They underplay their carers' role. I also think, even just from my short time, but really important time on the Health Committee, there's very few aspects of health that carers aren't part of. So, for example, there is recognition, rightfully so, for our health and social care system, particularly during this pandemic. And there was, and still is, an awareness, particularly around the role that, pharmacists and GPs and nurses and everybody have had. But I do think it's important that we recognise the role that carers played pre-pandemic, will continue to play, but certainly even coming out of COVID, it's really, really important. Try to cocoon people and keep them safe was the right thing to do at the time. But I've seen with that is that any contacts I had, albeit with people standing having the iron or standing, as we do in the terraced house, we would stand at our doors for a cup of tea at night. All that stopped. All that stopped. And even dropping things, as we were dropping food in, one of the things I thought was great about the local food bank, some of the young carers, they were dropping Haribos in. We're going and getting them, different things that were more age appropriate, just to let them know that people were thinking about them. But for us as a society and for the department, for me, the recognition of carers is absolutely critical, giving them that additional support, surely.
Can I speak probably as a carer myself on it? I think the other issue, which interrelates to that, particularly which has been seen during COVID, is that for the carers, but particularly for those they're caring for, quite often, particularly where there is dementia involved, would be in a situation that they find it very difficult not only to understand why they can't get out, but also actually the impact that it's had on families because people can't come into the house. And I think that is something which has had a very major impact on a lot of families out there in terms of caring responsibilities.
Get an extra minute.
And Peter, thank you very much for the intervention and even just for sharing your personal experience. So if any financial recognition could be given to carers, it would be much appreciated. And as I said, and you probably, that's why the intervention came, there are all different levels of pressures on carers, but there are pressure on them nonetheless. People with dementia and Alzheimer's, I think the pressure is actually more extreme because there's awareness out there in terms of the impact that COVID brought on that was, huge. And for the young carers like Paula who got in contact with me, even just getting a name check in the Assembly was good enough. So, Shin welcome. Thank you very much.
I now call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And thank you very much, Minister. You'd be sick, sore and tired of me mentioning the word carers. Minister, as others, or I'll declare an interest actually as we start off. I am a carer, everybody knows that. I have an elderly father and a disabled brother. But I have to say, while I say I'm a carer, there are many other carers out there who are just not known about. There is no carers register, and as others have said, absolutely we need a carers register. When I did a bit of research into who the carers are, and when the Minister had mentioned in January about bringing forward payment for carers, when I sort of thought, how are we going to identify these carers? We know that there's over 48,000 people in receipt of carers allowance, but we also know that there's a heck of a lot of carers out there who are not in receipt of carers allowance because they're not allowed to be, because they may be working. And then I looked at the trusts and I asked the question, how many people are registered with the trusts, expecting that figure to be higher than the 48,000, because more people can be registered with trusts, that's any carers. And I was absolutely astounded to find out that instead of more than 48,000, there were only 8,000 registered with our trusts. Now, given the fact that carers are mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, children, aunts, uncles, friends of people, this is cross-cutting across all of society. Minister, as you know, and as we all know, many carers are hidden. They're in the background, they're getting on with what they do. And that involves, and I'll give you a slight insight into my world, that involves cleaning someone's teeth, shaving them, helping them up, getting them dressed, putting them to bed, getting them something to eat. I'm lucky that my brother can feed himself, but he couldn't wash a dish. He can't wash his clothes. So that's all of the stuff that carers do, day in, day out. If you qualify for carers allowance, part of the qualification for a carers allowance is that you have broken sleep patterns. That's 48,000 people that we know of who have a broken sleep pattern every night. This isn't a 9-to-5 job. It's something that happens 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It doesn't matter what happens or when happens, and there's always going to be times when that's out the window completely, and it could be something as simple as the person's excited, as my brother is at 49 years of age, for Santa coming, so the sleep's out the window for about a week. And there are many things that happen, but everybody just got on with it, and then COVID happened. And during COVID, unfortunately, we had no support at all. Even if you wanted respite, it was gone. If you wanted day centres, it was gone. And that left us at home with the person that we cared for. Many times, and in fact in my family's situation, my dad was shielding home alone with my brother, who's non-verbal, so that was difficult. He just looked after the person he did, wasn't able to speak to anyone. All of that support was gone in an instant. I talk to carers all the time, as you can imagine, and a lot of carers will phone me and say, the pubs are open, why is respite not? It's not just that I'm absolutely exhausted, but the person that I care for is sick looking at me, and they need a break from me too. As my colleague Paula Bradshaw has said, it is a postcode because I am aware that some tiny parts of day centre and respite care is available if people know where to ask for it and if it's actually available in your trust. It's not available in all trusts, and it's not available for all people. In fact, the numbers that can get to use day centres is so limited that it may as well not be there for most. And it depends on the contacts that you have in the area. I know that Mr Chambers had mentioned about there has been funding provided for carers. It's been provided for carers organisations, and I could put my hand on my heart and say that the majority of carers are not even in contact with all of those organisations, even though the organisations would love them to be. Until I came to this place, I didn't know about Carers NI, I didn't know about a lot of the organisations. So money being invested into the organisations is good for those who are able to avail of that support, but not so good for the very many other of us that don't get it. Regarding carers' financial support, as I've said, not all carers get carers allowance. We do need a carers register, and I know, Minister, that it will be a heartbreak for you, because how do you find out this information? We heard about it whenever others have mentioned about us going through the COVID pandemic and getting the vaccinations. And I actually heard people in the public censure they're just making up that they're a carer. Everybody's lives are different. And I have to say that those carers, it was mentioned in January, and they're holding it up to us day in, day out about the one-off payment. They want to know when that's coming forward. Did the Northern Ireland Executive carry forward unspent money as it was supposed to be applying for? We need flexible access to respite.
I would ask the member to draw remarks to a close, please.
Well, indeed. We need flexible access to respite. Oh, sorry, will do.
The role she has played in being a voice for carers. I'll give her the extra minute.
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you very much, Minister. That's very appreciated. We do need measures to enable flexible access to respite support for all carers, including those end-of-life carers. We need to ensure that carers and end-of-life carers' needs are met because their voice is listened to in the rebuilding of the health and social care plans. We need to consider the unique challenges associated with caring for people with learning disabilities, people with dementia, and people with a terminal illness. And the Department, of course, will be including all of those people in the wider work of reforming adult social care. It's a tough time for carers out there, but I actually believe that we do have a Minister who's committed to it.
Could the member draw remarks to a close, please?
And I would thank the Minister for taking his time to consider our carers. They are all pandemic heroes. Thank you.
Agus na sílam sir o Leah Flynn, call or Leah Flynn.
Gurmiagat alas Concolia, and I'm happy to raise to speak in support of today's motion, and also just to say I think it's great that we have another Health Committee motion that's been brought here to the floor of the Assembly with the support of all the parties that sit on that committee. So I just think it's a good opportunity to recognise that and to show our appreciation as a committee and as an Assembly, hopefully, to all the carers that are out there within our society. So it's been said previously, we already know that carers were in need of considerable support pre-COVID, and that many struggled to have their roles properly recognised and valued by public services. Paula mentioned some of the figures that we got from Marie Curie around the estimations of 310,000 people here in the north may be providing care to a family member or a loved one, but that almost 100,000 of that 310,000 is people that have just become carers since the start of the pandemic. The impact of COVID did see the respite services and the daycare centres pulled almost overnight, which also meant that the carers that had those usual coping strategies and support plans also disappeared immediately overnight. And as we know, they have been slow to return, and many carers are continuing to struggle. And the Chair of the Health Committee did use the terminology that it is getting to the stage that many people will be facing that burnout, and that is a real concern. So I think that they do need the access to the day breaks. We've heard, Kelly, how important those overnight, the respite stays are, both for the carer and for the person that's being cared for. And they also need to see the full resumption of the day centres. It's also been brought up around the COVID recognition payment, and I know that Cara had asked for the Minister to hopefully provide an update, so I'm hoping maybe we'll get some more detail on that. And it has been said that the COVID recognition payment, you know, in the grander scheme of things, it is only going to amount to a small contribution, but I think symbolically that payment, I think, is telling our carers that you know, this whole thing around they don't feel visible, they don't feel appreciated, they don't feel recognised. I think symbolically that gesture of the payment will send those positive messages to every carer that's out there within our society. I also believe that if today's motion is passed and implemented, that all of the additional measures that's contained within the motion and that we're calling for will also go a long way in addressing the mental health needs of carers, which is also often neglected, despite many of them experiencing poor mental health. Reports have shown that over 70% of carers have poor physical or mental health. Some of the mental health problems include emotional distress, depressive symptoms, and in some cases clinical depression. And I think Cara mentioned earlier also the impact on the young carers. And one of the reports quoted that almost 40% of them have reported having a mental health problem, yet only half of that 40% are actually getting any additional support to try and deal with that mental health distress. And as we know, carers have been highlighting for many years that, one, not getting enough sleep, two, providing the hands-on help for the person that they're caring for, and three, managing financially, are the three biggest things that are contributing most to their stress and their anxiety. And when carers go without any additional support to cope with these types of issues, is it any wonder that they go on to suffer from depression, stress, anxiety and strained relationships with their family and friends? So just to close, while funding for services is a challenge in the overall context of the health and social care system, the number of people in need of long-term care is continuing to increase regardless of that. It's therefore crucial for any system, including our own, which is reliant on informal carers, that both practical and financial support are available. The contribution of care support to the economy is priceless, yet unfortunately at times their health and well-being are not often prioritised or recognised. Caring can be physically, mentally and financially demanding, and without support for carers to look after themselves, we're essentially jeopardising their ability to provide this service. A carer's mental and physical health will have a significant impact on their ability to provide support for others, so let's do all we can to help support them.
Agus nice year, Sir Jerry Carroll on council. I now call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I think the first thing that is important to recognise here is the unacceptable conditions experienced by unpaid carers. Has been going on for a long time, long before the pandemic. And of course, the pandemic shone a light on the importance of their role, as it shone a light on the importance of low-paid and often unappreciated workers right across our society. And of course, it is right that we deliver the Carers Recognition Grant, as has been stated, and show the support for the work that they did in very difficult circumstances when supports were stripped away. Relief was difficult to come by, and respite was impossible for some. And I'm sure the carers would greatly appreciate whatever support the grant can provide, but to be frank, I don't think it goes far enough, and as much as I support the motion, the measures in it don't either. I missed the start of the debate, so apologies if this was already said, but according to Carers NI, unpaid carers saved us £19 million every single day of the pandemic, and that amounts to £5 million at the end of last year. maybe 55 million at the end of last year, and is undoubtedly higher now. This enormous contribution to society left around 3/4 of carers surveyed, exhausted and worn out as a result, I think somebody said already. And this kind of contribution is made by unpaid carers, overwhelmingly female, every single year. And we should absolutely appreciate how much more difficult this was during the pandemic, but unpaid care in the north is rarely a walk in the park in so-called normal times. Unpaid carers face financial strain from having to take up low-hour or zero-hour contracts, from being unable to jump the pay scale because of their commitments. And for those who cannot work, they receive a pittance in carers allowance. Carers report having to cut back on essentials such as food and heating, falling into arrears with housing and utility bills, while others are borrowing money on credit cards, take out loans, or borrowing from friends or family. 1/4 of carers report that they have been or are currently in debt as a result of their caring role. That's according to the Carers UK survey. This is what faces those who save the state billions of pounds for their unpaid work, their labour, which, like any other, is deserving of proper income and conditions. According to Carers NI, carers allowance is £62.10 a week for the people who can actually claim it. People find that it is a pittance in reality, and they feel that they should be getting something equal to the minimum wage, and I certainly support that. For those who cannot claim it because of the strict eligibility criteria, there is little on offer at all. I would ask where the plans to increase the carers allowance. Carers and I are calling for a £20 increase, and it won't come close to the billions saved by the state every year, but it's not even on the table as far as I'm aware. So many of our unpaid carers face disability or have a long-term health issue or disability themselves. A total of 20,500 of those residents with severe long-term health issues or disabilities provided some level of care ranging from 1 to 50 hours per week. With the changes to welfare, it's likely that some of those now miss out on support for themselves, and it cannot be stated strongly enough that this state takes advantage of people who very often have to provide unpaid care because of a lack of other options, and like I said, it saves billions off their backs every year. And what is offered in return is a disgrace and falls far below basic standards that should be expected for the kind of wealth our society generates. And instead of ending privatisation in our care sector, providing socialised solutions, providing proper wages for those who work in care, providing a living income for those who are currently unpaid, and unionising the entire sector, we rely on individualised, privatised solutions to care, and it's not only carers who face the consequences, it's those who are being cared for as well. There is a crisis of care in the north, and just like waiting lists, it is growing, and I have no problem saying here today that it's undoubtedly the case that this issue is allowed to fester because it overwhelmingly affects female and vulnerable people. And this isn't a small group of people either. The Census Day 2011 found that some 12% of people were providing some sort of care, unpaid care in our society. Today, Carers NI estimates that there are 320,000 adult carers in the north and over 30,000 young carers. 350,000 people doing often very difficult and physical work with long-term impacts for little or no income while the for-profit care system grows. And there are some in this chamber who scoff, laugh at socialist solutions to society's ills. To them I say this kind of crisis is exactly why I don't have any truck with the current system that fails not only carers but many vulnerable people in our society. Happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. I would now call the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to respond to the debate, and the Minister is up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the members of the Health Committee for proposing this motion, as it has provided a very welcome opportunity to highlight and debate a subject that many know is also dear to my heart. Last week was Carers Week, a UK-wide annual event aimed at raising the profile of carers, the challenges that they face, and recognising the contribution they make to their families and communities. This year the added focus was on valuing carers and the role they carry out, and I was pleased to be able to contribute and take part in a number of initiatives relating to Carers Week. I have and I will continue to pay tribute to the many thousands of people in Northern Ireland who help look after a family member or friend without financial reward. Put simply, the health service could not cope without you, and we owe a debt of gratitude. Over the past year, I have received numerous letters from carers and public representatives expressing concerns about caring during the pandemic. And I know and understand that for a number of carers, this has been a very difficult and challenging period of their lives, and some of the stories are truly heartbreaking. As Minister of Health, I will not shrink my responsibilities towards our carers. There are big issues facing carers right now, and this motion identifies many of these. The one issue which carers repeatedly tell me they need is to have short break provision restored, and that has been echoed by many members in this chamber, not just today but through the past 15 months. And I want carers listening today and members of this House to know that this is an issue which has been and will continue to be a priority for my department and the trusts. I'm conscious that families and carers need clarity on when adult day centres and short breaks will return to full capacity. Both services are currently subject to public health guidance, which ultimately limits the number of people that can use respite services at any one time. I'm aware that this has impacted the mental health and well-being of vulnerable adults and their carers. Trust and independent sector providers have risen to the challenge by augmenting services, providing alternative supports, ensuring that all alternative places are utilised, and providing direct payments to families. They have been innovative by redesigning physical spaces within the limitations of RQIA regulation, developing digital services and increasing the support that is delivered in the family home. Some of these new ways of working show merit in continuing in the longer term. But as the vaccination programme continues to be delivered at pace and restrictions relaxed, expectations from families are growing, and that day services and short breaks can be restored to full capacity. To that end, I can report to members that the Public Health Agency has been tasked by me to urgently review the risks associated with day centres and short break provision, and that's particularly around social distancing, and to consider the use of lateral flow testing for staff. Additionally, I've asked Trust to urgently review their reset and recovery plans, and I've reminded them to continue to assess what further innovative or alternative measures can be put in place while day centres and short break provision is being provided at limited capacity. I very much want to see day centre short break capacity increased to allow carers the break from caring that they very much need and very much deserve. Turning to the issue of a one-off award for carers, I said in January, and have discussed with the Health Committee, that I would like to see our carers provided with an award to recognise their contribution over the period of the pandemic. This piece of work has unfortunately proven to be significantly more complex and challenging than originally thought. For example, identifying and varying the status of unpaid carers is extremely challenging. I think Ms Armstrong has identified that. There are also very substantial legal, operational and financial impediments. We have explored several legal avenues, but it is clear that my department does not have the legislative powers to make such a payment to carers, while there are significant aspects which are in the remit of other departments. And as you can appreciate these are not easy obstacles to overcome. A major difficulty is being able to... Certainly.
Way. And I know that the work that he has done to try to ensure that this payment is made, but would he agree with me that the payment must be inclusive, that the payment must include people like working carers who may be hidden within the system but who nevertheless do a significant job, and that the payment should also look at young carers?
Can I thank the member for her contribution? I've made a couple of scribbled notes. To thank my two former executive colleagues who are in the chamber today on this very issue, because I don't think I ever have spoken out about the conversations we have in executive, but I do know, and I can assure members, whenever this issue of the payment has been raised and the difficulties that it does present both legally and operationally, that I have had the support of both the former ministers in this House, because they both have acknowledged the role that carers don't just play to health, but the role that carers provide in education and also in the economy as well. So can I thank personally the two colleagues in the chamber today for the support that they gave to carers in the executive when this issue was raised. And as has been identified, and I think Mrs Dodds has raised it, that major difficulty is being able to clearly identify who is a carer. This problem was brought into sharp relief when rolling out the COVID vaccine to carers earlier this year. I briefed members of the Health Committee about this back in February. The Trust do maintain a carers register, which carers can voluntarily choose to join. However, we know that these lists do not offer any true reflection of the totality of carers in Northern Ireland, so it therefore could not be used as a definitive list to identify recipients of an award and validate any payment, nor as the basis for vaccination, for instance. And I recognise that position is disappointing. However, I have escalated this issue to the Executive to seek the assistance of all Executive colleagues in taking this forward. I was, as noted, Mr Deputy Speaker, delighted to be able to announce the creation of the Support for Carers Fund at the end of March. That fund, worth over £4 million, seeks to provide much-needed financial resources to the community and voluntary sector to support carers. And that fund is now open for applications, and I hope that we will soon see projects getting off the ground which can make a real difference for many carers. I appreciate that it's not the same as a cash recognition to individuals, but it nevertheless represents a very significant financial investment, and the funding will be provided directly to support a sustained improvement in the lives and experiences of individual carers. Mr Deputy Speaker, the motion also calls for the development of a register of carers, and I have previously expressed my wish for my department to look into the possibility of developing such a register when current pressures allow. It became very evident during the rollout of the vaccine programme that we in Northern Ireland do not have a robust method of identifying carers. However, this is not necessarily an easy task and would require, again, cross-departmental collaboration to achieve, as well as additional funding for its development and ongoing maintenance. Members may be aware that Mervyn Storey, my constituency colleague, has a private members' bill on this issue. Members and carers, however, should be assured that my department and the HSC continue to work for carers. My officials and staff and the board and the trust have been working very hard to support carers over the pandemic period. In my letter to the Health Committee on 9 December, I gave a very detailed overview of how my department responded to the pandemic situation to support service users and carers. We made sure that carers were provided with relevant and accurate information, which continues to be updated throughout the pandemic. We facilitated the development of a carer's ID card to assist carers when shopping or exercising during the lockdown periods. We provided additional resources to carers NI so that their advice line could operate extended hours, and we ensured every home in Northern Ireland received a leaflet setting out how to access the support that was available for carers. One of the most significant undertakings we undertook was the rollout of the vaccine programme, which was a massive logistical exercise in which carers were prioritised. This involved a significant effort by trusts to ensure that carers got access to the vaccine at an early stage. Nearly 70,000 carers were vaccinated in this way, although many more carers were able to access the vaccine through their age cohort being called for vaccination. Throughout the pandemic, the trusts have continued to review and adapt the service provision in community settings in line with public health guidance, and that is to ensure that people receive the necessary social care. This has been undertaken by staff with the service user and, where appropriate, the carer through the use of assessment or determined need. Regular contact by key workers was maintained by phone in cases, and in cases where face-to-face contact was not possible. Mr Deputy Speaker, direct payments continue to be paid throughout this period and were offered to many service users as an alternative to social care services when those services were impacted by the pandemic. Indeed, we know that more people are now receiving a direct payment than before the pandemic started, and the total value of direct payments paid has increased by 19% to more than £13 million. Where possible, opportunities for short breaks were offered to many carers during the pandemic period where a need was identified. However, some carers chose not to take up the opportunity because of concerns of COVID-19 infection. And where this was the case, creative alternatives were explored, and it should be noted that Trust did prioritise families in crisis and responded to prevent placement breakdown. Members will have heard me say before that social care is badly in need of reform. This work is progressing, but the system we have in place has significant weaknesses prior to the pandemic. The trusts have been doing their best within the constraints imposed by this system, the challenges posed by the pandemic, and the need to ensure the safety of those being cared for.
Reflecting on what you said there about CARE's COVID payment not being within the legislative scope of the department, and I think that will come as a blow to very many carers, and indeed will be hugely disappointing. Can you give us some more information as to why that is, or what steps you have taken to address that, or where it would exist in legislative scope that support can be given?
And I thank the members. The fact that we don't have that direct payment facility to provide carers with a direct payment. I have been in correspondence, and my officials have been working with DFC officials as well as the direct payment authority as well to see what can be done in that regards as well. So it's not something until we can actually identify who those carers are, and that's why the register is important, and that's why it's very clear, and I want to make that clear today, that it is something we want to do. It's something my executive colleagues supported me in doing, but is within the legislative and legal complex and framework as to actually how we progress that. It still is a priority, it still is an issue I actually raised in correspondence to my executive colleagues no later than last week. Members will have heard me say before in regards to the social care system, but the importance of strengthening supports to carers cannot be overemphasised. The Power to People report highlights the need to acknowledge the essential contribution of carers who assist in supporting the sustainability of the broader adult social care system. In response to Power to People, the implementation of the Department's reform of adult social care project was established to agree the strategic direction of the reform project and to produce an action plan regarding the future of adult social care. The Independent Expert Carers Panel is a key stakeholder group of the reform project and has had significant input into the development of the project's policy proposals, most notably on supporting carers. And I expect policy proposals to be presented to me this summer before going out to public consultation. Mr Deputy Speaker, the COVID-19 emergency has shone a light on the invaluable role and commitment of health and social care staff and the critical part played by carers who continue to carry out a vital caring role during this unprecedented time. Carers went the extra mile to maintain support to those in need, and in some cases became the only contact people had with the outside. It must not be forgotten that many carers will continue to have significant responsibilities when this pandemic is over. There are no easy fixes. This will involve a strategic commitment through the programme for government, significant additional investment and a reformed adult social care system which can deliver for all our citizens. We must also be aware of the wider context we are operating in. Members are aware that I have previously put on record my disappointment with the 21-22 budget allocation. Mr Speaker, we as a society need to be more appreciative of the role carers carry out in our communities. We as an executive need to be better at valuing their contribution. And my final words are to our unpaid family carers. Once again, I stand here in the Assembly Chamber and pay tribute to each and every one of you. You have and continue to look after family, friends and neighbours during the worst health crisis many of us have ever seen. I know it has been hard. I know you are frustrated. I know many are struggling to cope. But I assure you that you have not been forgotten about, and I am conscious of your situation. And we, as an Assembly, as an Executive and as a Department, are doing our very best to respond to your needs.
Okay, thank you. I now call Mr Jonathan Buckley to conclude and wind the debate on the motion on behalf of the committee, and the member has up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank all the members and Minister for their contributions this afternoon. It has been a good opportunity to talk about carers and the important role that they play in our health and social care system. It has given us all a chance to acknowledge the generally unseen work that carers undertake. And on that point, I would like to thank the committee again, for agreeing to bring forward a motion like this here. Again, it's another testimony to the powerful work conducted by the committee in what has been very trying times, that again we have a motion coming before the House, universally accepted by members as an action point, and we're dealing with some very sensitive issues, so I think the committee should be commended for that. It has also given us the opportunity to recognise the very important work that carers carry out in our community. The health system would be broken without the dedication and commitment of our carers, and we do thank them all for all they do for our family and friends. The committee took evidence from a number of different organisations in relation to the provision of care in November 2020, including Carers NI, Parent Action, Marie Curie and Cause. During that session, we heard of the very real impact that the pandemic was having on carers. We had a discussion with those groups in relation to the mental health challenges facing carers, and especially those cut off due to the pandemic and lockdown. From their usual support networks and the loneliness that some carers have faced, we need to find a way to support them. We also recognise that over the last 15 months, many carers have lost their loved ones and that they cared for many years, and although financial support and services may have stopped due to them no longer being carers, we need to find a way to identify those people and help them through this very difficult time. At the briefing, it was good to hear the very practical help and support that these organisations were providing to carers, and we do thank those representative organisations who have not only highlighted some of the issues, but have provided real solutions and support in difficult times. The motion before us today is not only to recognise the work that carers undertake, but also to call for the support for carers in our community. We would call on the Department to consider what respite services can be reintroduced to provide carers with that much-needed help, support and rest. We do not want to get to the point where we are causing further health problems for our carers by not providing the support and respite that they desperately need. The motion recognises the efforts to provide carers with a COVID-19 recognition grant. I think we would all agree that a recognition grant would be well deserved and the least we could do. And I would call on the Minister and the Executive to consider how this will be taken forward over the coming weeks. The grant would provide recognition that our carers have gone above and beyond and what could be expected of them in the most challenging of circumstances and time. The motion also calls on the Minister to begin immediate work on a carers register, and that would include all carers, not only those in receipt of carers allowance and attendance support and allowance, but those who are excluded from financial help. We do need to find a way that we can monitor the amount of care taking place in Northern Ireland. And on that point, I will outline some of the contributions from members today which have highlighted some of these very salient points. The Chair highlighted in detail the broad support on this crucial issue that there is across the community and the broad range of carers that actually exist from young people right through the age ranges. He talked about 85% of carers have taken on more work over the pandemic and are simply worn out. I think that is evident across our community. We're all in contact with those carers day by day who are feeling now that it is burnout, and there is fears and anxiety during COVID has now been exacerbated as to what comes next, with many sadly losing some of their loved ones throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. The Chair also highlighted the urgent need for rebuilding of respite services, and that I thought a very poignant point, our health and social care model simply would not work or exist without our carers in our community. Cara Hunter focused on the crucial role that carers have played throughout the pandemic, and the emphasis very much so on the thousands of young people that have had to step up into a caring role throughout the pandemic. Sometimes it hasn't worked out in relation to how they might see their lives playing out, but they want to be that crucial support role for their family, and the need for financial support for those people is very evident, a point that was also echoed by Diane Dodds in relation to our young people that are involved in caring. Cara Hunter also outlined a very important point which I think is missed on a lot of people, which is we need to work hard to remove the stigma surrounding being a carer, because quite often it does create such a negativity and almost depressing sense among families that it's almost a burden, but for many of them it's a real task of joy and love of caring for a loved one, a point that was echoed as well by Kelly Armstrong in her own personal story as to her own journey as a carer. Alan Chambers talked about carers being the backbone of what was good in our society, and how that was recognised through the prioritisation in a vaccination programme, something that was called for by all members across this House from different political parties. But he is right, there does need to be a cross-party, cross-executive approach to dealing with this important issue. Paula Bradshaw talked about the unseen and unsupported nature of carers and the recognition that was required. Uncertain nature of an unpaid carer's lifestyle. I know that from personal testimony, as she has outlined, from that of her husband's. My own grandmother, I watched for many years as she cared for my grandfather with dementia, and almost that beck and call that you're there, it can play so much on their own mental and physical well-being, and that's a point that must be recognised. Additional costs that come as a means of COVID was also a point that Ms Bradshaw outlined, and it is an important point to realise, because the cost of caring did increase as a result of the pandemic, and quite often, in fact, wholly, that came from those unpaid carers' own pocket. Carol McCollum talked about the universal will that there is among carers to do the best by their loved one. That is something that unites them all, despite their breadth of community backgrounds, age ranges, etc. They all have a united will to do their best through loved ones through very difficult times, and the importance of that care register. I thought Kelly Armstrong's point in relation to a key qualification for carers allowance, that being broken sleep patterns. 48,000 people in our community have broken sleep patterns. That can only lead to adverse welfare issues in relation to their own day-to-day living, and that's something that has gone unnoticed largely, the burden in terms of their own health and welfare for those that are caring for those with disabilities. COVID restrictions have caused a major alarm among many in the carers section in relation to the frustration surrounding restrictions. Many looked at elements of our society that were opening up, and still respite services, which were so dear and so needful to them, remain closed. I took a case from a young guy called Kevin and his mother, who desperately wanted to go to those daycare facilities that he had been attending for many years, and he would run to the bottom of his garden as the bus would pass, but couldn't get on the bus and couldn't understand why he couldn't, because he just wanted to go about his day-to-day life. So I think the immediate restoration of those services are vital. Arleth Flynn talked about again the respite day services and the equal importance to both care and cared, and that's the point that I wanted to highlight, that it's not a one or the other. Both the carer and the cared benefit from respite services, and it's important that we put the emphasis upon getting those re-established and quick. Jerry Carroll talked about the saving to our public purse due to the sterling work of unpaid carers, and I think that goes without question in relation to their impact, particularly during COVID. So in closing, I want to again thank all those members who have taken part in today's debate. I do think it has been worthwhile highlighting the cause and giving an opportunity for us all to place on record our thanks to all of those carers in our community who have looked after their family and friends over the past number of years and who have stepped up further during the pandemic. We do see all the dedication and commitment that you have brought, and we appreciate the work you do in delivering care to the most vulnerable in our society. And on that note, I will finish and commend the motion to the House. Thanks.
Thank you, members. The question now is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, and the motion is approved. The next item on the order paper is a motion from the Committee on Procedures to amend standing orders. I will ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the motion to amend standing orders of the Assembly, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Thank you. Agus na siadam Sir Carol Ní Chillen leis an Wallowa Chorhantosi. I now call Carol Ní Chillen to move the motion.
Mullen and Roon, I move the motion.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Good last Collier, thank you very much. On behalf of the Committee of Procedures, I'm pleased to bring this motion to the House today, which proposes to amend Standing Order 110 relating to the temporary provisions of Standing Orders 110 to 116. Standing Orders 110 to 116 were agreed by the Assembly on the 27th of March 2020. The temporary provisions allow both Assembly business and committee operations to continue whilst adhering to public health advice and keeping members and staff here as safe as possible. Earlier this year, Standing Order 110A was introduced, making provisions for hybrid proceedings. When the temporary provisions were initially agreed at a time, with a time frame of 30th September 2020 was set, and the provisions would cease to have effect following that date. However, as we are all very aware, the surge of the pandemic and the increased transmissibility of COVID-19 has indeed resulted in the temporary provisions remaining in place. Since March 2020, the Committee has continued to keep the Standing Orders under review and has brought motions to this House on 2 separate occasions to extend the provisions. The most recent Committee motion to extend the provisions to the 3rd of July 2021 was agreed by the Assembly on the 26th of January this year. At this time, the Committee was cognisant of the increasing and alarming rate in which the disease was spreading and how more and more people were getting ill and requiring hospital treatment. This was reflected when Standing Order 110A was introduced to make provisions for hybrid proceedings in February of this year. Thankfully, last Concolia, the current situation of the pandemic is not as grave as it was back then. However, we still need to be cautious. This is good and it's something to base hopes on. The rollout of the vaccine and people adhering to public health advice has paid dividends. However, the temporary provisions in Standing Orders 110 to 116 help by including provisions for reduction of members required in the Chamber, allowing members to attend remotely and to vote by proxy. They also include important provisions for Assembly committees to continue to operate in their important statutory role. Given that temporary provisions will cease to have effect on the 3rd of July, the Committee agreed that it would consider whether to further extend Standing Orders. The Committee looked at a number of options. Therefore, to help inform, the options were to do nothing, to extend to agreed temporary provisions to the end of this year, agree to extend the temporary provisions to the end of the mandate, or agree to extend the temporary provisions to an alternative date. Therefore, to help inform any decision, the Committee wrote to the Business Committee and the Chairperson's Liaison Group to seek their views on whether there was any further support for further extension of the provisions. Both agreed that a sensible and precautionary approach will be to extend the provisions. The Business Committee recommended extending to the end of 2021, while the CLG expressed slight preference to extend the provisions to the end of the current mandate. At its meeting on June 2021, the Committee gave further consideration on the issue, taking note of the responses from the Business Committee and the CLG. The Committee were of the view that rather than returning to the issue more frequently, it's better to extend the provisions for longer, as removing or suspending the provisions at a later date would be an easier process. So subsequently, the Committee agreed to draft a motion to extend the temporary provisions to the end of its current 27-22 mandate. So therefore, last Concolia, on behalf of the Committee, I commend the motion to the House.
Thank
you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Just to go on record that the SDLP very much did support this precautionary approach in terms of extending the temporary provisions. And we do note, hopefully as society does come out and things begin to normalise, that there will be evidence in this chamber of members being able to go about their business in what appears to be a more normal way. But it is at this time, we still believe,
it is the right approach to take that precautionary approach and keep provisions there, and also gives us time to recognise that some of those provisions are doing no harm in terms of other objectives that this House wants to meet in terms of trying to find that work-life balance with family and some antisocial hours that are involved. So that's not off the table either, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, and I now call Mr Thomas Buchanan to conclude and wind on the debate, and the member has up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to conclude on today's debate on the motion to amend standing orders. And firstly, I would like to thank the members or the member who has made contribution to it. As outlined by the chairperson, this amendment has come to the House today as the current temporary provisions cease to have effect from the 3rd of July 2021. The provisions were originally agreed by the Assembly on the 27th of March 2020 to keep Assembly business and committee operations running, and also to keep us all safe during a time of a pandemic. We have been here before on a number of occasions to ask the Assembly to further extend these provisions. However, the situation with the pandemic on those previous occasions was much worse and what it is today, and I'm sure we're all thankful around the chamber today that things have eased and things are looking much brighter for brighter days ahead. And Mr. Speaker, we appear to be moving in the right direction. Restrictions are being lifted, hospital admissions are down, number of cases are down, and thankfully the number of deaths are considerably down from what they had been. We are all embracing and enjoying the chance to spend time with our families and friends again, and to be able to get out and support our businesses once again. However, we can't be too complacent. This virus is still out there, and recently we have seen an increase in the spread of the Delta variant, and we must be conscious of this and continue to play our part in keeping this House and these buildings and the people using these buildings safe at all times, to allow Assembly business and committee businesses to continue. The motion today amends Standing Order 110 to allow the provision in Orders 110 to 116 to be temporarily extended to the end of the current mandate. Following consultation with the Business Committee and the Chairperson's Liaison Group, the Committee is of the view that extending the provisions for longer is the preferable option rather than regularly revisiting the issue. However, the Committee will keep this under constant review and will consider further amendments if required. And I note that Ms Bradley in her comments said that this was the right approach, and it was obviously the right precautionary approach to take at this particular time, and she's absolutely right on that. But Mr Speaker, in conclusion, I welcome that we are in better days and happier times in respect of the pandemic, but I also acknowledge the need to be cautious while the Assembly and committee business continues to carry out all of its functions. And I would again like to thank everyone for their contribution, and for the committee for all the work that they have done over this period of time, and I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you. Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed. Good. Members, just pause now and take a moment while we change the chair and move to the next item of business. Thank you.
Order members. Members resume their seat. The next item in the order paper is a motion from the Committee on Procedures on simultaneous interpretation of Assembly business in Irish and Ulster Scots. I'll ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly notes the provision in paragraph 521(2) of New Decade New Approach to allow any person to conduct their business before the Assembly or an Assembly committee through Irish or Ulster Scots. Further notes that a simultaneous translation system will be made available in the Assembly to ensure that a person without Irish or Ulster Scots is not placed at a disadvantage. And, as provided for in Section 45 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, directs the Assembly Commission to provide a simultaneous and passive system for interpretation in the Assembly that is capable of supporting one meeting at any one time, and calls on the Assembly Commission to make any other arrangements as may be necessary for the operation of such a system.
I call on the Chair of the Procedures Committee, Karen McKillen, to move the motion.
Mullen Manroon, I move the motion.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 15 minutes for this debate. The proposal of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published in the Marshal's list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. I now invite you to open the debate on the motion.
So on behalf of the Committee of Procedures, I am pleased to bring this motion to the House today, which proposes to introduce simultaneous interpretation of Assembly business in Irish and Ulster Scots as set out in New Decade New Approach. NDNA addressed, amongst other things, a range of rights, language and identity issues. It provided that the First and Deputy First Minister, supported by junior ministers in the Executive Office, would sponsor and oversee a new framework, both recognising and celebrating the enormous diversity of identities and culture and accommodating cultural difference. It said that the 1998 Act would be amended and that 3 bills would be introduced in order to make legislative provision for a range of rights relating to language and identity. Paragraph 521.2 in NDNA makes specific provision in respect of the Assembly. It says the Assembly standing orders will be amended to allow any person to conduct their business before the Assembly or an Assembly committee through Irish or Ulster Scots. A simultaneous translation system will be made available in the Assembly to ensure that a person without Irish or Ulster Scots is not placed at a disadvantage. The Committee on Procedures initially took the view that we consider this matter in the context of the planned progress of the 3 bills. As a committee, we wrote to the First and Deputy First Minister in both 2020 and again in 2021, seeking clarification about when these bills would be introduced. However, the committee has still not yet been provided with the time frame for the introduction of the bills. The committee is satisfied that it is not necessary to await the executive legislation before it addresses matters set out in paragraph 521.2. In deciding to take this approach, the committee is conscious that if there is any further delay in looking at this issue, it could leave insufficient time to have agreed arrangements in place for the start of the next mandate. I note the amendment in which has been proposed to the motion that the Assembly would make, but for the purposes of clarity, and indeed the Committee of Procedures did not have an opportunity to consider the amendment, so therefore it has no agreed position on it. The committee noted NDNA cited that standing orders would be amended to allow any person to conduct their business before the Assembly or an Assembly committee through Irish or Ulster Scots. However, members will know that Standing Order 78 already provides that members may speak in the language of their choice. This, of course, includes Irish or Ulster Scots. The committee is therefore satisfied that it is unnecessary to amend standing orders in order to enable a member to speak in Irish or Ulster Scots in either plenary or committee proceedings. The introduction of a system of simultaneous interpretation as envisaged by NDNA would mean that the practice of members having to provide a consecutive interpretation would no longer be necessary when speaking in Irish or Ulster Scots. The committee has therefore agreed that members should be able to speak in Irish or Ulster Scots in Assembly proceedings without the need to provide a consecutive interpretation, and that, as set out in NDNA, a simultaneous interpretation system would therefore be made available in the Assembly to ensure that a person without Irish or Ulster Scots is not placed at a disadvantage. Last Collier, I will now cover some of the issues or some of the committee considerations on this issue. So during its consideration, our committee sought and received a briefing from the Assembly Commission officials on a wide range of issues, including the practical, logistical and financial implications associated with introducing simultaneous translation and interpretation into the Assembly. I provided further details from these briefings to members prior to this debate, indeed in my correspondence. And in addition to that, the committee also heard about the difference between passive and active interpretation. In essence, a passive service at the Assembly would be one in which any Irish or Ulster Scots spoken was interpreted into English, whereas an active service would be one in which business is conducted in English and also interpreted to Irish and Ulster Scots. The committee noted that the interpretation currently provided at both houses of the Oireachtas and the Welsh Parliament is passive. So broadly speaking, active interpretation requires twice as many interpreters and consequently requires more financial and staff and resource. Having considered these issues, the committee is therefore satisfied that the provision of a passive service is the most appropriate for the Assembly. Furthermore, the committee also noted that the Assembly has never placed a requirement on members to speak or members to provide advance notice or seek permission to use a language other than English. The houses of the Oireachtas and the Welsh Parliament are the same in that regard. The committee noted that this has obvious resources advantages, but essentially takes away the freedom from members to speak in the language of their choice and indeed when they choose. So consequently, as far as plenary business is concerned, the committee is satisfied that members who wish to speak in Irish or Ulster Scots and those and whose contributions will be interpreted simultaneously do not need to provide advance notice of their intention to do so. In respect of the scale of the provision, the committee recognises the importance of ensuring value for money and consequently give careful consideration to the advice provided in relation to the costs of simultaneous interpretation in various scenarios. This included options associated with active versus passive interpretation and options associated with providing simultaneous interpretation at one meeting, at 2 meetings and at 4 meetings at any one time. And finally, last given that the Assembly Commission is responsible for providing the Assembly with the property, staff and services required for the Assembly's purposes, the committee's motion directs the Assembly Commission to provide the simultaneous interpretation system. The purpose of the committee's motion is therefore both to confirm that the Assembly requires simultaneous interpretation system and also to provide clarity to the Commission as to the type of system that is required. The committee appreciates, however, that the Assembly Commission will need to make whatever other arrangements may be necessary for the operation of such a system, including the recruitment of interpreters and the installation of the required infrastructure. The motion provides for the Assembly Commission to do this. However, should any procedural issues arise in the making of these other arrangements, the committee is clear that it would be for the Commission to revert to the committee for clarification and/or direction. Officials advised the committee that some difficulties that have been experienced a number of years ago in respect of the availability of suitably skilled people to provide interpretation, particularly in respect of Ulster Scots. The committee recognises that there may be challenges for the Commission in undertaking this recruitment, but that it will be necessary to test the market to establish this, and the committee will seek updates from the Assembly Commission in order to ensure that the proposed arrangements can be implemented as intended. The position arrived at the committee is reflected in this motion and set out in my correspondence, was arrived at following a division, the outcome of which was 5 votes in favour and 4 against. So therefore, Last Concola, on behalf of the Committee of Procedures, I commend this motion to the House.
I now invite Robbie Butler to formally move the amendment.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Moved.
You will have 10 minutes to move the amendment and a further 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers in this debate will have 5 minutes. And I invite you to open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There has been a lot said regarding the Irish language over recent years, both inside and outside of this chamber. On one hand, there are those who are passionate advocates of the Irish language from an historical, cultural, linguistic perspective. On the other hand, there are those who feel like their own cultural identity has been squeezed from what they feel has been the politicisation of the language. This conversation has in many instances become divisive and fractious, and quite frankly has not been terribly productive. Mr Speaker, if you permit me, I will make a brief foray into the French language. And don't worry, I'm not going to start doing an impression of a character from Allo, but rather there is a wonderful French phrase, and it said is dialogue de sourds, which literally means dialogue of the deaf. And this phrase is used idiomatically to characterise when two people are talking past each other without listening to what the other is actually saying. And I'm sure that all members in this House can easily see how our conversations on Irish and Ulster Scots language have been, in this context, a dialogue of the deaf. I can assure you that the Ulster Unionist Party is not deaf, and that we have heard all that has been said from all quarters on this issue. We have heard the fears and the concerns. We have heard the impassioned pleas. We have heard the calls for respect. Now, I don't just mean respect in recent years. We heard these same voices and arguments over 23 years ago when we won the Good Friday Agreement. And I don't need to give members a history lesson, but the Good Friday Agreement was a shining moment in our history when we showed not just the world, but we showed each other, more importantly, that when we put our minds to it, we can unite and build a house together within which we all can live. Respect for each other's cultures and languages was integral to that agreement. I know it's hard to believe, Mr Speaker, but as someone who signed the Good Friday Agreement, you might think I'm too young, but I signed the Good Friday Agreement 23 years ago, and I would sign it today again. I signed up for the ideals of respect, understanding and tolerance, particularly when it comes to each other's culture, language and heritage. And anyone who knows me will know that I believe very strongly in building a union of people, and that is all the people of Northern Ireland. I want to assure members that I am not merely navel-gazing or virtue signalling here. I am serious. But if we're going to go down this road, we have to be serious about and implementing these changes. Then we have a duty to ensure that we do it right. As MLAs, we are custodians of the public purse. We have a fiscal and a moral obligation to make sure that we can stand over every single penny of our spending commitment. We must ensure that we are satisfied in value for money, and that every penny that we spend, particularly as we are still in economic recovery mode as we come out of this pandemic. And that is why I believe that this motion needs this amendment, to ensure that we have agreed mechanisms and controls in place to provide assurance for all of us that the costs are proportionate and they're meeting the demand appropriately. We don't have to cast our minds back too far to see that instances of Irish and Ulster Scots language provision in significant excess compared to the demand and significant cost as well. I draw members' attention to the shockingly low usage of Irish and Ulster Scots voicemail services administered by the Department for Communities over the past 16 years, with call numbers so low that the statistics were no longer recorded. And I do not say this to be dismissive, Mr Deputy Speaker, but rather to be practical. Any simultaneous translation service must be sized and staffed in reaction to demand for the service. If the demand is minimal, then a minimal translation service is required. Equally, if the demand is significant, then a larger service is proportionate and appropriate. We need to be able to measure the usage of any new service as a safeguard to ensure value for money. So I believe that a formal review in 6 months is the appropriate mechanism to ensure that the usage of this service is commensurate with the associated financial and staffing implications. Yes, indeed.
I'm intrigued by the words in the amendment, where there is appropriate demand. How is that quantified? Does that mean if no one can speak Ulster Scots, that you simply liquidate that part of the package? Does it mean that only half a dozen people want to occasionally hold forth in Irish, that you don't have the service? How do you quantify it?
think the member raises a good point and raises it well, to be fair. I think that is exactly what I'm trying to get to, the point where the Commission, if charged with commissioning these services, have the mechanisms in place to ensure value for money. It's imperative that we don't just look at the value for embracing culture and being confident and courageous, but also that fiscal responsibility. That's incumbent on us, given the fiscal pressures that we're facing, no less so than in our own health service. I'll go back to just where I was. I believe that a formal review in 6 months is the appropriate mechanism to ensure that the usage of the service is commensurate with the associated financial and staffing implications. Furthermore, a review would allow us to ensure that there is no adverse impact upon the business in this chamber from engaging with or using the service. Our amendment is a small but necessary measure, and that will ensure that safeguards are in place from the start. And this isn't party political, guys. This is simply good governance. We should not be writing a blank cheque for any new service without any indication as to the scope of the service provision which is required. I believe we need to be intelligent about this. If we get this right, then I have no doubt in my mind that after 6 months of fine-tuning, we will have a translation service proportionate to the appropriate demand, and that I'm sure is something that every one of us could stand over. As I said at the outset, Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope this is not just another dialogue d'absurde. I hope that my words have not fallen on deaf ears. I have done my best to listen to what the chair of the committee has said, and traditionally perhaps I may have been on a different side of this argument, but I'm willing to move, and I hope that others have the courage to similarly move and support the amendment. If we do this, we need to do it right. Let's test it, be evidence-led, and seek to refine and review as we go forward. And Mr Speaker, I should have put it on record, as a Commission member, I was actually speaking as a member of the Ulster Unionist Party. Thank you.
I call Thomas Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In coming to this debate this evening, I want to first of all point out that while this is a committee motion, it did not receive the unanimous support of the committee. In fact, the committee were split right down the middle, with the motion receiving 50% plus one of a majority. Not because it had anything to do with culture or language, but simply because of the current situation that we find ourselves in and the many financial pressures that this House currently faces. In committee, we did seek to find a consensus, though, by seeking to press for this to be taken to the Party Leaders Forum. And however, it is unfortunate that the Sinn Féin members on committee, along with others, decided to vote that down and decided to bring this amendment through to the House today rather than going to the Party Leaders Forum to seek and to try and find a consensus. And so we have a motion before us today that is reflective of only one political perspective. And I want to say to the party opposite, if we are serious about NDNA delivering, we must see that it deliver on all commitments as a collective package, and not just those which satisfy individual perspectives. At the committee, inquiries were made about the provision of sign language. Now, sign language is also a commitment within NDNA. And the Minister for Communities came back with a letter to the committee, and in that letter she said that nothing had been done with regard to the sign language and that legislation for that wouldn't be coming forward till the next mandate. Now here we have a community in social isolation as far as communication is concerned, yet the Minister had nothing done on it and said that legislation wouldn't be until the next mandate. And yet here we have, while that was placed on the back burner, we have this coming before the House today. Now, I know that for many in this House, culture issues are important. The Ulster Scots culture is just as important to me as the Irish culture is to the folk sitting on the other side of the chamber. And anyone that comes to West Tyrone and to the communities there will know that I'm heavily involved in the Ulster Scots culture. But as we stand in this House this evening, we all have a duty and a responsibility to the people of Northern Ireland as to the decisions we make and the wider public climate. The motion requires this House to spend £344,000 on interpreters to provide simultaneous interpretation for those who wish to speak in Irish, plus another estimated cost of £43,000 for logistical work to accommodate the broadcasting. So here we're talking somewhere between £400,000 and £500,000 for what is coming forward today for a service that actually exists, because there's no one in this House, or there's no blockage in this House for anybody to stand up and to speak in whatever language they wish to do so. And to be quite frank, and I hope the member doesn't mind me referring to his name, Patsy McGlone is the only man in this House that I know that can speak fluent Irish. I haven't heard it from anyone else. Maybe I've been out of the chamber or whatever, but I haven't heard it from anyone else. And yet here we're looking about spending up on £500,000, and that cost will continue to increase for a service in this House to facilitate the people in this House. But it's not of any benefit to our communities. And I think it's time that this House were to stop and to take stock of where we are.
I note the member's rising costs, which have no bearing in reality, but does the member recognise these words? I have ensured at all times that I have committed to filling NDLA, because that's how we got back to the Assembly, and therefore we cannot afford to move away from it. The member may think those are my words, but they're actually the words of the leader of your party, Edmund Pouts. Are you committed to the NDLA or are you not?
Members, an extra minute.
Thank the member for his intervention. I think the member will know quite well where the DUP stands on this. We are committed to the NDNA as a complete package and to the delivery of it as a complete package. But we can't cherry pick bits here and bits there just to satisfy our political ideology. We must deliver. If we're serious, we must see NDNA delivered in all of its aspects as one package. And therefore it's time for this House to stop and to take stock of where we are. I have no call to tell the people in this House we're coming out of the pandemic and the financial issues that is having. Our health service is in financial crisis, and we heard the Health Minister today talking about the difficulties that the health is facing, 335,000 people on a waiting list. And I have no doubt that if we went round this chamber tonight, every member of this chamber could give an example or many examples of constituents that they're working for who are on waiting lists for huge, long periods of time, and yet they can't get the service that is required. We have childcare issues, single parents and working families who can't get back into full-time employment because of issues that are there as well. And, you know, let's get our priorities right. Let's look at the issues that we need to be looking at and delivering on for the
member's
people,
time is up.
And put the priority where it ought to be.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I'd like to thank the Chair of the Committee for Procedures for placing on record quite a detailed explanation of the events as they unravelled and the deliberations that were held at committee. I will at the outset also make reference to some of the comments that have been made about New Decade, New Approach and the commitment to delivering on all aspects of New Decade, New Approach. And it is worth stating, and I have to say, I've worked well with committees across this House within the Procedures Committee, and if it was within the gift of the Procedures Committee, it wouldn't be for want of trying that we would deliver on all, but sadly it's not. And we are very limited, and that is where we started. After 3 years of there being no executive and no Procedures Committee, one of the first tasks we were charged with was not to just look over legacy reports, but to also look at what had brought us back to the table, and that was New Decade, New Approach. And within that, we had to scan and scope for, and I thank the officials for doing that, to identify what within that New Decade, New Approach document was within the gift of the Procedures Committee, or what warranted coming onto our agenda for discussion. The Procedures Committee was not and is not a place to renegotiate or to discuss how those negotiations went or the agreement came about. We were merely tasked with putting into operation the agreement that had been made. We did identify quite a few items that were within our scope, and one of those, very rightly, was the simultaneous translation. The agreement that was inscripted within New Decade, New Approach, it has to be said, is probably one with the greatest clarity. There is little room for ambiguity, and when you read the motion in front of you, it is very exact in what it is stating. It requires the standing orders will be amended. It is simple and as black and white as that. And that can't be said for a lot of the parts of the agreement where you could come into this chamber and you could have different interpretations or views of what might have been said or agreed. And the big question is always around where the funding was coming for a lot of those agreements. But it must be stated, and it couldn't be made clearly enough, that this part of the New Decade, New Approach is absolutely clear. And there was no confusion within the Procedures Committee on what the task was in front of us. One of the starting points we did as a committee start with was looking at what is the procedure at the moment and the rulings that were made, and it was quickly established that it was by convention that members can speak. But of course, the right is not there for them to entirely speak in the language of their choice, because that is limited by the fact that you have to surrender time for that translation piece at the end. So it was noted that whilst the standing orders were not required to be changed to allow a member to speak with their language of choice, that there would, however, be a requirement to unravel the piece that would allow members then to speak entirely, and also to not disadvantage any other member in this chamber. And we did listen to the information that had been gathered from similar translation services in other houses, be it the House of the Oireachtas and the Welsh Parliament. And it has to be said, it was refreshing to see other houses who simply embraced and saw for all its richness the item of language, because many will put the charge of who speaks that language. But unfortunately, when you live in a society where language is suppressed or politicised and not valued or recognised for the beauty that it holds, fewer people will speak it. That is an inevitable outcome, so it's a circular argument, and I think it is therefore worth making, because bringing language to the fore and not having a fear of it or politicising it is what a normal society would do. Mr. Speaker, I'm conscious my time's running out here, but there's quite a few other points I would like to raise. But I think the really important point and the principle that I want to drive home, I will indeed.
Just on the member's point about visibility of the language, I think it's very, very important. Would you agree with me that removing obstacles would hopefully encourage more people to speak the language and address the point that Mr. Buchanan said about seemingly not enough people speaking it in this chamber?
Members, next a minute.
I thank the member for the intervention, and I agree entirely. But I will put it to the members in this House. We all know how difficult it can be to reach a deal. We all know that. But at what point is a deal a deal? At what point is it okay to hang labels or tags or limitations on a deal that has been made? The one thing this House has to come behind is recognising when a deal is made, we all honour it. It is not okay to add conditions or to unpick it or to say, well, we'll go forward with that deal on the condition that. The motion in front of you is the deal that was made. Please honour it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to confirm that New Decade, New Approach provided the commitment and agreement to allow any person to conduct their business before the Assembly or an Assembly committee through Irish or Ulster Scots. And that is a direct lift from the New Decade, New Approach agreement that all 5 parties of the current executive agreed to. I personally see absolutely no threat from anyone being able to speak another language. In fact, I'm very jealous because I am dreadful at other languages. It's beautiful to hear someone being fluent in another language, and I look forward to hearing Irish or Ulster Scots being spoken in this chamber more often. I sadly will need an Irish translation, as I can't speak Irish. I expect I will be able to understand Ulster Scots, as having lived down the Ards Peninsula all my life with a grandmother who I think was speaking Ulster Scots. I know most of her words could not be found in an English dictionary, but she lived outside Portavogie, so I can only assume that it was Ulster Scots. I know that the word Oxter was used so often. But just to say, Alliance joined the Executive on the basis of New Decade, New Approach. That agreement was a compromise that all the Executive parties had opportunity to feed into. The wording of this motion, and I'm sure the Chair of the Committee can confirm this, is a direct lift from New Decade, New Approach. Of course we're going to support the committee motion brought forward by Procedures. We have already agreed it when we went into the Executive. Alliance will also support the Ulster Unionists' amendment, and the reason why we're doing that is because it's always financially prudent to review things later. But unlike others that think that when you review something, you take something away, I actually think if we have more people who are using another language, we can actually have the opportunity to add to it and add to the investment at that stage. I will indeed.
I thank the member for giving way, and I thank the member for the support from the Alliance Party with regard to the amendment. Does it make any sense to the member to see in the amendment anything other than fiscal responsibility? The member from Southdown mentioned that there were bells and things getting hung on, but the amendment's very straightforward and simple. It's about public expenditure and protecting that money. Would the member agree with me that that's simply what the amendment does?
Members, next minute.
Thank you. I don't actually think that is exactly what it does, because it does depend on how many people are using the language as well, so there is an element of testing within that. But to be honest, I'm not scared of ever having a review. I think it's prudent as government that we should do so. I think we learned that after RHI. To confirm, there are many areas within the New Decade, New Approach that need to be progressed. I personally believe that it would send out a clear message to all in this House and to the public if the compromise agreement contents can be delivered. And I'd just like to highlight something that Mr Buchanan had mentioned. As an unintended consequence of the Procedures motion, it's actually going to be very good for those of us who have limited hearing, because as an unintended consequence, I will have access to subtitles. So if you vote against this, you're actually voting against a member of the deaf community who sits in this House, because subtitles would be very helpful for me, no matter what language anyone is speaking. Not everyone, of course, who is deaf uses subtitles. Sign Language Act is a New Decade, New Approach commitment. It is one of the areas that should be taken forward, but instead of being progressed, that vital legislation isn't going to happen during this mandate, as has been spoken about. But there are other areas of the New Decade, New Approach that we compromised on. I'm not a huge fan of what's in the New Decade, New Approach on the petition of concern, and if it came to the floor of this House, I would amend it. So I absolutely respect the Ulster Unionist Party for bringing forward an amendment asking for a review. I thank Procedures for bringing forward this motion. Alliance will, of course, support the motion and the review as outlined. So let's get on with delivery. As the Alliance, our leader of the Alliance Party said, the test now is to deliver on the promises in New Decade, New Approach and ensure the remainder of this mandate is focused on making progress for everyone. Thank you.
I call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The motion before us is as a result of obviously extensive discussions at the Procedures Committee. Like my colleague Mr Buchanan has said, it wasn't a unanimous motion, but I do want to put on record our thanks to the clerk for the information that was brought forward and the staff, and indeed to the chair of the committee for the way that it was conducted. Members across this House will know that colleagues and I did raise concerns at the committee at every stage in relation to how this particular issue was brought forward to us. Like the majority of parties in this chamber, I and others came back to this place based on the New Decade, New Approach agreement. There's lots in it that I particularly didn't like. There's many things that I did like. But I think the consensus was that we needed devolution back for our health, for our economy and for our infrastructure and many other areas as well. And that's why we felt that that was important to do. We've made very little progress on a lot of those necessary reforms that were in New Decade, New Approach. Obviously, COVID-19 had a significant impact on that. There are many aspects of NDNA which I would like to see progressed. The expansion of Meagher University. We'd like to see an increase in police officers. We want to see investment in our health service. Just today received a response, a colleague received a response saying that the health department require an additional 536 million to see out commitments within New Decade, New Approach. I want to see those things happen. But the reality is that we also have to ensure that when we do those things, that we prioritise and put the money in to where it's required. When it comes to the cultural aspects of NDNA, we made it clear to the committee that it was important that we did not cherry-pick elements of that agreement, because it was a balance. It was based on consensus, and we want to see New Decade, New Approach delivered. But what we cannot allow is that to be cherry-picked. I will indeed, yeah.
The member for Given Way. I just wonder how this is cherry picking when the committee for procedures can only affect change in this House, and this is asking for simultaneous translations here. It's not any of the other parts of NDNA.
Members, next minute.
I thank the member for that, but the member will know the chair articulated the fact that initially when this was brought forward, it was to come as a package. So there were to be three bills, and out of that would flow the relevant services that would come out of that. That was the initial position. Now that changed, and what we want to see is that collective package been dealt with, because there's pieces in it that, as I say, that may be difficult, uncomfortable, but that was the basis for which we agreed to that. We had, of course, at the committee requested that it go to the Party Leaders Forum. That was rejected, but we appreciate that was the committee's decision to do so. But we have tried to get consensus around this. We have tried to go forward in a way of mutual respect. But, of course, when we talk about respect, we talk about NDNA. The Northern Ireland Centenary celebrations were also part of NDNA. We put forward a proposal, or others put forward a proposal in terms of a Northern Ireland Centenary stone. No cost to the taxpayer, couldn't be tolerated. To plant a Northern Ireland Centenary rose on the grounds of Stormont, couldn't be tolerated. But, of course, we come forward now to spend almost £500,000 for ourselves in this chamber. We're expected, you know what, just get on with it. No, if we're going to do this respectfully, and I'm up for doing that in terms of NDNA, we need to be serious about ensuring that it's respect both ways. And that's the only way we're going to move forward. But if we continue to poke one another in the eye, and when it comes to the likes of planting a flower, if we can't get over that, I don't think there's much hope for the rest of this place. In terms of the practical and the financial implications, they cannot be dismissed. The reality is we're talking here about £500,000 potentially per annum. Now it'll be $344,000, and then you have the broadcasting cost on top of that, but that's a minimum. Again, that's money that's been spent here in this chamber. The public won't benefit from that one bit. That being said, I recognise that it's part of NDNA, but it needs to be brought forward in a package. We need to ensure that as we are in the current climate that we're in, that we can justify the actions that we're taking. Like I don't have to go too far in my constituency. We could be doing with £500,000 to ensure that our crisis intervention service can continue. We could be doing with £500,000 to ensure that can go towards making our education system better. There's many things. Let's have the conversation, but let's do it respectfully. And I do want to say that, again, we're up for NDNA, but we need to do it collectively together and through dialogue. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Hello, I call Sean Lynch.
I have got last can call you Tommy Aguirre Hon Taku Leishon Roon. I rise to support the motion and oppose the amendment. This motion is about implementation of New Day, New Approach, which was the basis for the restoration of these institutions. If we want the public to have faith and confidence in these institutions, then we need to be able to demonstrate that agreements made will be agreements honoured. NDNA was clear. The Assembly standing orders will be amended to allow business to be conducted through Irish or Ulster Scotch, and a simultaneous translation system made available to ensure those without Irish or Ulster Scotch is not placed at a disadvantage. This has also been agreed by the committee, which has made its proposals in line with best practice, as mentioned by other members elsewhere, including the House of Oireachtas and Seanad, the Welsh Parliament, which utilises a passive translation service. Given that this is a matter of equality, the current practice whereby members are expected to provide their own translation, in effect makes two contributions within their allotted time. This is not justifiable. We are also satisfied, in the interest of equality, that members who wish to speak in either Irish or also Scotch should not need to provide advance notice of their intentions to do so in order for their contribution in plenary sessions to be translated. However, the committee proposals also mean, on average, 4 committee meetings per week could avail of this service. For instance, any committee which knew in advance that simultaneous interpretation would be required at its meeting, either for the benefit of members or witnesses, would provide prior notice in order to secure the service. Taking all this in the round, Sinn Féin is satisfied that the provision of a passive service provides simultaneous translation to the other members, as proposed by the committee, is the most appropriate for this Assembly. It is significantly less resource-intensive than some other options and strikes an appropriate balance between language rights and costs. However, work must begin now, because any delays will leave insufficient time to have the necessary measures in place at the start of the next mandate. Language, and particularly respect, equality for language rights, has become a touchstone issue for many people in this society, a barometer of whether or not these institutions can deliver genuine equality for all citizens they represent. This Assembly needs to demonstrate a real intent to treat all citizens with respect and to build a genuinely shared society. Last Concolia, Irish is regularly spoken in this Assembly, despite what the member opposite said. Members will also know that the recognition of Irish language by these institutions has become a particular issue of respect and equality for many people. The party opposite has insulted and dismissed the Irish language to such an extent in the past that campaigners have felt the need to repeatedly protest outside this building. Those people were promised an end to that discrimination as part of NDNA, and now is the time to deliver on that promise. To conclude, Last Concolia, it's worth noting that Ulster Scotch is not, to my knowledge, spoken by any members at the Assembly, so the extent of the demand for simultaneous interpretation of Ulster Scotch is not clear at this moment. However, the relevant provisions envisaged by NDNA apply equally to Irish and Ulster Scotch and needs to be implemented in respect to both. It is for those who argue for Ulster Scotch services to justify the expense incurred. It is, however, beyond question that the Irish language is regularly spoken in this Assembly, and this service will facilitate increased use of Irish language and perhaps Ulster Scotch, and importantly provide respect and recognition for those who speak our native language.
Nicole Morris-Bradley.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the amendment to the motion based upon cost and need at this particular time while we're still in the midst of a pandemic. I agree to the full implementation of the new decade new approach, but as the full implementation of all aspects of that agreement, and that the agreement is implemented by the collective consent of all. Not a piecemeal implementation of the bits we like or want, but in its entirety, including sign language, which affects a large section of our community, has been alluded to by the member opposite. That is an important piece of legislation which seems to have dropped off the radar, but is no less important than any other aspect of NDNA, and I attach no blame to the Minister of Communities for this failure to legislate for sign language, given the constraints of the time her department faced. Culture in a divided society is crucial, and it is crucial that culture and all culture is celebrated in respect, consent and mutual understanding, and I have absolutely no issue supporting that. I take exception to the member opposite when he says that people on this side of the House have disrespected the Irish language. I have never disrespected the Irish language or anything to do with the Irish language at any time in my life, and I'll take a wee bit of exception to that, but I'll not hold it to you. Today in this House there was a statement from the Health Minister. He gave shocking figures of 330,000 patients waiting for their first outpatient consultation, 110,000 patients waiting for inpatient or day case treatment, and a further 130,000 patients waiting for a diagnostic test. That's not to mention the thousands suffering in pain whilst waiting on an assessment or surgical procedure. Many will not survive that. Many will not survive that. That's a sobering thought. Is this motion really a priority at this moment in time compared to that? Do political parties in this chamber really want to prioritise spending outside of where it needs to be allocated? Health, education, infrastructure, communities and the economy. I repeat, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to see all aspects of the New Deal, a New Decade New approach implemented, all of it. That is what was agreed, and that is what the DUP and all parties in this executive committed to. This motion should really be coming here as part of a holistic deal of implementation of what had been agreed earlier, the entire deal. The Health Minister alone needs a commitment of $700 million over 5 years. There is a lack of infrastructure which has stopped communities growing. Mr. Speaker, I don't tend to go on as my colleagues and I that sit in the Procedures Committee have already voiced their concerns and have voted against this motion coming before the House during debate at committee level. We lost it on a vote, 50% plus one, and many other points that I have written down here have already been covered by my colleagues, so I'm not going to repeat that. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this country is facing a myriad of threats. Once again, a crisis has been created out of nothing. Threats of not nominating a Deputy First Minister. Well, so be it. If that is what happens, that is what happens. The electorate are tired of and weary of this place, and tired and weary of we who sit here. A crisis, Mr. Speaker, in the middle of a pandemic. The people of Northern Ireland will not thank us for pulling this place down in the midst of an economic emergency, a health crisis and uncertainty over the Northern Ireland Protocol and its implementation of a border on the island of Ireland, a border enforced at our ports. If it comes down, it comes down. But forget about elections, this direct rule. Who wants to come back to a place like this where it's dysfunctional and doesn't make decisions based on what's best for all its constituents, not just a particular part? Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment.
I call Pat Sheehan.
And it's a universal principle that agreements made should be agreements honoured. And this motion is about the implementation of one small part of the New Decade New Approach Agreement, which was very clear. The standing orders, the Assembly's standing orders will be amended to allow business to be conducted through Irish or Ulster Scots. But the refusal of the DUP to commit to any Irish language provisions is the context for this debate, and it is a cause of huge concern. The refusal of the DUP to honour its time-bound commitment, to deliver on commitments given, including Irish language legislation, as part of the New Decade New Approach deal to restore these institutions, can only lead to greater instability in the institutions. And let's not forget why we needed that deal in the first place. And let's not forget that these institutions collapsed under the weight of the RHI scandal and DUP disrespect, typified by the vindictive decision of the aspiring First Minister to cut LEAFA funding for disadvantaged children to go to the Gaeltacht and learn Irish. For 3 years we were without a functioning government until the New Decade New Approach agreement was agreed in January last year, after prolonged negotiations between the 5 Assembly parties and the 2 governments. The parties and the 2 governments all signed up to the 80 commitments in the NDNA to deliver on issues including nurses' pay, hospital waiting lists, establishing a medical school and the expansion of McGee University, social housing, and of course a package on language, culture and identity. New Decade, New Approach committed the parties who formed the executive to deliver not just on translation services, but on the entire language, culture and identity package, and to do so within 3 months of the political institutions being restored. With the unexpected onset of the global health crisis, the executive rightly prioritised its response to the fight back and saving lives and livelihoods. However, we're now out of time. We need to see delivery, not more broken promises and hollow commitments. However, despite our party leadership having met the leader of the DUP on a number of occasions over recent weeks, he's made it clear that he doesn't intend to honour his commitments during this mandate. And that's not surprising. Unionist opposition to progressive change has always been a feature of our peace process, so it's now necessary for the governments to deliver equality and rights to citizens. And there's no reason why the rights of Irish language speakers can't be recognised and waiting lists dealt with at the same time, and a new university created in Derry. We can walk and chew gum. All of these are issues that are dealt with by governments all over the world. It's what's known as multitasking. Society can no longer be held back by the anti-rights faction of one party. This is about delivering an explicit NDNA commitment. The motion does that. The amendment departs from that commitment. And this is a straight choice for unionism. If you give your word, keep your word and honour your commitments. That's the reason we're facing instability, because we're fed up listening to unionists, giving commitments and saying they'll honour those commitments and then reneging on them. I'll be supporting the motion.
Could encourage members to address all remarks through the Chair. I call Patsy McGlone.
Thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Agus bhaile mar gan intiam leis an rún. Jarbian the party here and G, le séirse dahan daine tuisgar éireann lena nonanéis idirnáisiúnta agus cultartha. A rénú, a dhéimhnú, a cheiniol, a orbert agus an féinealach sin a cheiliúrú. Gáid a ghlacan san éireú, tuiscint, igaracht, orthaisiúd as onanéis idirnáisiúnta agus cultartha. Éagsúlacht eile. Agus sinna dhéanamh le más agus faoi stúran glí. Crochéonn siad an gáil le athuiteachas, cínolins agus córa fiúntach adraisiúd as féiniúlachtaí éagsúlacht. Idirnáisiúnta agus cultartha. Tuaisceart éireann agus cochromaíocht massa, cóhas, teagmhall agus cóebrú. Croch na principal sin le bheith ar achtaíocht. Sin é deich mbliana uair, cur heigi uair. The parties affirm the need to respect the freedom of all persons in Northern Ireland to choose, affirm, maintain and develop their national and cultural identity, and to celebrate and express that identity in a manner which takes into account the sensitivities of those with different national or cultural identities and respects the rule of law. They also affirm the need to encourage and promote reconciliation, tolerance and meaningful dialogue between those different national and cultural identities in Northern Ireland with a view to promoting parity of esteem, mutual respect, understanding and cooperation. These principles to be reflected in legislation. As part of that, as already been referred to, the Assembly Standing Orders will also be amended to allow any person to conduct their business before the Assembly or an Assembly Committee through Irish or Ulster Scots. A simultaneous translation system will be made available in the Assembly to ensure that a person without Irish or Ulster Scots is not placed at a disadvantage. Mr Deputy Speaker, those are the commitments in the New Decade, New Approach. All the parties in here concurred with those. This motion is implementing one aspect of that affects our daily business in the Chamber. Now, I stand to support that because I've been an advocate for the Irish language, as have been others in this Chamber, for many years. We've done quite a bit of work through private members' bills, etc., to attain and achieve that official recognition within this Chamber. Now, I know others are of different backgrounds here, different walks of life, but I trust that whenever we come into this Chamber, it is with one aim: for the betterment of our community. And the betterment of our community takes many facets indeed. Where we come from, who we are, what our environment is, what our education was, indeed our identity, who we are. Now, a key element of that is we come to this destination here, and I hope we come to it with one aim in mind, and that is to represent our community and where we come from with respect. We might travel different pathways to get here, but in doing so, we must do that with respect. And that's why the New Decade New Approach was worked through, overseen by both governments, to make sure that we would at least be stimulated to arrive at that point. And that's why I support the motion here today. And I heard Mr Butler, he's gone, with a quote earlier. There is a quote that I encountered, and it has kind of stuck with me. It's not our differences that divide us. It is at times our inability to recognise, accept and celebrate those differences. We have an opportunity here to start celebrating our differences and to recognise our differences in a respectful way. I think we need to seize that opportunity. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Oh, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion, and as my party colleague Kelly Armstrong has already stated, we will be supporting the amendment, and I wish to be specific about that later on. But before I move on, I just want to put on record how exhausted I am hearing the circular arguments in this chamber. Mr Middleton said about he wanted to see the three parts of the package coming forward. Well, that's on you and your party as much as anybody else. The DUP have the First Minister, they have a Junior Minister, and they had a number of special advisers, likewise in Sinn Féin. There's a year on from the New Decade New Approach, and I'm surprised that we have, sorry, I'm not surprised, but I'm disappointed that we have not seen that full package come forward. We in the Alliance Party are very keen to, no, I'll just finish this point and I'll let you in then. We in the Alliance Party would like to see the FICT, the Flags Commission report published and the recommendations taken forward, because that means a lot to our voters in particular. So it is just very disappointing that we keep going out in circles and we make very little progress. I'll give way.
I thank the member for giving way. The member makes a point, and I take that point. But the member hasn't mentioned the fact that we have been dealing with a global pandemic. Our priorities have changed since we came into this place in January 2020. And I think that our constituents would recognise that those priorities have changed. And I think this Assembly sometimes distances itself from reality. I think we need to deal with reality.
Members, next minute.
Thank you. Well, the reality is I sat on the talks, and I think some members in the chamber here today sat on the two working groups as part of the two talks processes. The vast majority of that work is done. It just needs to be brought forward. So I totally agree with you. I sit on the Health Committee, and we have been through a pandemic. None of us can deny that. But the work's been done, so all we need to do is bring forward the draft legislation around that. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll move on with the substance of my speech. As is noted in the motion, there is a commitment to a New Decade New Approach, and indeed it emerges from the Northern Ireland Act 1998. It has been pointed out that simultaneous interpretation facilities are usual in other legislatures. I recognise that they are most common where different languages are well established as first languages in the home rather than as a means of language development or revival. Nevertheless, I have no doubt that this step will be welcomed by all those who cherish the Irish language, and that any future review will merely confirm that. It should imminently be accompanied by legislation on the rights of Irish speakers as part of that overall cultural package that I just referenced, all aimed at promoting the language in a way that is meaningful to those who cherish it while causing no disadvantage to those who do not. Given what is in the Northern Ireland Act, in New Decade, New Approach, and indeed in both the 1998 and 2006 agreements, it is inevitable that Ulster Scots is included in such a proposal. However, there is a legitimate question as to whether such a step really assists the revival, development and promotion of Ulster Scots. And it is on this specific basis that we are supporting the amendment. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have to get away from treating Ulster Scots as a mirror image to Irish. In 1998, the agreement itself was quite open about being two communities in Northern Ireland, and as a result, we constantly lined up along green and orange lines. In 2021, that is outdated. Many people are now coming to cherish all aspects of our cultural and linguistic heritage in Northern Ireland, and to recognise that they all belong to all of us, without specifying any single community to which they supposedly belong. In any case, it was never appropriate for Irish and Ulster Scots, which are two markedly different languages with different promotional needs and at different stages of development, constantly to be put up against each other rather than promoted on their own merits. There is reason under the Council of Europe Charter that Irish is Part 3 and Ulster Scots is Part 2. This reflects their respective levels of development. There is nothing discriminatory about recognising different needs. For example, Swiss German, similar to Ulster Scots in that it is close to the standard language, has been arguably the most successful case in expanding the use of a minority language in post-war Europe. Swiss German is now so widely used that it is even used on TV chat shows and radio discussions as a matter of course. Yet it is not used in formal writing, nor notably is it used in a federal parliament, where standard German still takes precedence. That is why there is a legitimate question about whether we are getting this the wrong way round with regards to the linguistic development of Ulster Scots. Simultaneous interpretation is very specific. It's a very specific skill, and we have to be realistic about how many people are likely to be qualified to do it for Ulster Scots, and I think Ms Carol McKillen referenced that earlier. This is in itself a reminder that we need to implement the more comprehensive legislative framework agreed in New Decade, New Approach, but yet not put in place. In closing, we are in favour of carrying out every aspect of New Decade, New Approach, because that is the basis of why we are here. No one got everything they want, but we must be faithful to it as a compromise. That is why we're supporting the motion, but we're also supporting the amendment. Thank you.
I call Justin McNulty.
I support the motion, but not the amendments. Galan Rockets, August McCantacht, Neil, Rud or B again. Without integrity and honesty, you have nothing. I look around this place and I think of the honesty, the integrity, the heavy lifting, the resolute, unyielding determination that brought these institutions into being with the Good Friday Agreement. I think of the Seamus Mallons, the John Humes, the Breed Rogers, the David Trimbles of this world, and the work they put in to make this place work. I think of their unyielding determination. I think of their integrity. I think of their honesty. They didn't have to put their values on posters. Their values were at the core of their being. Las Concorda, simultaneous translation is no great weapon of war. It will not advance Irish unity that I am a passionate believer and supporter of. It will not threaten the Union. But what it will do is send out a loud signal to everyone who walks the halls of this place, and those who are not in this place, that their cultural identity, their cultural expression, their native tongue, the native tongue of this land, can be used in this place, and it will be respected and it will be cherished. This interpretation will enrich this place. This interpretation service will enrich this place and enrich the lives of everyone associated with this place. It will broaden the thinking of everyone here, and by God, could we do with some broad thinking around here. But fundamentally, this was agreed in New Decade, New Approach. I second the views of my colleague Sinead Bradley. Since when was a deal not a deal? Commitments on Irish language legislation must be honoured in full, no ifs, no buts. And my colleague Mr Butler used a bit of French here, I'm going to finish with a bit of Asgaeliga, or Scatha Kela, or Irene Nadini. Now the literal translation of that means, in each other's shadows, people exist. We rely on each other for shelter from the storm. It invokes more broadly a sense of community and of interdependence. We would all do well in this place to live a little bit more and embrace that philosophy and that wisdom.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you. This morning, this Assembly began its business, or an early part of it, in discussing the appalling waiting lists in our community. And right across this House, people paid lip service to the urgency, the top priority of addressing the fact that there are over 500,000 people on waiting lists in our community, some of them for years. But this Assembly tonight is going to end this business by declaring it has a greater priority, that it wants to take precious resources that could make some small contribution to tackling those waiting lists, and it wants to prioritise that spend on the Irish language provision in this House. It's not that any member of this House is prohibited from speaking Irish. Standing orders guarantee that. It is not that there are members of this House who do not speak English and understand English and are inhibited in participating in this House because of their lack of grasp of English. Everyone in this House speaks, understands English. And yet we have the farce and the squander that we are going to take precious resources and pour them into an unnecessary provision of simultaneous translation. And then we say we really care about the health service. Tomorrow morning, when I do one of my weekly advice centres, I'm quite sure one of the people waiting to see me, as happens most weeks, will be somebody saying, Mr. Allister, I've been on a waiting list for 3 years. I can't get seen. What am I to say to that person? Well, the Assembly I belong to, it cares more about a vanity project, about interpreting into Irish, than it does about the fact that you're on a Zimmer in increased pain, not getting to sleep, not being able to cope with the pain. They care more about translating into Irish than they do about putting money into alleviating your situation. Shame on this House for that priority. Yes, I'll give way.
Would the member please refrain from denigrating the native tongue of this land, which many people feel very, very passionately about.
Could I ask members to address the chair, please? Could I ask members to address the chair?
It's not about one or the other. It's about doing both. Please do not denigrate the native tongue of this land.
Well, I think I'll take my directions from the chair. I'm not denigrating. I'm stating the reality. That here you have a prioritisation of something that's more important to the member who just spoke by virtue of the vote he will deliver tonight than the situation of his constituents. If we really care about the pain and the suffering of our constituents, we wouldn't be wasting money. We would be channeling every last penny into addressing those needs. Yes, I'll give way.
Thank the member for giving way. Given the issues that the member has raised, and some of them perhaps have some validity, my amendment offers some comfort to the member with regard to that quantum and that fiscal bit. But can I count on the member's support to put those measures into place through the Commission?
You could certainly count on my support if the amendment referenced financial matters. It doesn't. It has this vague, opaque phrase, appropriate demand. There is no linkage in that to the financial cost, none whatsoever. So I think the member, if that was what he wanted to address, should have made that clear in his amendment. But amended or unamended, this motion is unacceptable to me, and I will vote against this motion, whether amended or otherwise, because there is something more important to me than squandering money in this fashion, and it is about genuinely addressing the real, abiding, painful needs in our society, rather than ticking a box so that Sinn Féin can say, "Ha, we got another one over on the wretched unionists." And that really is what this is all about. And, you know, we had Mr McNulty telling us, you know, here are deals, here are agreements. Well, let me just remind this House, the all precious to some Belfast Agreement provided how language issues was to be dealt with. It delivered a settlement in that regard. It wasn't any of this, but of course, as ever, there's an insatiable dimension to all of this, and the same approach ever persists. Pocket what you can and go on to demand more. And we're seeing that day in, day out.
Ask the member to draw his remarks to close.
Sinn Féin think they not only can select their own ministers, they can select other parties' ministers in this House. That's the sham that this place has become.
I call Jerry Carl.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Happy to speak in support of this motion. I think the least this House can do is allow for more visibility and support for those who want to speak and live their lives through the medium of Irish. And these services, hopefully I will avail them in a way when I brush up on my limited Irish. There seems to be no issue in this debate, or certainly on the committee as well, around the issue of Ulster Scots, but the opposition obviously appears to be about Irish, and it's quite ironic that some for many years waxed about the need to equate Ulster Scots with Irish language, but yet use that as one of the reasons in not supporting the motion, because there's limited support in this House for speaking Ulster Scots. So it's quite a bizarre and ironic point in terms of the opposition. To be honest, it doesn't bode well for any sign of legislation on Irish language coming forward to this House. If the party opposite, the UP, is trying to block translation services, hardly people demand on the earth with this. And this, in my view and others, is about promotion of and visibility of a growing language, and that is growing in my community, which is a wonderful and important thing, with Gael Scullin bursting at the seams. And I thought it was quite ironic that the Deputy Chair talked about not cherry-picking the agreement that his party signed up to, NDNA, but then proceeded to just do the exact thing of cherry-picking. I would give way, sure.
I appreciate the member giving way, because I appreciate that the member has framed language in a very positive context. And I only recently learned of a very quirky word in the English language, a smell fungus. A person who can only find the negative in everything and refuses to see the beauty and the richness in language. So I would like to put that on the record, because there may be a few amongst us.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you. Neil Suggam, I wouldn't know what that is, as Gaelic, but I'm sure somebody could provide that. Maybe Patsy knows what a smell fungus is, as Gaelic. Carl's got it there. I hope Hansard can pick that up. So I hope this can be this motion, if passed, part of tackling the monolinguistic approach which dominates this place. This is probably the only, or one of the only, assemblies or political chambers that is essentially, for the most part, dominated by one language, 90% or 90+% of the time being in English. And while some people may not want to see the day, I hope by passing this motion, this change to the standing orders, it can result in more Irish being spoken in this chamber, something that would be widely accepted amongst society. And finally, I do, Mr Deputy Speaker, find it ironic that parties that were central to gutting our public services voting through another budget which starved the health service of much needed funding, talks about resources being thin, not being there. Quite ironic indeed. Still not supporting the call for a COVID wealth tax, and their new party leader has been silent on that matter. And don't know who it is. Yeah, sure, yeah.
Given way. Will the member agree that Irish language speakers didn't cause the crisis in our health service? It was caused by years of Tory austerity and cuts, and that the constant framing of language rights as some sort of Sophie's choice with health is wrong and disingenuous, and those that persist with that line are at it, frankly.
Yeah, I would agree with the member and Tory austerity, but unfortunately passed through the executive as well. But yeah, that's where it originated from, and we can have both. We can have a health service which needs to be funded to the tune of hundreds of millions of billions of pounds probably, but also we can have Irish language legislation, rights and facilities. I just want to end on a quote from the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Fernand de Varennes, I hope I pronounced his name correctly, said, "Respect for the language, principles of individuals flows from fundamental rights and is not some special concession," people should remember that, "or privileged treatment. Simply put, it is the right to be treated equally without discrimination to which everyone is entitled." So I think this motion goes some way towards that, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
I now call Mike Nesbitt to wind on the amendment, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm looking in this debate as defining how we as individuals and parties view our society. Are we divided with all the negativity associated with that? Or are we actually a diverse society with all the potential for positivity to come out of that? Do we realise that in 5, 10, 15 years there will still be Irish nationalists and Republicans, British loyalists and unionists, and people who describe themselves as none of the above, sharing this little postage stamp on the world map? And that none of us owns it, none of us is a majority, and we need to get along. So, in terms of the proposal, I think there are some principles or considerations to be applied. And the first is that culture is not like some of the other issues that we debate in this chamber on a daily basis. It's not like health or housing or infrastructure or the economy. And what I mean by that is, you don't horse trade culture. You can horse trade the others, particularly in the coalition government. I get it. A unionist can sit down and say, Carol or Patsy, if you can support me on X, I'll put my hand up when you propose Y. That's the day and daily business of the executive, but not culture. Culture is part of our identity, who we are, where we come from, where we want to go. And we have to respect each other's culture. And some people think they're pure Gael, some think they're a pure Brit. I think I'm a hybrid, Northern Irish, Irish, British, European. And as John Hewitt said, deny me any part of that and you diminish who I am. So am I out to diminish anybody's identity or culture in this chamber? Absolutely not. But there is another consideration, and it's the one which basically has provoked and inspired our amendment. We have a responsibility to deliver value for money. In fact, the Department of Finance has published a document which is fundamental to how we do business. It's called Managing Public Money in Northern Ireland. It comes from the Department of Finance, and there's a section on the Assembly, section 1.3, which makes clear we approve requests for resources, which is exactly what we're debating tonight. It goes on to say the Assembly may examine particular policies or delivery of services. The Public Accounts Committee has a special role in examining financial accounts and scrutinising value for money. Value for money is mentioned no fewer than 36 times in Managing Public Money, Northern Ireland. So the amendment is not intent to create some sort of new obstacle or hurdle to be leaped. It's to be faithful and true to the obligations we have already accepted from the Department of Finance in Managing Public Money, Northern Ireland.
Would the member give way? Thank you.
If you're quick.
Yep, no problem. Listen, I thank you, and I thank you for that explanation of the amendment. But we in the Greens decided we couldn't support the amendment simply because it wasn't talking about the fiscal responsibilities. It was talking about appropriate demand. And if you're talking about rights and culture, that should never be measured by appropriate demand.
Well, I thank the member for the intervention, but if she checks the Belfast Good Friday Agreement of 1998, that's the exact language. So she's arguing against words which are in the agreement that she actually supports. The third test is, does it do harm? Well, if a member stands up and speaks in Irish for 5 or 10 minutes, it doesn't do me any harm. I might not understand it, but if you can deliver it as lyrically as Michael D. Higgins, I'll enjoy it, and that's no slight on you, Mr. McGlone, because your style is pretty agreeable too. So I think we need to do this, but I think we need to do it sensibly, and that's why we are promoting the amendment. And a final thought, Mr. Buchanan said anybody can speak in any language they want. Yes, they can. But if it's time limited to 5 minutes, by offering their own translation, they only get 2.5 minutes. And you could say, well, we'll have longer sessions, but what's the cost implication for the staff sitting for longer sitting days, for security, for the restaurant staff, for the work-life balance that Sinead Bradley mentioned? I was in a porta cabin that was the UTV studio outside Castle Buildings the day we heard that if there was going to be assembly, members could speak in any language of their choice. And as we went into a commercial break, I said, "Momento per favor."
Member draws remarks to close.
2 people phoned UTV and demanded I was sacked for speaking Irish. Let's move on.
I now call on Karen McKillen to conclude and wind up the debate on the main motion, and you have 10 minutes.
First of all, I want to say a few words as Chair of the Committee for Procedures, and then I'll make it clear when I'm stepping out of that role. I welcome today's debate on the simultaneous interpretation of Assembly business. I also want to thank members for their contributions, even those who I fundamentally don't agree with. I think that's exactly what this chamber is for. A number of members have referred to the costs associated with introducing simultaneous interpretation, and I want to be clear. In bringing forward the motion today, the committee did recognise the importance of ensuring value for money and consequently give careful consideration to advice that was provided on many different scenarios. And this included options associated with active versus positive interpretation. The estimated costs were provided to us and they've been set out in correspondence from the committee to all members. Simultaneous interpretation can be provided on an active or passive basis, and as I said at the start, we decided to go for passive. We also considered the issue of how many meetings simultaneous interpretation could be provided at any one time. There are occasions when 4 committees might be meeting at the same time, so we do need to look at costs as we go along to ensure we're able to provide simultaneous interpretation at all meetings in these circumstances. And a greater number of meetings.
I'm just interested in pursuing its work on this. Did the committee at all survey members to find out how many are fluent and capable of making a 5-minute speech in Irish and how many are fluent and capable of making a 5-minute speech in Ulster Scots? Do we know that?
Well, no, we didn't do a survey, but I will address some of his concerns at the end in my own comments if the member doesn't mind. But just to say, and not direct answer to this question, no, we didn't. Other members have spoken about, the need about Ulster Scots, and we, the committee, I think, to be fair, we noted this position. We were very respectful about the differences in terms of its development. But in considering demand, we also have to consider the requirements, not only of ourselves as members, but also of witnesses at the committee. The committee therefore recognises that there will be challenges for the Commission in undertaking this recruitment It will be necessary to test the market on this, and I think that's exactly a prudent way to go. So, you know, in response, Last Concolia, I want to depart from the committees and then say a few words myself in terms of winding up and in terms of some of the commentary. And I just want to make that clear in case some of the things I say may offend people. In relation to Mr Allister's point at the end, when we're looking forward at Section 75, do we ask how many gay people there are in the Assembly before we provide equality to them? No, we absolutely don't. And anyone asking questions like that needs to be put out of this room. Okay? In relation to Robbie Butler's amendment, Robbie, just a couple of focal or deuce. Toge agus chucky shade, build it and they will come. And that's what we need to do, because Tommy ag fólam a scéalga, Tommy clan lefa a scéalga, níl mé lefa go fáil. So I'm not fluent yet, but I hope to be, but my kids are fluent and my grandkids are fluent. And we need to not only appeal to people outside of this chamber, but also representatives who hopefully will be here in the future. Absolutely.
I thank the member for those words, and I fail to see how my amendment doesn't actually support what you're doing. What we are in the midst of a pandemic, we do need to account for every penny. And what I'm suggesting is that when the need is there, that's ensure that it's there, but when it's not there, we can't be tied to something that is going to be a financial burden on the taxpayer, who both speak English and Irish, by the way.
Look, I appreciate the member's sincere. I don't think there's an offensive bone in your body, so I just want to make that clear. But when it comes to the Irish language, everybody knows the cost of everything, the value of nothing, and that needs to stop in this House. And I'm not suggesting. So value for money is something we all need to be cognizant of, absolutely. But the value that we place as members of this Legislative Assembly on something that's caused great difficulty and indeed great offence and hurt would go a long way. An absolutely long way. And see that? You can never put a cost on that. I think everyone has been completely passionate and compassionate and indeed fair in their assumptions and indeed their contributions. Gaelgary are taxpayers too. They're on the waiting lists. They're waiting on educational statemented processes for their children. Some of us have 2 or 3 jobs, but we contribute to this community. So we know the value of money. We're also grandparents, parents. Some of us don't have any children at all. But the issue is that we as a society need to try and go beyond some of the sentiments that have caused us great difficulty, even within this week. And it has been said, when you make agreements, you need to stick to them. There's parts of the NDA that some of us like and parts of it that some of us don't. But we put our big girl and our big boy pants on and we come back to this place to try and do our best. And on the basis of that, we need to continue to do so. I'm going to park some of the, like Patsy, Pat, Shan. There's a couple of us here, Tom, who are doing our best to speak in Irish. And I'd like to think that I may learn Ulster Scots one day, and I'm not being flippant about that. I've got to realise that lots of words that I've used in English actually originate from the Ulster Scots, and I'm quite happy with that. But the issue for us is that simultaneous translation doesn't mean that I speak for 2.5 minutes in Irish, and then as I speak in Irish, hopefully I'll be able to speak in Irish fluently, that it happens along, and sure, it's more employment, and it's better services, and it makes this place more inclusive. So in conclusion, I'm going to step back into my position as Chair, Last Concolia. NDNA provided for the business to be conducted at the Assembly through Irish or Ulster Scots, and for there to be simultaneous interpretation system, it must be made available. So on that basis, the Committee on Procedures has brought forward today's motion, which I urge the Assembly to support, And I thank everyone sincerely for their contributions today. Gormilla Mahagav.
Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Robbie Butler and Andy Allen be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. I remind you that we should continue to uphold social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come into the chamber. Order, members. Would members resume their seats, please? Order. Before I put the question, I would again remind members present that, if possible, it's preferable that we would avoid a division. The question is the amendment standing in the names of Robbie Butler and Andy Allen be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Aye. Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Kelly Armstrong and Mike Nesbitt. Tellers for the noes, Pat Sheehan and Sean Lynch. Before the Assembly divides, I want to remind you that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I remind all members of the requirement for social distancing while the division takes place, and I would ask you to ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourself and other people when moving around in the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. Please be patient at all times, observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left.
Secure the doors.
Could I ask members to resume their seat, please? Order. Clerk, please read the result.
The result of the amendment is as follows. 85 members voted, 44 members voted aye, 41 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
The amendment is agreed. The amendment is agreed. Unfasten the doors. And we'll pause briefly in case any other members wish to return to the chamber. Order members, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I've been advised by party whips in accordance with Standing Order 113(5)(b) that there is agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes rule and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Order, members. Order. The following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Pat Sheehan and Sinead Ennis. Tellers for the noes, Trevor Clark and Thomas Buchanan. Again, I remind members of the requirement for social distancing while the division takes place. Please ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourself and other people when moving around in the chamber, the rotunda and especially in the lobbies. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, members. Could I ask members to resume their seat? Clerk, please read the result.
Results of the vote in the motion are as follows. 85 members voted, 58 members voted aye, 27 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. The motion is carried. Unfasten the doors. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed.